Welcome
like
to
to
the
keep,
whoop-de wop.
drifting off and getting
We're
away from
going to
that.
keep going over it, and I'm going to keep twisting your
The
words
whoop-de-wop
to remind everybody
is
Oh
a
we
my
don't owe
God.
white people. We do not owe white
The
people
whoop-de-wop.
shit.
is a place.
I run the risk,
Whoop-de-wop
and it's not my channel, so I will just drop this fucking link.
Just curious, you know what?
Yo,
Hoosier
yo,
is?
yo,
A
hand
Hoosier?
me the whoop-de-wop.
Well, I know it's an Indiana
Yo,
thing.
yo, you got
Yeah,
some
but do
money?
you know what
We're
a
going
Hoosier
to the
is?
whoop-de-wop.
I actually don't.
Okay,
Yo,
that's
we
something to do
can
with me.
throw some cool
And
whoop-de-wops.
from a Hoosier, you're going to get certain things that are going to happen. And
Well, I
walk
do
down
know
the
at one
coast,
point
though, go
Indiana
grab that
was
shit
like
right
the
quick.
center of the
She
Klan.
was like, cool. And she already know to get my dough. So,
States, Melania Trump.
Good afternoon. Hello. And thank you for your warm welcome. The President and I are grateful to be with you, to honor the passion you share through unmatched bravery, resilience, and service to our great nation. Thank you for defending our freedom. It is with immense pleasure for me to address the Fort Bragg and Pope Army Airfield community today. To our great armed forces of the United States stationed all over the world, I have a nostalgia-filled message. Happy Valentine's Day. Love letters have symbolized the union of patriotism and family devotion among our soldiers for 250 years. The harmony of love of country and love of family is what makes us uniquely American. It is very balanced, which strengthens our military and builds our communities. And now, it is my distinct honor to introduce your Commander-in-Chief, our leader who maintains a mission of peace through strength, President Donald J. Trump.
Welcome to Stanley versus the world, everyone. This just happened I don't know, an hour ago. Trump's down there in or up there in North Carolina at Fort Bragg talking to the troops. Who knows about what? I guess we'll find out. So I've skipped over this a little bit because this Lee Greenwood song, if I recall, is copyrighted. So um, only Trump can use it, apparently. So let's catch him at the start of this speech.
So we have an amazing group of people before me, amazing, and very proud of you. Somebody said, I was just watching a little news coming down. They said, oh, it's amazing he can find the time in his busy schedule. Believe me, you're the time. My schedule's not the time. Although we do have a couple of interesting things happen. We just had fantastic reports on inflation, way down. Costs of products, way down. We inherited a mess, total mess, and now it's really coming along. We have the greatest numbers that we've ever had. We're hitting all-time high stock numbers. We're hitting all-time high S&P and Dow numbers. You saw that a few days ago, at the end of the first year. They said that it was going to take maybe 4 years, the end of the term, to hit 50,000 on the Dow. We did it in 1 year. And likewise, to hit 7,000 on the S&P was going to take at least 4 years, could be 5 or 6. We did it in 1 year. So, and all I know is forget about the stock market, forget about Wall Street.
Folks, I'm
your
hung. Hopefully it
401ks.
unsticks here in a minute. Well, hopefully it unsticks. Let us see. Not exactly sure what's hung here. Stand by. I do have quite a number of tabs open, but I didn't think this was a whole lot of resources used. And it's just the browser that's hung. Let us see what is hanging this up. Oh, there we go. All right, let us see. Let's go back to the beginning. Oh,
Ladies and gentlemen,
all right, well, we'll just catch back up. Sorry about that, folks. Fortunately, we hung there.
So we have an amazing group of people before me. Amazing. And very proud of you. Somebody said, I was just watching a little news coming down. They said, oh, it's amazing he can find the time in his busy schedule. Believe me, you're the time. My schedule's not the time. Although we do have a couple of interesting things happen. We just had fantastic reports on inflation, way down. Costs of products, way down. We inherited a mess, total mess, and now it's really coming along. We have the greatest numbers that we've ever had. We're hitting all-time high stock numbers. We're hitting all-time high S&P and Dow numbers. You saw that a few days ago, at the end of the first year. They said that it was going to take maybe 4 years, the end of the term, to hit 50,000 on the Dow. We did it in 1 year. And likewise, to hit 7,000 on the S&P was going to take at least 4 years, could be 5 or 6. We did it in 1 year. So, and all I know is forget about the stock market, forget about Wall Street. Your 401ks are doing very well. I don't have to ask you. Is anybody doing poorly with their 401k? If they were, you're a pretty bad investor.
Oh my God, does he not know
But I want
about
to thank
the military?
Melania. Our country is truly blessed to have such a phenomenal first lady. And now she's a movie star on top. Can you believe? She did a movie. It's the
Jesus
hottest thing she's ever-
Christ.
It's crazy. Congratulations,
loser.
by the way. Very good. You know who loves that movie? The ladies. They go see it 3-4 times. That's what I heard. They go see it with the husband. Husband really likes it a lot, but the women go back and see it. But she's a great first lady. And I'm thrilled to be back at one of the greatest and most celebrated military bases in the history of the world. Fort Bragg. We have your name
I
back.
loves me some Trump there, Calvin. I loves me
We
some
got
Trump.
your name back from the radical left. The radical left is not happy about it. It's another reason you have to vote for us, because they'll change it back to whatever it might be. This is the home of the legendary Green Berets, the home of the Sky Dragons, and the All-American
Sky
82nd Airborne. And in particular, I hear that we are joined by many exceptional soldiers from the 1st Brigade Combat Team, also known as the Devils in Baggy Pants. What's that all about? The Devils, they are devils. And you are devils, I will say. And I have no higher honor in life than to be your commander-in-chief. I'm so proud of you all. And so let me begin by saying a very, very big thank you to our great warriors and the men and women of the United States Army. Unbelievable. Very special thanks also to all of the incredible military families who are here today. You know, without that family, our soldiers would not be the same. It's a whole big deal. I don't think they get enough credit, but they do get credit with me. That's why I sent you 1776 a couple of weeks ago, a little while ago. We had a lot of money coming into our country from tariffs. And I said, let's send a little to our, so, you know, they came in, they said, sir, we can do 1,775. I said, oh, that's good. They put the number. I said, you know, if we add $1 more, it's 1776. I said, add $1. Add $1. Did everybody get 1776? I think so, right? You think the Democrats would have done that? Forget it. But it's really because of your incredible sacrifices to keep America safe and free. There's nobody more respected than the people in this room. We're also joined by General Gregory Anderson, General Brandon Tagmeyer, Secretary Howard Lutnick, Senator Ted Budd. He's doing a fantastic job, too. Members of Congress, Mark Harris, Pat Harrigan, Brad Knott, David Rouser, Addison McDowell, and your own congressman from right here in the district, a really great guy. He's a real leader, too. Richard Hudson. Where are they? Where are they all? Look at them. They're all dressed up. They have to be nice to you because without your vote, forget it. They're out of commission, right, fellas? But what a good job. And Richard, this is your area. Congratulations. He's always bugging me for more money for Fort Bragg. I said, Richard, get off my back. And we're going to do that. You know, they're talking about a big compound, right? And we're going to get that done. We're going to get it done for you. Now, if the Democrats get in, it's not going to happen. I guarantee you that. But we're going to get that done. That's your number one priority, I think. Richard Hudson. So you have another man who is running for the Senate, who is phenomenal. The only thing is he's not as well known. He was behind the scenes. He was the head of my 3 campaigns. I won all 3 times here by a lot. It wasn't even close. And he was responsible, along with Laura Trump. Laura is fantastic, born here and loves the area, but they work together. But Michael Watley, if he's here, I don't know. Michael, will you come here for a second, please? He's running for the Senate. And if he gets in, you're going to be taken care of. If he doesn't get in, we're going to be stripping the military like they always do, the Democrats. This is a man who was the head of North.
Yeah, this is, basically what he's doing is every speech, whether it's to the military, it doesn't matter who he's giving a speech to, it's a campaign speech. Trump is literally, his agenda is to divide the country. I don't think I've ever seen a president that's just nakedly divisive. He does not want, this is what populists will do, especially right-wing populism. You've always got to keep the working class divided. Okay, it doesn't matter how you divide them. You know, back in the 19th century, it would be race, especially in the South. You don't want black farmers and white farmers getting together. You got to divide them by race. Okay, in 2026, you basically otherize people who are not somehow or another, legacy Americans. And sometimes black people are considered part of the legacy. Sometimes they're not. But that's what he does. He can't have Republicans and Democrats having common ground because the Republicans don't really like, non-cult member Republicans, they don't like Trump. Okay. A lot of these, you read about, below the surface, these senators and congressmen, they talk shit behind Trump's back, but they're afraid of being primaried and that sort of thing. So you're also starting to see cracks within that MAGA base. You have congressmen in the House, especially. Um, just the other day they had a vote to it might have been the continuing resolution I'm thinking about, where you had 8 Republicans just basically vote with the Democrats. Pretty much right now, Republicans in the House can only afford one lost vote. You need 218 for a bill to pass. Republicans have 218. But anyway, bottom line is he's not talking anything coherent, but he is doing anything and saying anything that can keep the country divided. That's the goal. He needs to keep this country divided as he works on trying to basically hijack the upcoming election. He knows that he's way underwater, and he's basically going to do things to intimidate voters. He's going to talk shit, whether he's able to do, tamper with elections or not. He basically has got to keep 2026 going Republican, or a lot of what he's trying to do now, Democrats will be able to throw roadblocks in the way. And I personally don't think Trump is popular enough. More than likely, Congress, the House is going to go Republican. And I'm almost afraid to see it go Democrat. I'm almost afraid to see it go Democrat, because that's just going to make him, more defiant of courts. It's going to lead to more executive orders that wind up in court. In a way, having the Democrats take one or both houses of Congress is just going to make Trump more vicious. But anyway, let's get back to the new Biden.
North Carolina. So he did so well that I said, who is that guy that did so well? Because when it came time to picking the head of the Republican Party, I picked him. And you saw what happened in the last election. We won in a landslide. We won every swing state, all 7 swing states. We won by millions of votes, the popular vote. The first time I won, but they say I didn't win the popular vote. I did. I won it by a lot, but they say I didn't. So every time they'd introduce Donald Trump, who didn't win the popular vote, but he, whatever. I said, I don't ever want that to happen again. But we did. We won everything. And this is a man that was in charge of this state. He did.
Okay, this is a military audience, and he's talking divisive politics. That's how fucking out of his mind he is. Okay, I have been in the Navy. These people don't give a fuck about anything political. They don't care. Okay, one of the things you don't really get into in the military, you don't have that. If you're deployed, you really don't even have time to keep up with the news. I think it's better now. When I was in, you didn't have this level of access to the internet. We didn't have satellite TV on ships and stuff like that. These guys don't give a fuck about any of this stuff that Donald Trump is talking about. Talk about what's going on in the military. Talk about military pay. Talk about, what weapons are in the pipeline. Talk maybe geopolitics, but nobody gives a fuck about the politics, between the Democrats and the Republicans. The military does not care. Maybe you care if you're high enough on the food chain, if you're flag rank, But by and large, the normal, junior officers, say less than field grade officers, they really don't care. These guys are just happy to see the president because it means they get a little bit of time off from from training or being out in the field or whatever it is. This is basically like sick call for them. They get to sit in a nice air conditioned building and kind of cool out till this is done. Then they get back to work. Trump he has no clue how the military works. They do not care.
So well here, there was nobody else that I even considered to run the RNC. That's the whole country. And we had a big victory just recently that you know very well, a victory like they've never seen. So I'd just like you to say a couple of words, Michael. Congratulations.
Thank you. Good to see you. In 2015, Donald Trump came down an escalator and said that he was going to make America great, that he was going to protect our country, that he was going to make sure that our men and women in uniform had what they needed to protect our interests and our allies around the world. And North Carolina stood up and said, that's our guy. And in his term in office and in this term in office, there has never been a president who has fought for Fort Bragg, who has fought for the men and women in uniform in North Carolina, as well as our veterans, more and harder and better than Donald J. Trump, our 45th and 47th president of the United States of America. I am thrilled that he has asked me to run for Senate in North Carolina and is giving me an opportunity to represent you and to fight for you. And
see, this is some bullshit. He's literally, these guys are campaigning politically on a military base in front of an audience who doesn't care. They literally don't care. If you're a Democrat and you're president of the United States, you're commander in chief. If you're Republican and you're the president of the United States, you're commander in chief. They just need clarity. They just need to know, about the pay. They need to know that their families are okay when they're deployed. They don't care who's running for senator of North Carolina. A lot of them aren't even from North Carolina and don't vote in North Carolina. This is just Trump fucking he literally has no clue how to be a commander in chief.
every other base that we have in this great state to protect our interests, to make sure that America and our allies are going to be protected. Because the highest, most important function
hold
for
it.
any government.
Did he say allies? Do we still have allies? I wish. Okay, somebody in the chat tell me who's still our ally.
Is to keep its communities and its citizens safe. And we have the best president right now to do that. And I am honored to be with him today. Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you.
And the word is he's doing really well. But when I heard they were taking the name Fort Bragg off, I said, no. They're kidding. That's not going to do. They did. They took the name off. We got it back very quickly, but they took it off. And if we don't win the midterms, they'll take it off again. They'll take it off again. You can't let that happen.
If they win the midterms, they're going to toss you all off Fort Bragg and they're going to turn it into a nature preserve.
And this man is exceptional, I'll tell you right now. So with the help of everyone in this room, America is the strongest military on the face of the earth. We rebuilt it. We really did. We rebuilt it in my first term. We had a great first term. We had the best economy in history, but this is blowing it away. But we had a great economy in the first term. We did everything. But
don't worry. We will talk about the economy at some point. Again, these guys, yeah, they nominally care about the economy, but they want to know. They want to know What is he doing for the military? They want to know about pay raises. They want to know about new equipment. Again, they may want to know, where we're going as far as foreign policy. They, they don't care that much about the Dow Jones, being at record at record highs. We don't pay our junior officers and enlisted that much. Okay. Nobody's going to be going out and buying, a $10,000 treasury bond. This stuff, he's wasting their time. And I am sure there are people in the audience just glad that, hey, I don't have to be out in the middle of Fort Bragg crawling through poison ivy. And how do I know this? Because I've actually done it.
We really created a tremendous military. Now, some of it was given away, actually a lot, but small compared to what we did to Afghanistan. You remember that, where they left all the military equipment behind? We wouldn't have left anything. We were going to get out with dignity and strength, respect. We looked like we were running. We don't run from anybody. That was a Biden embarrassment. What a terrible president. But we came back and we
Yep, let's just go ahead and tear down the former commander in chief. That's just yeah. These guys are probably going, who is this fuckwad?
already have rebuilt our military to stronger than it was even then. And we don't leave equipment behind. We don't leave jets behind. I said, why do you leave those jets behind? Sir, I thought it was cheaper to leave it behind. $150 million plane. All they had to do is put a little jet fuel in there and fly it to wherever they want to fly it. These people were the worst. We can't let it happen again. Our military, if the Democrats get in, will be severely misserved. But we rebuilt it in my first term, and now we're making it stronger and bigger and better than ever before. The recruiting is through the roof. You know that after years of recruiting shortfalls, as an example, new enlistments have soared to record highs. We had a year and a half ago, nobody wanted to join the military. They didn't want to join the Army. You know that. It was like terrible. They didn't want to join the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, the Coast Guard, or my beloved, how about that? Space Force. Do we like Space Force? It's turning out to be very important. But they tried to end that, and actually the military refused to allow that to happen. But you couldn't
not a goddamn clap for the Space Force.
get people to join. And as soon as we won the election, that election took place on November 5th. From November 5th on, it was like a miracle. Now we have waiting lists for every branch of the military, waiting lists of people to get in. In other words, your jobs are wanted by everybody. And isn't that a better feeling? I'm looking at the smiling faces. We've got a lot of smiling faces. You should be smiling. Last year, the Navy and Air Force and Space Force all surpassed their recruiting goals by 5 months early, and the numbers are through the roof. In fact, it'd be a very good time to expand. It's a good time to expand. But the Army did even better than the others, and you shattered your annual recruitment by almost 5 months and lots of days. But more importantly, the number and the quality of recruit has never been higher. This year, the Army is beating its recruitment goal by 116%. And I'm very proud of that. I was very embarrassed for a period of years as I watched how badly this country was run, standing outside and hearing constantly that we couldn't get people to join our great forces. We ended the scourge of political correctness in our military. We renamed the Department of Defense to the Department of War. Think of it. We won World War I. We won everything. World War II. And everything before, during, and a little bit after, except we fought a little bit differently. We fought to be politically correct. We were a politically correct force with the presidents. But now we have a real force, and you see that with what we did in Iran with the B-2 bombers. A lot of you were involved in that. And what we did recently in Venezuela, nobody ever saw anything like that happen. A Venezuelan general who was on the site, but he moved out fast enough that he lived because most of them didn't. But he was on the side. He said, we were totally prepared. We saw the planes coming. We saw everything coming. You know, they're a good, strong force. And he said, we got hit like nobody's. They were hit from 17 different directions. They said, there's never been anything like that. It was over in like literally a minute. Everybody was running for the hills. And that's what we have. We have the strongest military in the world by far. We have the best equipment. We have the greatest people, soldiers. We brought back merit as the sole consideration for advancement and promotion in our military. We won the Supreme Court case, shockingly in that case. It took courage to come up with that decision. It's based on merit. Now you want to get into a college, it's based on merit. It's not based on anything else. You want to get into the military, you got to have a little muscle. You got to be strong like these people here. It's like you're like central casting. I'm looking at all these beautiful looking people.
Christ.
But you have to be a certain type to do well. And we were taking anybody.
Yeah, you have to be a certain type. And Mr. President, you weren't that certain type, and you still are. You sound like a pandering fool.
That wanted to get in because we wanted to be politically correct. No, it's
Wait, hold it. Did I say pandering? I meant simpering. He sounds like a simpering fool.
based on merit now. You get into the military based on merit, and other places also based on merit. There might be advantages to other people in other fields, but this is all based on merit. As long as I'm president, we will be the best led, the best trained, the best equipped, the most disciplined, and the most elite fighting force the world has ever seen. That's what we've turned out to be, and everybody knows it. They all know it. Every country knows it. I speak to all of them. They know exactly what they would be up against. Hopefully, we'll never have to test them. And because of our strength and because of what we do, we probably won't have to be tested. That's why this year we're investing also $1 trillion in our armed forces, most we've ever spent. And next year it's being raised. In fact, we're going to be building a number of battleships. You ever hear of battleship? You know, World War II, you saw those big ships, the Iowa, the Alabama, the Missouri, they're going there, sailing through that water like it's nothing. Those big waves are crashing into the front. The hulls are made of 7 inches of steel, not aluminum. Aluminum's fine, by the way. I don't want to hurt the industry. We're doing very well.
What a fucking moron. Dude, there is no way in hell anybody's going to be building battleships. Dude, what a fucking waste of money that would be.
But I'll take steel. And it's going through those waves like it's a hot knife through butter, right? And it was incredible. It was a great thing. It was a great act of beauty. When you looked at that, the scenes, Victory at Sea. I don't know if has anyone ever seen?
Hey, where are my MAGA folks out there? There was a whole lot of shit talking a year ago last November. Where are my MAGA buddies at? This is hilarious.
Victory at Sea, probably the ones that have would have joined the armed forces when you have, but Victory at Sea. And you looked at those battleships. So now we're building 10 of them. Initial order,
we are
10.
Not going to build 10
and
battleships.
I said, what about?
See, I think they probably said, yes, sir, we'll get right on it, sir. They're not about to motherfucking build a battleship. Seriously. A battleship, number one, would be like a sitting duck. Okay, at least with the carrier, you got planes that can fight 100, 200 nautical miles out away from the carrier. In today's world, a battleship would just be like an oversized sitting duck. What a fucking dude. Whoever told him that battleships were a good idea, I swear they're just trying to keep him like, behind the desk asleep.
Reinstating the old ships. We have some of them in dry dock. Some of them are museums right now, like the Iowas and Rancho Palos Verdes in California. You have a couple of them, and they're still very powerful looking to me. So I said, what about bringing them back? They said, sir, it would be no good. Why do you say that? the new battleship that we have, which I've seen and helped design. I put a little more spirit in the hull, a little more, give me a little bit more hull. I want that ship to look gorgeous, you know. Forget about
Now the stable genius is a naval architect. Do you know how hard it is to be a naval architect? Believe me, you are no mechanical engineer, sir.
stealth. They say, oh, it's stealth. They design ugly equipment for stealth. Well, we're designing great looking
What's up,
equipment,
12th
also
man?
stealth. But I said,
Hey, 12th man, your Prez is up there making a fucking fool of himself again. What's up, V-Dub? What's up, Herbie? This dude, you know what? I thought I was just gonna be kind of bored with this speech. I am highly entertained.
well, what about bringing them back? Sir, the new ships, the new battleships that we have almost very soon under construction will be, listen to this, 100 times more powerful than the ships that we got to see in the 1940s. Think of that, 100 times more powerful. We need that. This way nobody messes with us, right? We need it. For every service member in our military, this historic investment also includes a well-deserved across-the-board pay raise, not including 1776. And at my request just before Christmas, we did the, and really in honor of the 250th anniversary, we did that little special payment, which everybody appreciated, and it was an honor for me to do.
Queen Sunkist, he's at Fort Bragg talking to an audience of soldiers. Why he's there, I'm not exactly sure.
As part of the one big beautiful bill that we got approved, which was amazing because it really encompasses all 4 years of the term. We'll also be investing over $1 billion to improve on-base housing and a lot more than that at Fort Bragg. We're going to be doing, if we get the congressman's wish, we're going to be doing a lot more than that. We're also going to spend billions of dollars on improving here and around the area. We're going to make it great because the people in this area have been so incredible. The spirit they had when they changed the name of this base, the spirit, not even military people, they were so proud of that name, Bragg. They said, we have to bring it back and keep the area safe. It's a great area. In fact, I'm thinking about moving here someday. Maybe I'll move here with our great movie star. We'll move here with our first lady. We'll move to Fort Bragg. Would you like that, darling?
Oh my God. This is just
she loves
fucking
you.
sad.
It's a possibility. Actually, it's not a bad idea because we love it. But we want to keep this area safe, and we can't do that without the leaders. And your ex-governor is not one of them. It'd be a disaster if he got in. And one of the things that I just mentioned and saw, you saw the monster that killed an innocent young Ukrainian girl a couple of months ago, slitting her throat from behind. And this was the man, the governor, that allowed this man to get out and to do that. We don't do that. We don't do that. Everybody knew he was trouble. Many, many crimes. One of the worst pasts I've ever seen. And she sat down.
Kelvin, if you've ever been in a military audience where, you know, the president is there, and I have, and that president is fairly popular, no, this is not an enthusiastic crowd. I don't know, maybe it's not a big crowd, but no, this is, he's not getting a resounding reception here. No, V-Dub, SEAL Team 6 doesn't get orders from Fort Bragg. They're down in Little Creek, Virginia. Fort Bragg, as a matter of fact, SOCOM is in Florida.
And she had her throat slit. And that's not going to happen with Michael Watley, that I can tell you. So I just want to tell you it's very important because our military has to be protected. Our people have to be protected, and they will decimate our military. Every time you come in as a Republican, and a lot of Republicans, they come in, they don't do anything about it. I do beyond what anyone's ever done, not even close. To give you all of the equipment you need, we're also purchasing 30 new and modified Abrams tanks. Still the best tank, right? Still. It was named in honor of Stacey Abrams. Only a few very political people would understand that. Congratulations. Thank you very much for a great name, Stacy. But brand new Abrams tanks, 48 new Black Hawk, Chinook, and King Stallion helicopters, the best in the world, the latest equipment, and 86 armored multi-purpose fighting vehicles, all of the things that you've been wanting to get, all brand new. And we're going to be reviving our strength. We're going to be doing many other things that nobody thought was even possible. And we're actually using that strength to defend the core and vital interests of the United States. And very simply put, America first. You know, it's all about America first. We were putting America last. These people that were running our country were putting us last. We're now America first. And we'll help other countries. We have a very good relationship with NATO, but NATO took advantage of us for many years. We were paying for almost 100% of NATO. Now they're paying their own bills. I got them to pay. We took them from not paying 2% GDP to paying in full 5% GDP. Big difference, like day and night. With the help of our military, we stopped the invasion on our southern border for 9 straight months. 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States, and that's done by the radical left. Those charts are made up by the radical left, so I can't imagine that they could be wrong, because it seems hard to believe we could have had 0. My friends, these are early supporters. I have so many supporters up here. How the hell did you get into the military base? It's amazing. I'm a little worried about that. Let's check security. But no, I have so many. You know, I have women from North Carolina. It's about 50 or 60 of them. And they followed me all over the place. Where are they? Here? They got to be here. Oh, yeah, there they are. They're great. Oh, there they are. There are sometimes 50. And I don't know what the hell's going on with their husband, because they're, you know, traveling to California. They're all over the place. But they've gone to almost 200 rallies. And it's so great. It's so great. We have Susie Wiles here also, who's the first female.
I suspect that those 50 women are all victims of Epstein, and they're just following him around to heckle and haunt him.
Chief of Staff, and she's done a fantastic job, and she's standing right next to those great patriots from North Carolina. No, they would go all over. It didn't matter where I was. Sometimes I'd see them, like I made a speech in London. They ended up being, they must be pretty wealthy. That's all I know, because they do a lot of traveling. But thank you very much for being here and for your support for years, because they were there right at the beginning, 2015, even 2015, before we started. Some of them were there before I even announced. They said, he'll be a good president. We need a good president. But they're amazing patriots. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And last summer, I ordered devastating strikes on Iran's key nuclear facilities, and something that was called Operation Midnight Hammer. That's exactly what it was. 1 o'clock in the morning at midnight with no moon. You couldn't see a thing. And I got the message, sir, they have entered Iranian airspace. And I got to see it all take place. It was amazing. The B-2s, the flying wing. And I didn't understand the B-2s until then, but now I understand them very well. So does he. We just ordered a lot more, the super duper new model, right? But they flew in, they were totally undetected. And those pilots, I met the pilots, I had them down to the White House, the Oval Office. I gave them all medals, actually. And I said, did you really like doing this stuff? You know, they're flying into very hostile territory. And they said, sir, we couldn't wait. In fact, they wanted to wait. You saw that what was happening. People wanted to wait. And the pilots and their commander called me and said, sir, we're ready to go. Don't worry about that. That weather's nothing. We want to go, sir. We want to go. Now, if it were me, I'd say, take it easy. Let's relax. But, you know, you people have a lot of courage. Amazing, amazing. So we gave them medals. But that was Operation Midnight Hammer, achieving total obliteration of the Iran nuclear potential capability, totally obliterated. And think every single one of those 100,000-pound bombs hit its target, which happens to be an air shaft that goes directly into the facility. I don't think they'll be building air shafts anymore. That's not a good concept. They wanted to get a little air. They wanted to get a little fresh air. It didn't work out too well. No other country on earth could have done what we did. No other country has the weapons. No other country has the skill. No other country has the guts. And no other country has the extraordinary warriors that we have. We have the best warriors in the world. because you can have the greatest equipment, but if you don't have the warriors, the equipment doesn't mean much. Last month, we proved this truth once again when some of our greatest soldiers, right here, to ever live, frankly, successfully captured the outlaw dictator of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, and brought him back to face American justice, where he's now, right now, waiting. And that was an amazing night. People saw that. They've never seen anything like it. You know, it's a pretty military country. It was a big base, one of the biggest bases in South America, where he lived. And it was in a matter of minutes before he was on a helicopter being taken out of there. They had to go through steel doors. The steels were like, it was like paper mache. You know what paper mache is? That's weak paper. These guys blasted through every door. They got up to him before he got to the big safe, but that wouldn't have worked either because they had equipment that was going to knock that out in a matter of minutes. But he never got there. It went so fast. Think of it, in a matter of minutes, when people realize what happened, they're looking up and there's the helicopter heading back to aircraft carriers. So that night, the entire world saw what the full military might the U.S. military is capable of. And that was a unbelievable operation, but that was a smaller operation. But it was so precise, so incredible. Nobody thought a thing like that could happen. They even talk about the discombobulator because they never got a shot off. The Russian equipment didn't work. The Chinese equipment didn't work. Everyone's trying to figure out why it didn't work. Someday you're going to find out. But it didn't work. It's nice when you can fly in and not get shot at. Although we did have 3 helicopter pilots who were wounded pretty badly in the legs, landing, and a couple of machine gunners seemed to have made it through a thicket of bombs, but they were taken out rapidly by our snipers who were stationed on platforms, actually unbelievable helicopter platforms all the way the line, and they were taken out immediately. And those pilots were incredible and really brave. I may see some of them very shortly. They were hit pretty bad in the legs. You know, they're landing a big chopper, and they're being shot at from close range by a machine gun, so that's not a comfortable feeling. They landed it perfectly, and they got out of there perfectly, and they're just brave guys and very talented, skilled people. With your help, America is winning again. America is respected again. And perhaps most importantly, we are feared by the enemies all over the globe. They fear us. And, you know, I don't like to say fear, but sometimes you have to have fear because that's the only thing that really will get the situation taken care of. We have a situation right now where we sent a very big carrier group to Iran. I'd love to see if we could make a deal. They've been difficult to make a deal. I thought we would have had a deal last time. They wish they did. And that's where we did Midnight Hammer. But with the restored strength and the tremendous power that we've now built up over the last number of years, even though there was an interlude with Biden, who is the worst president in the history of our country. But the interlude, fortunately, was ended quickly, and we started the process again and built upon what we had already done the first 4 years. But we're also bringing peace all over the world. I ended 8 wars in just 10 months. 8 wars are ended. And we have a couple of more to go, but one in particular, Russia, Ukraine. It's a mess. It's a horrible thing. And I think we'll get there. It takes 2 to tango. You have to remember that. And we have to get there. Tremendous casualties, number of casualties. There's a war that if we were involved in that war, it would have been over very quickly and effectively, but we're not, fortunately. In fact, we're not spending any money. We are spending and sending weapons to NATO. And because of the increase from 2% to 5% of GDP that the NATO countries are paying, they pay us full for the weapons. And then they distribute the weapons to mostly, I guess, Ukraine, but that's up to them. They buy them. And we do make the greatest weapons of any country in the world by far, most effective weapons. So my message to all of the warriors here today is that your commander-in-chief supports you totally. I support you more than... I know you've had a couple of good ones, not that many, if you want to know the truth. But we support you more than any of them. And you're going to get out, and when needed, you're going to fight. You're going to win. And we're going to continue to make our country bigger and better and stronger than ever before. And that's exactly where we are right now. We are the most respected country anywhere in the world. And I say it, the King of Saudi Arabia told me when I was there, he spent $2 trillion. We have $18 trillion being invested right now in our country from other companies and countries all over the world. The most any country's ever had is $3 trillion. That was a long time ago, and it didn't happen to be us. It was another country. It starts with a C. Can you imagine what I'm talking about? China. But we have $18 trillion being invested. As an example, in the Biden 4 years, they had less than $1 trillion. Think of this, less than $1 trillion over 4 years. We have $18 trillion in 11 months because we haven't gotten the final numbers on the 12th month, so that's only going to go up. There's never been anything like it. But the King of Saudi Arabia looked at me and says, you know, a year and a half ago, I thought the United States of America was finished. I thought it was dead. And now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world, and you're a very, very big part of it. Thank you to the Army. Thank you to everybody here. Thank you also to our great politicians. They're great leaders, and they love you as much as I do. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, that was inspiring. So, if you were inspired by that, well, wait till you see what the Secretary of War has in store for you.
As we've talked about a lot, for far too long, the Pentagon's acquisition process valued paperwork
The Secretary of War
over outcomes and performance. This created a bureaucratic maze that stifled production and delayed critical deliveries to our warfighters when they needed them most. Well, I'm here today to tell you that era of managed decline is over, full stop. It already has been for a long time, but we've got a new initiative driving it even faster. To support the War Department's Arsenal of Freedom initiative, our great Deputy Secretary of War, Steve Feinberg, and his team are harnessing the best and brightest private sector talent to fundamentally change how we equip our warriors for the future fight. You can change the processes, but you need to then bring in people who understand how to move faster, and that's what this is. It's time to ensure that our nation's military capabilities are prepared to meet the modern security challenges of rapid change, sophisticated weaponry, and growing adversarial strength. We call this initiative the Business Operators for National Defense, or BOND for short. BOND embeds elite private sector patriots, leaders with decades of experience at world-class companies such as Apple, Ford, Microsoft, and Tesla, directly into our acquisition process. Think of the best leaders of our best private sector companies coming and joining the War Department. Over the past 60 days alone, thanks to our Deputy Secretary, the BOND program has already engaged over 100 industry experts, with 72 former CEOs, COOs, and CIOs serving alongside department leadership as we speak. These are people who still have a lot to give, who choose to rise to the occasion and serve their country by providing first-class industry expertise at every level of the acquisitions process. This month, we'll host our first official BOND conference to welcome new members, provide strategic context for their work, and assign members to specific tasks based on their unique skill set. Think of throwing rocket fuel on process we're already making more efficient. Working side by side with teams in research and engineering, acquisition and sustainment, personnel and readiness, the chief information officer, and the comptroller, our existing BOND executives are driving major reforms. Through these collaborations, we're actively accelerating acquisition speed, increasing manufacturing, optimizing production, and strengthening supply chain resilience. Bottom line, falling behind schedule is not in our vocabulary when it comes to the defense industrial base, no longer. The men and women of the armed forces commit their lives.
Yeah, he's calling it the defense industrial base. Basically, they are reconstituting a military industrial complex. And this is very reminiscent of how, Nazis, how the whole Nazi, partnership between business, military, and government worked. These guys are really just telegraphing their awfulness Um, yeah, Americans just don't know shit about history. This is alarming.
To defending our nation. It is our duty every single day right here to equip them with the decisive advantage.
You do not want private industry involved with the military. You do not want this.
They need to win and then return home safely. And on that note, we are keeping our foot on the gas. With a target goal of successfully onboarding 250 industry executives to this critical bond initiative, our work is only just beginning. So if you're a leader in your field or know someone who's a leader in their field, interested in participating in the bond program, a patriot with private sector expertise who knows they can give more, contact us at the email below. Because when it comes to solving our most complex warfighting challenges, we will accept nothing less than world-class.
Didn't that look like a fucking cartoon? Bond at war.mil. This dude is a fucking clown.
Warfighting challenges. We will accept nothing less than world-class talent and total mission success. May God bless.
Yeah, but V-Dub, this guy is talking about getting industry leaders on a board, on a committee, a board that basically spearheads military acquisitions. Okay, you do not want that. You do not want industry leaders, people, essentially what this sounds like is, hey, we usually go and contract for, whatever plane or whatever piece of equipment we need. We take the lowest bidder and they build, to our specifications. Well, essentially, this is putting Boeing and Lockheed on a board so they get to dictate to the military what the specifications are. Okay, you do not want that. You want the contractors to be you want the government to be clients of the businesses. You don't want the businesses having anything to do with acquisitions. It's a mistake, and these guys are just leading us off that cliff into a real authoritarian moment.
Our warriors, and may we do everything possible we can for them. And that's what this bond program is.
All right. Oops. Well, you have seen
a cabinet with its mirrors.
Seen your president, and you have seen your Secretary of War, and all the big plans they have for our military. And I just got this story. I thought it was pretty interesting. First, I've heard of it, but the Virginia Supreme Court rules U.S. Marines' adoption of an Afghan war orphan will stand. So it was kind of interesting because the little girl was injured in a raid on a village years ago in Afghanistan. And somehow or another, she's wound up with a quote uncle and all that sort of stuff. It's kind of complicated how this adoption came about, but the Virginia Supreme Court just said, screw it. We don't care whether the adoption was flawed. We don't care if there were problems in the initial process. We vote for the child, and it'll be interesting to see where this goes from here. But it says here the Virginia Supreme Court justices wrote that a Virginia law that cements adoption orders after 6 months bars the child's Afghan relatives from challenging the court, no matter how flawed its orders, and even if the adoption was obtained by fraud. 3 justices issued a scathing dissent, calling what happened in this court wrong, cancerous, and like a house built on a rotten foundation. But doesn't matter. They were outvoted 4-3, I think. So the child was injured on the battlefield in Afghanistan in September 2019 when U.S. soldiers raided a rural compound. The child's parents and siblings were killed. Soldiers brought her to a hospital at an American military base. The raid was targeting terrorists who had come into Afghanistan from a neighboring country. Some believe she was not Afghan and tried to make a case for bringing her to the U.S., but the State Department under President Donald Trump's first administration insisted the U.S. was obligated under international law to work with the Afghan government and the International Committee of the Red Cross to unite the child with her closest surviving relatives. The Afghan government determined she was an Afghan and vetted a man who claimed to be her uncle. The U.S. agreed and brought her to the family. The uncle chose to give her to his son and his new wife, who raised her for 18 months in Afghanistan. Mast and his wife convinced courts in rural Fluvanna County, Virginia, to grant them custody and then a series of adoption orders, continuing to claim she was the stateless daughter of foreign fighters. So this is pretty complicated. But this Marine and his wife have prevailed. Now it's going to be interesting. I don't know how they get her back from Afghanistan. So let's move on from that. All right. Well, this President Trump kind of alluded to this. The inflation rate slowed from 2.7% the last time I saw a number to 2.4%. So the rate of inflation has slowed, and Trump is already starting to make hay out of it. Inflation in the United States eased at the start of 2026, providing a reprieve to the Federal Reserve as it contends with yet another year of consumer prices rising faster than the central bank's target. Here is what the latest consumer price index showed on Friday. Let's see. Overall inflation unexpectedly eased to 2.4% in January from the same time last year. That was down from the previous 2.7% of annual increase. Core inflation, which filters out volatile food and energy prices, ticked down to 2.5% on a year-over-year basis. It stood at 2.6%. I want to point out that they took out food for the core inflation. They took out food and energy. Food is sky high. So taking it out doesn't do the heavy lifting that they think it does. So the takeaway, the latest CPI report comes amid uncertainty over the trajectory for inflation after President Trump's tariffs began to push up some consumer prices last year. The impact of those levies has been less than initially feared, but it is not clear if the full effects have materialized. That has left economists and policymakers to wonder how much higher inflation may rise and when it will begin to retreat. So essentially what we have is a very mixed economy. And I actually talked about it a few months ago. There are a lot of mixed signals from this economy, some good, some bad. And, I kind of wonder if, everything is on hold until the Supreme Court rules on whether Trump can levy these taxes under emergency economic powers. I suspect they're not going to go for it, but this is a Trump court, so it could very well be that they just go ahead and give him that power. What's up, Andre? You've been waiting to drop the axe joke. There's a reason I it's something I said on another show or panel. So I thought it was pretty funny when I said it. So I just made a show title of it. All right. So next, January inflation eased more than expected in a promising sign for the economy. Okay, well, this is just a repeat story from the Washington Post. The one I just read from was New York Times. And the reason I have the double story is I want to talk a little bit about the Washington Post. Jeff Bezos is basically, firing about a third of the staff, mostly foreign and the very local. DC does a fairly good job, or the Washington Post does a fairly good job with covering local DC metro area news. Well, they're going to stop doing so much of that because they've cut that staff in half or something like that. So, I've been contemplating whether, I haven't been happy with the Washington Post because they stick ads on all these AI readers. Um, but I'm still thinking, well, if the Washington Post is slowly becoming a little bit more right leaning, maybe I'll just keep it and add another paper that's a little bit more left to balance it out. Essentially, Jeff Bezos, after years of basically saying, "Hey, I'm hands off. This newspaper can run itself. I don't consider it a profit center." Uh, ever since um, ever since Trump came back on the scene, Jeff Bezos has been really pandering to MAGA, and he literally told the editorial board and whoever's in charge of the paper that he wanted to change the orientation of the Washington Post to being more pro-capitalist and more pro-business. So essentially, it's not independent as it used to be, and therefore it's not that much of a use for me. But it's cheaper than the it's cheaper than the Wall Street Journal, so maybe I'll keep it and add another cheap liberal paper to balance things out. But they're basically saying, they're basically saying that, hey, this inflation eased. That's promising for the economy, and no one fucking else agrees with that. Paul Krugman, the Nobel Prize but left-leaning economist, he's basically saying the MAGA bubble is imploding. He does not agree with the rosy picture that the Washington Post would have you believe. So Krugman says Americans aren't buying the Trumpist gaslighting about the economy. So that's his take on it. Um, he's got one little headline here: "Making America Stagnate Again." He's basically saying deportations do not create jobs at all. And deportations don't create jobs and will increase deaths of native-born Americans. Who knew? I don't know where he got that from, but let's see here. Looks like he's got that reader behind a paywall. Um, let's see. When is this from? This is from. What is this story from? Oh, that's from February 12th. Oh, okay. So he's saying yesterday's. Oh, that's right. Employment went down by like 0.1%. I can't remember if I mentioned that or not. I think I did. We had the worst layoffs since 2009, but unemployment went down by 0.1%. And there were like 160,000 jobs created, which was better than expected. But Krugman saying yesterday's employment report was widely expected to be weak. As it turned out, it was unexpectedly strong with an estimated, oh, I'm sorry, I said 160. It's 130,000 jobs added. But monthly job numbers are extremely noisy. If you read the details of the report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, it actually said that its central estimate was 130,000 jobs, with the true number lying between 7,700 and 152. The 90% confidence interval that accompanies all its estimates. And for technical reasons not worth going into here, the true range of uncertainty is even bigger. Basically, BLS estimates the level of employment based on a sample subject to sampling error. On a sample subject, with a sample that is subject to sampling error, which makes the estimated change over any given month extremely noisy. I guess that must be some technical economic term. A better indication of how the economy is doing is job gains over the past year, shown at the top of this post, dashed green line. This is a lot less noisy than the monthly, and when he says noisy, I guess he means the error, chance of error. This is a lot less noisy than the monthly number, and it also happens to cover the first year of Trump 47. Since January 2025, the economy is estimated to have added 359,000 jobs, down almost 900,000 from job growth the previous year. Oh shit, I didn't realize it was that bad. So it's roughly a little bit more than a 2/3 less than the previous year. This indicates that the job market is very close to complete stagnation. Furthermore, the only sectors that saw large job growth were healthcare and social assistance. Employment elsewhere declined. Manufacturing employment notably fell. So Trump's economy is not exactly delivering the manly jobs that he promised. Oh, and while both Donald Trump and Scott Bessent have recently asserted that construction jobs are booming, employment growth in construction, which was high under Biden, has in fact fallen precipitously. So essentially what Krugman is saying, and he is a Nobel Prize winning economist, that if you actually know what you're looking for and you look under, the headlines, the economy is not doing that great as far as creating good jobs. As I said, this economy is just giving off all kinds of mixed signals. And quite frankly, if it's not giving signs that it's improving, then it's not improving. As a matter of fact, even if it's going sideways, that's a failing economy. It's not growing. So Donald Trump can blow smoke up, MAGA's ass. But for people who read anything, outside of that MAGA echo chamber, things aren't looking, as rosy as Donald Trump would have you believe. So tonight at midnight, Homeland Security shutdown draws nearer as Democrats block funding. Senate Democrats refused to move ahead with the spending bill needed to keep the Department of Homeland Security running because it lacked limits they have demanded on federal immigration agents. So basically, the Democrats had demands, guardrails they want for the behavior of these DHS feds, and the Republicans refused to do it. And therefore, Democrats are refusing to fund it. So let's play this video. I wonder what this is all about. Oh, Department of Homeland Security shut down this weekend after Senate Democrats blocked the bill to fund the agency. Thursday's vote came after a heated Senate hearing that highlighted the partisan divide.
Were you ever concerned about encouraging, people to support you to go out and put themselves into harm's way?
No, we never.
Impeding and obstructing illegal law enforcement action. Did that ever concern you?
Sir, that never happened. We all times said, if you want to protest, protest peacefully, protest safely. But you'll never find me being against the First Amendment.
a tragedy was going to happen, and you encouraged it. And you ought to feel damn guilty about it. Yeah, sit there and smirk. Smirk. It's sick. It is despicable.
Are you asking me for comment, Senator? Because everything you said was untrue. It was a nice theatrical performance, but it was all lies.
This woman's clearly trying to, at her back turned, trying to get away, and he shoves her pretty violently to the ground. Just looking at that, would you think that that's not de-escalation, or are you just saying you can't answer that?
No, I'm not justifying that action. I'm saying I don't have enough information in front of me to say it is or is not,
And I
because
think-
I don't know what happened
I
before
think
this
what's
video.
important, is it appropriate for the officers to respond to a verbal barrage of words or whatever? Is it proper to physically throw a woman down or to throw anyone down?
If the only action is verbal, no.
Mr. Lyons, were Renee Good and Alex Preddy domestic terrorists?
Ma'am, while that investigation's ongoing, to my knowledge, no.
Well, all I have to say is that all the bullshitters like 12th Man who would have you believe that ice is pure as the driven snow, all that shit is unraveling. As anyone who has any sort of critical eye and critical thinking skills, we know who Donald Trump is. Okay, we know who Kristi Noem is. We know that Donald Trump did not hire the best of the best to run the Department of Homeland Security, nor any of the other cabinet positions. He hired sycophants, yes men, and women who wear fake eyelashes to run these agencies and departments. And the one thing that they all have in common is they know how to say, yes, sir, how high, sir. That's their common talent. So you all may or may not remember a few weeks ago, there were in Minnesota, there were two people that were basically accused of attacking ICE agents. One of them was shot in the leg. Well, guess what? Charges against man shot by ICE are dropped as official story falls apart, as we knew it would. That's why ICE is fucking ending the surge in Minnesota. They fucked it up royally. People were getting killed, false accusations and charges. Dude, Donald Trump and Kristi Noem and Greg Bovino, they fucked it up, and now they got to get out of fucking Dodge. And Tom Homan, to his credit, and I'm not inclined to give him credit, but he went in and unfucked what Donald Trump and Kristi Noem and Greg Bovino did to Minnesota. So where's the bullshit about the fraud now? Okay, if there was so much fucking fraud, why are they taking people out of Minneapolis? Because they fucked it up. They just fucked it up royally. So the top federal prosecutor in Minnesota asked a judge to drop charges against the immigrant who was shot by an ICE agent, saying new evidence was materially inconsistent with what officials had claimed. Well, surprise, surprise, surprise. Oh, and better than that, the agents who did the shooting suspended after their story of shooting an immigrant falls apart. The top federal prosecutor in Minnesota asked a judge to drop charges against the immigrant who was shot by an ICE agent. Well, you know what? Damn it. Let's listen to this. All 5 minutes and 4 seconds.
Agents suspended after their story of shooting an immigrant falls apart. This article is by Mitch Smith and Ham DeLizes and read by an automated voice.
Hey.
In an extraordinary court.
Hey, 12th man. It sounds like the ICE agents were fucking obstructing justice more than the quote terrorists were. What's up with that? The fucking ICE agents were obstructing their own justice. Dude, Donald Trump is a fucking failure. Kristi Noem is a fucking failure. They can't even get fucking deportations right. Dude, and you want to type away. I'm not going to even bother reading what you're typing in the chat. It's just, I just don't want to embarrass you any more than I have to. But just know that I'm getting a fucking good laugh out of this. Dude, they can't even deport the immigrant. They fucking shot an immigrant and they can't even arrest him. They can't even charge him because the agents obstructed their own justice. How can it get better than this? It just can't. Oh, man. Let's get back to this travesty.
Filing, the top federal prosecutor in Minnesota acknowledged on Thursday that officials had provided incorrect information about a shooting by an immigration agent last month. The prosecutor, Daniel N. Rosen, asked a judge to dismiss charges against a man who was wounded in that shooting, as well as another man who had been accused of attacking the agent. Mr. Rosen wrote that newly discovered evidence in this matter is materially inconsistent with the allegations that federal officials made in a charging document and in courtroom testimony. Accordingly, dismissal with prejudice will serve the interests of justice, wrote Mr. Rosen, who was nominated by President Trump to be.
Oh, by the way, dismissal with prejudice means that they can't, they will not try and redo charges or anything like that. Now, they may be able to use different charges, but this is amazing. Okay, usually, and I talked a lot about this yesterday and how incompetent that Donald Trump's Justice Department is. Well, it goes without saying that pretty much all the cabinet, all those cabinet agencies are fucked up because Donald Trump has brought in fourth tier capable cabinet secretaries. But it's like, dude, I can't believe that these guys go out, shoot up an immigrant, and they wind up getting suspended because they obstructed their own justice. These Keystone cops are really the problem, not the people protesting.
U.S. Attorney in Minnesota. Judge Paul A. Magnuson dismissed the charges on Friday with prejudice, meaning the case cannot be refiled. Todd Lyons, the acting director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, said in a statement on Friday that 2 officers seemed to have provided inaccurate testimony. Video evidence has revealed that sworn testimony provided by 2 separate officers appears to have made untruthful statements. Mr. Lyons said, Both officers have been immediately placed on administrative leave pending the completion of a thorough internal investigation. Mr. Lyons said the agents could face termination and criminal prosecution. The shooting on January 14th of Julio C. Sosa.
Oh, this is hilarious. So the criminals, the feds are going to wind up being the criminals? What you got to say to that, 12th man? This is fucking hilarious. I heard you, 12th man. I heard fucking Cellulite. All these motherfuckers talking about, well, you know, these protesters shouldn't be obstructing justice. Well, it turns out the feds are the ones that are obstructing justice. These dudes went from, almost putting an immigrant, on trial and in jail to they're going to wind up being the criminals. Oh, that's rich. Only in Donald Trump's administration could this kind of cock up happen and be glorified by the MAGA cult. Y'all are still talking about how great DHS and Donald Trump. Motherfucker, he's got a bunch of incompetent, borderline criminals trying to catch criminals. This is hilarious. Oh man. And let's just keep going with the comedy. Again, I have talked about how incompetent and Pam Bondi's fucking performance in front of the Senate yesterday, she might wind up losing her job over this. It was just, dude, there's all kinds of comedy about Pam Bondi. And funny enough, I thought she was a great choice for Attorney General. Boy, was I wrong. So Don Lemon, video appears to contradict key claims. This is going to be another motherfucking case that goes away because the feds can't fucking get their evidence and their story together. The Don Lemon indictment video appears to contradict key claims. The former CNN anchor, now an independent journalist, faces criminal charges after covering a protest at a church in St. Paul last month. Video footage appears to contradict key aspects of a federal indictment's descriptions. Oh boy, let's let 12th man up here with a round of applause. 12th man, you've come to defend these clowns, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, you know what? There is no doubt that you will do a better job of defending them than they're doing themselves.
Oh no,
So
I think
let's see
Pam
what else.
Bondi is pretty hot for a 60-year-old.
Hey, that's all she's got going for her because she's a shitty lawyer.
Think
All
so?
right. Dude, you didn't see her performance in front of the Senate? I showed a part of it. She made a fucking fool. Dude, even MAGA is, dude, Shamika Michelle, who's about as MAGA black as any MAGA black I can think of, he trashed Pam Bondi, called her Pam Blondie. So
funny.
even some MAGA blacks aren't happy with her.
Can you show Shamika Michelle?
You can go look it up. It's in yesterday's show notes. You can watch
Oh,
it.
it is? Oh, okay.
Yep. So anyway, looks like the way the feds described what happened in that church looks like the video is contradicting their story. And Don Lemon can afford the kind of legal representation that would get him off, even if it happened the way the feds say. I guarantee you these charges are going to be dropped. And if people will remember, they tried to get him indicted in Minneapolis, and the grand jury refused to do it because they didn't see a reason to do it. So they had to go all the way out to California to get the indictment, and they arrested him like 3,000 miles away from where this crime was supposedly happened. Again,
Wow, that's strange, Stanley.
well, it's strange because they couldn't the feds, the lower court, the district judges in Minneapolis couldn't get the indictment, or the Justice Department couldn't. This is going to wind up going away, and this is just going to be another case that Trump's Justice Department fails to prosecute. Dude,
well, let me ask you a question, Stanley.
What's that?
Would you be okay with a bunch of MAGAs
I don't give a fuck
infiltrating
about
a
any of that.
mosque?
Nope. I'm not going to be pulled off.
Would that be okay?
Why would I even bother answering that question? I'm talking about the incompetence of Donald Trump's Justice Department, they can't seem to get a conviction on his political enemies. And in the meantime, they are ruining the reputation of the Justice Department. I went over this yesterday, the damage that Donald Trump and his administration, Pam Bondi, they have literally tarnished the reputation of the Justice Department to a point. It used to be that judges would give the DOJ, they always gave them the benefit of the doubt because the DOJ never took cases to indictment and to court. They only took them if they had a really good chance of winning. Okay, Donald Trump has reversed that. They'll just fucking, take a case to court because Donald Trump doesn't like whoever the defendant's going to be. They have.
So you're okay with protesters
No. I am
interrupting
not.
church?
Are you okay with what Donald Trump has done to the Justice Department?
I'm fine with it.
Okay, well then you're as fucked up as Donald Trump. I can understand that.
Enjoy the next 3 years, Stanley.
That's what being in the MAGA cult does to you. It lowers your standards and it makes you no better than Donald Trump. But
That's okay.
I no doubt that you think it's okay. So
I could think of less things than the President of the United States of America.
So
who do you want to compare me to? The president?
Oh, yeah. Donald Trump specifically, not a good president. I'm comparing you to a brain rotted, dementia addled, lifelong fuck up. So, hey, he made it to president. If you like the comparison, cool. So, again, more overreach by Donald Trump's Justice Department. Nobody asked. Trump's DOJ has been giving uninvited recommendations to the Supreme Court, which is hilarious because they can't even get a fucking convinced. They can't even get indictments. Why are they giving recommendations to the Supreme Court? They're a bunch of Keystone cops. Not even lawyers. They're a bunch of Keystone
Stanley,
cops.
who's about to retire in the Supreme Court?
Who gives a fuck? What does that have to do?
Because
What does that have to?
Trump
What
will,
does that have to do? What does that have to do with this particular story? Can you connect those dots?
Yes, sir. I'm just trying to say, like, who's gonna retire and who's Trump gonna replace? He's gonna
Who gives a
replace
fuck?
me.
What does that have to do? What does that have to do with this story?
Heard that. I heard that Sotomayor, she's on the block. Like, she's sick with all kinds of illnesses, so
Okay,
she might
again,
be the next to go.
what does that have to do with the story that I'm talking about? Oh,
Well,
you just blurting shit out? Okay, well let's go ahead. Basically, this story is about how Donald Trump will get out and basically saying, hey, the court needs to rule this way because of national security. I've heard him say several times that, he needs the Supreme Court to uphold his power to invoke emergencies, to tariff these countries the way he's been doing because it's a matter of national security. And so he's been pressuring the Supreme Court. He's doing the same thing with birthright citizenship. He's making it, everything happens to be a matter of national security. He's making up emergencies. And all of this is basically, again, it's ruining the reputation of the Justice Department. And
you
Fred,
mean like Democrats we're
Okay,
doing
I don't give
under
a fuck. Nah,
COVID?
nah, 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 nah. Nope, not doing whataboutism. We're not talking about Democrats. So, Fred, I saw your comment about the peak assimilation. Well, sometimes assimilation isn't a bad thing. I could think
Everyone's
of
got to wear
I
a
could think
mask, and now no
well,
one can
the funny thing,
wear a
the
mask.
funny the funny thing is, Fred, you're taking German lessons. You want to talk to me about peak assimilation? You're learning German, buddy. So
I'm not learning German.
you should know all. I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to Fred. Fred, you know where I'm going with this. Don't talk to me about assimilation, damn it. What's up, Mo Love? Let's see. So let us move on. More Trump. Oh, here's another one. So the Trump Justice Department has decided to sue Harvard over admissions inquiry. So Trump, I guess, wants some sort of data about Harvard's um, Harvard's admissions policies, which I'm not sure. I'm not sure that they need. I don't know if Donald Trump has subpoenaed them or just what. But they have decided to sue Harvard. The Trump administration appears to have renewed its pressure campaign against Harvard. The Trump administration sued Harvard University on Friday, accusing the Ivy League school of failing to produce documents sought as part of a Justice Department investigation into whether its admissions process discriminates against white applicants. The lawsuit is the lawsuit is the second government action against Harvard in the 2 weeks since President Trump abruptly reversed his position on a potential deal to end the administration's pressure campaign on the university. Yeah, Donald Trump is in on this myth that white people in the United States are an oppressed class of people, which I think is hilarious. So,
Do you think blacks are oppressed, Stanley? Black
yeah,
American?
yeah, historically.
Well,
Have you ever heard of Jim Crow? Would you say
that was the Democrat law.
would you say that Jim Crow was oppressive?
Yeah, Democrat law, party of the KKK.
You know what?
Yeah.
You sound like, let me just be blunt, because you and I are always blunt with each other. You sound like a fucking idiot. Your question was whether
was Jim Crow a Democrat law or wasn't it?
I will stay on topic, and I'm not going to let your drunk ass push me off the topic. You asked
Was
me
Jim Crow a Democrat?
You asked me a question whether black people were oppressed, and I said historically they are. I don't give a fuck whether it was Democrats or Republicans. You asshole, Republicans oppressed blacks too. So stop trying to make America's fucking oppression of black people throughout its history a political thing. It was a fucking white thing. It was a racist thing. And dude, you want to talk about Democrats, I will just shit on you all day, because the Republicans allowed Jim Crow to happen. You fucking ugh. I hate people who talk shit but don't know shit. Okay, who the fuck do you think allowed the Democrats in the South to establish Jim Crow? It was the fucking Republicans. Did you know that, 12th man? I bet you did. Motherfucker, I need you. No. Don't say another goddamn word. I need you to Google the Compromise of 1877 and then fucking talk. It's the Republicans who, to retain the presidency, pulled the federal troops out of the South and let the Democrats have their fucking way. Okay. This is what annoys the fuck out of me. People come up and just spout this fucking partisan bullshit without actually knowing American history. I insist that I always say, to know something about American politics, you have to know something about American history. And too many people want to come up here and talk bullshit about Republicans and Democrats, but don't know American history. If the Democrats were allowed to do it by the Republicans, I say a pox on both their houses. It doesn't matter whether both parties had something to do with Jim Crow.
Republicans freed the
Okay,
slaves.
motherfucker,
You
I'm
can't
not gonna
deny
sit
that.
here. I'm not gonna sit here and let you keep making the same dumb point. I have
Who
things to do.
freed the slaves?
Oh boy. The slaves freed the slaves.
Republicans freed the slaves.
Did former slaves not fight in the Civil War? Did slaves who fought for the Union side not have anything to do with the defeat of the South?
They were good
Yes
Republicans.
or no, God damn it.
Good Republicans freed the
Okay, once
slaves.
again, you don't know enough about American history. There were slaves and former slaves and free blacks in the North who wanted to fight for the Union, and Abraham Lincoln said, "Great," because white people didn't want to fight to free blacks at some point in time. So blacks freed the slaves. Some former slaves freed the slaves or had a major part in it. They lost life and limb to do so.
Yeah, I agree. Along
Well,
with
good.
Republicans.
All I need you to do is agree. I don't want to make it the major topic for discussion. All right. So my sweetheart, and I'm kidding there, Dr. Stacy.
Democrats have always been the party of oppression and
So
slavery and gun laws.
my sweetheart, Dr. Stacy Patton, she has no clue who I am, by the way. It's a secret crush. She, to continue the theme of how fucked up Donald Trump has made this Justice Department with the help of Pam Bondi, she has some words on Pam Bondi. She says Pam Bondi belongs on the list of the scariest white women to ever hold power. How can I not listen to this article with her sweet voice reading it?
America has always told itself a
And
comforting
the
lie
volume is
about
low.
power, race,
Y'all
and
are gonna have to
gender.
turn up
The lie
your
says danger
your
is black,
volume.
danger is male. It's fists on
Blow
tables,
the video up.
guns and necks.
Okay, dude.
It froths at the mouth. America
It's
knows
not
how
a
to fear
video.
that
It's
man.
audio.
It has centuries of
Oh,
mythology ready for him. What America has never learned how to fear is the predatory calm of a white
And
woman
it doesn't
who can
have
defend
volume
horror,
control.
ruin lives, and make you feel unreasonable for noticing.
I don't know.
That white
Maybe I should
woman
read
is
it.
Pam Bondi. I have seen women
yeah, you're a very good reader, Stanley. You read
Okay,
it.
they're not going to be able to hear it if you're
long
talking.
before cable news. I met them as a child. White women like that raised me, disciplined me, documented me, corrected me, and punished me. And it was often other white women and black women who stepped in to protect me because they recognized the danger before I had language for it. I saw these kind of white women in foster care, women who thought having a plan for my life meant I had a problem they needed to fix. So they worked on you slowly by isolating you, questioning you, chipping away at your confidence until you started doubting your own instincts and until your resistance started to look like a chip on your shoulder or a trumped up diagnosis that needed psychotropic medication. They built cases against you with their notes, Logbooks, meetings, and calm conversations. They kept pushing quietly and professionally until you either broke, complied, or got labeled difficult. They were Catholic school nuns who didn't need to raise their voices because fear worked better when it was quiet. Sister Helen Teresa never yelled at me. She just walked up, hooked her finger into my eyebrow, and pulled it toward my hairline like she was just adjusting something that displeased her. There was a Lutheran school principal I will never forget. This red-haired woman who snatched black children into coat closets and yanked their pants down. She beat us with a ruler in her Botox-still face, like hurting you was just another administrative task. And later, when parents showed up, she'd give us that icy stare that dared you to open your mouth. I remember the teachers who could smile while deciding exactly how small they were going to make you feel that day. The kind who'd compliment your handwriting right before shredding your confidence. The kind who spoke softly while rearranging the room so everybody knew where you belonged and where you didn't.
I'll be back,
Punishment
Stanley.
never looked like punishment. It looked like concern, like professionalism, like, I'm only doing this for your own good. There was a prep school English teacher, a loud feminist and Virginia Woolf evangelist who spent 3 years trying to make sure I understood that girls like me weren't supposed to think we could write or exist in elite spaces. So she would bleed my papers with her red pen in smug satisfaction, like she was trying to erase me in slow motion. I also saw these white women in Hollywood's machine. Kathy Bates didn't make misery terrifying by yelling. She made it terrifying by bringing you breakfast, by tucking you in, by smiling while breaking your ankles and then acting offended that you might be upset about it. Louise Fletcher's Nurse Ratched didn't need weapons and One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. She had clipboards, protocol, and rules that could be bent or enforced depending on how much she wanted to hurt you that day. Her voice stayed level while people cracked under it. She didn't punish you directly. She documented you into submission. She was so cold, so precise in how she broke patients down that Jack Nicholson's character choked the shit out of her. And then they gave him a lobotomy. Joan Crawford, as culture remembers her through Mommy Dearest, made motherhood feel like a hostage situation. That wire hanger scene became legend because it exposed the psychology underneath her abusive parenting. Her control masqueraded as care, her punishment was framed as moral instruction, and her terror was delivered to her adopted children like loving discipline. Then there's the political fantasy version. Claire Underwood from House of Cards. She's diabolical, controlled, strategic, emotionally precise, the kind of woman who could dismantle your life in 3 sentences and still sound like she was offering you advice. She has perfect hair, perfect posture, total command of the narrative. She is the scariest person in the room because she never looks out of control, because she never is. That's the type, y'all. Polished, calculated, smug, self righteous, controlled, evil as hell. We know what it means when they point a finger and jab it into the air like they're pinning you in place. When they touch a fingertip to their tongue and turn a page slowly, deliberately, like they've already decided what happens next. When they slap the table and say, "Don't you dare." When they take that slow, controlled breath. You know what comes after the calm explanation. The scariest part is never when she snaps. It's how fast she smooths her voice again, how easily she makes you feel dramatic for noticing some shit is horrible, like you just accused her of arson when all she did was quietly move the gasoline can closer to the fire. And that smile, that tight, practice, creepy ass smile that never quite reaches the eyes. It looks polite, but
Wow.
feels like a warning that says, I already know how this ends for you. in the cross necklace, resting right over the pulse point and catching the light like a quiet declaration that she believes she's on the side of righteousness no matter what kind of evil bullshit she is defending. There is a specific kind of white woman it takes to sit in that chair and do that work of defending power, deflecting exposure, and protecting a regime while sounding at every moment like the person most in control of the room. The most intellectually honest way to talk about scary white women in power is not to pretend they are identical people. That's not how power works. Power works through roles and types and personalities that systems learn how to use. A lot of political writing stops at what powerful people say or do. But we need to be looking at how power is performed emotionally and socially, at how it feels, how it moves through institutions, how it recruits legitimacy through tone, demeanor, and gendered expectations, how gender doesn't soften or humanize power. We're used to centering domination, violence, rage, spectacle, and open cruelty. But I want to name something that is historically under-theorized in political commentary, which is the administrative, effective, and aesthetic side of harm. Systems don't just survive through brutality, but through people who can translate brutality into something that sounds reasonable, procedural, or protective. Because Pam Bondi is not scary just because of who she is. She's scary because she represents a historically recurring form of power that is calm, morally composed, emotionally detached enforcement of policies that produce massive human harm.
Holy
And
cow.
if you look across history, you start to see versions of her everywhere. Across modern history, some of the most devastating forms of power have not been loud or chaotic, but calm, procedural, and composed. Lene Riefenstahl helped turn a genocidal regime into something that looked beautiful and orderly through film, later insisting she was just an artist. Phyllis Schlafly built a national political machine that helped kill the Equal Rights Amendment while framing it as protecting women from social collapse. Margaret Thatcher reshaped Britain through privatization, union suppression, and austerity policies that generated enormous wealth for some while hollowing out entire working class regions. Her moves were praised as strength by supporters and condemned as cruelty by those who lived the consequences. The through line is not personality, but function. Systems of harm don't survive on rage alone. They rely on people who can translate brutality into professionalism, hierarchy into safety, and suffering into policy. And in American racial history, you don't always even get famous names, you get roles. White women who function as moral witnesses to racial violence, who convert brutality into order, who help systems of punishment feel socially legitimate. Because the real danger is almost never theatrical cruelty. The real danger is normalization. What chills people isn't just the defense itself, it's what that defense makes culturally possible. When powerful officials minimize or reframe allegations of exploitation as partisan noise, legal nuisance, or media hysteria, they don't just protect one powerful man. They help build a world where victims are expected to sit quietly in rooms with the people who harm them because power has already decided whose comfort matters. History is full of respectable people who didn't commit the violence. They just made sure the table was set. They made sure the predator stayed comfortable. They made sure the victim understood which version of reality was allowed to be spoken out loud. And that is why women like Pam Bondi feel so familiar to some of us. She is terrifying, not because she's loud, but because she is controlled. Not because she performs rage, but because she performs reason while standing inside systems that produce enormous human damage. America's always made room for this kind of white woman. She's the one who can narrate harm as order, punishment and cruelty as safety, and political loyalty as professional duty. Systems don't just need enforcers. They need women who can look you in the eye, explain why something horrific is necessary, and then thank you for your question.
Well, I'm actually surprised that Dr. Patton didn't mention this book that I've mentioned several times. There's a professor, I think she still teaches at University of California at Berkeley, Stephanie Rogers Jones, wrote a book called They Were Her Property. And it's about female slave owners in the South. And my takeaway from the book is that the women that Dr. Patton was just describing, this book is full of them. There's one story in here about a white female slave owner who, for some reason or another, didn't like this little slave girl. So, as punishment, she would put this girl's head under the rail of her rocker and rock back and forth on it. And the girl was fairly young, so she had to go through life with a misshapen head because the lady would punish her by rocking her chair over this girl's head. When I read that, dude, I had to put the book down for a little bit. But They Were Her Property, White Women as Slave Owners in the American South. And dude, this Southern Belle putting them up on a pedestal, Southern Flower. No, these women were cruel as fuck. There's stories in there where the white husband would have to go, oh wait, hey, don't be beating up on the slaves like that. You're going too far. So so Pam Bondi's just the rhetorical daughter or the figurative daughter of those female slave owners. Scary. So the last news article, White House. Apparently, there's a shakeup in the Health and Human Services Department. Healthcare leadership after controversy. So I don't know what's going on here, but probably, people were like, you know what? This is just another department that Donald Trump has managed to ruin with a fourth-rate cabinet secretary. So so it says here, the White House and Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. are shaking up the health department's leadership team ahead of midterms, pushing out several deputies while elevating others in hopes of stabilizing an agency rattled by internal fights and controversial messages, according to more than half a dozen people familiar with the matter, who spoke on the condition of anonymity to describe personnel matters. Jim O'Neill, who had served as Deputy Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services and Acting Director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, will leave both positions. Chris Klomp, who oversees the Medicare program, will serve as HHS's new chief counselor and run the department's day-to-day operations. The agency announced Thursday. Several other aides were also elevated to new senior positions, including John Brooks, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services official. Staffing moves were first reported by Politico and CNN. So, I don't know. I actually expected to see a whole lot of turnover, especially in the Department of Homeland Security. I expected Kash Patel to be gone. So, I guess I was wrong, but I don't know. I think Pam Bondi isn't long. I really don't think Kristi Noem's going to be there much longer. But when you have like this level of incompetence, it's easy to replace incompetent people. So Donald Trump should have no problems. Once he gets rid of people like Kash Patel, he should be able to replace them, with probably people who are less, are more incompetent than a Kash Patel would be. All right, so I have at least 3 videos. They're all long and boring. Well, 2 of them are long and boring. The one I'm about to show may not be. It's short and may be boring. But this is all pretty much, these videos are pretty much centered around Donald Trump as a horrible president, one that should be trashed as much as possible, at least by people like me. So this young lady is talking about Donald Trump and the real reason no one is stopping him. So I've never watched her before, but the show or the channel is called Ben Thinking or Bean Thinking. Maybe her last name is Bean, Bean. But let's have a look at it.
With all of Trump's crimes, cons, abuses, and all the terror that this regime is inflicting both here and abroad, why hasn't Trump been impeached and removed? Why wasn't Trump removed when he was impeached the first 2 times? Why is it that members of Congress, both Republicans and Democrats, are not doing their job of checking the power of an obviously tyrannical president? Well, when you look at the history of how social change actually happens, I think there's a very clear reason why it isn't happening right now. It's because those of us who want this to stop, I'll call us the pro-democracy coalition, everyone from liberals, leftists, progressives, to honest conservatives and never Trump Republicans. Those of us in the pro-democracy coalition do not pose a threat to our representatives. The Trump-supporting far right absolutely does. Posing a threat to the people in power, and it could be a non-violent threat, we'll get to that, but posing some kind of threat to the people in power is the way that political change happens. That's what history teaches us, and it's something that the mainstream will not talk about. People in the mainstream act like what we need to do is persuade our leaders to do the right thing. Call your representative and let them know how you feel, as if that novel information will change their beliefs and then spur them to do something about it. But for the most part, our leaders do not suffer from a lack of information. They could listen to us if they wanted to. What they lack is the incentive to act in our interests. Politics is a game of power. Moving our political leaders isn't about persuasion, it's about pressure. Pressure? People in power usually do whatever it takes to maintain that power. So our job is not to change our politicians' beliefs, it's to change their calculation. It's to demonstrate through our actions, not just our words, that if they think they're going to stand by and let this happen and still maintain their position in society, then they'd better think again. That means that we the people need to be organized, courageous, and clear about the consequences of crossing us. And unlike the far right, we should be doing this non-violently. After all, we are the pro-democracy coalition. But in order to do that, our resistance strategy will need 3 key elements. In learning from history, we can see that all 3 of these elements contributed to the victories of the civil rights movement. It wasn't just the marches and boycotts. And the 3rd crucial element is something that people don't talk nearly enough about. Hey, I'm Asante, and here's what I've been thinking. If you're new here, welcome. On this channel, we're imagining a better political future by looking at how systems of power actually work and what we the people need for society to thrive. So this insight follows after the legendary anti-slavery activist Frederick Douglass. As he famously said, power concedes nothing without demand. If we want to make our politicians do what we want them to do, then the 3 elements of our strategy that we need are a demand, a credible threat, and an alternative. Let me explain. You can break this down into an if-then statement about consequences. If you don't do what we want, that's the demand, so we need to be clear about what specifically we want to get out of this. Then we will remove our power and stop supporting you. That's the threat. This is the 2nd element. And to understand this part, you have to understand that anyone who's in a leadership position in our society is in that position because we've collectively given them that power. Leaders stop being leaders if we stop following them. Shops go out of business if we stop working for them and stop buying from them. Politicians lose their authority if we challenge it, stop voting for them, or stop following their rules. So, to a large extent, we've given people the power that they have over us. This can be a hard pill to swallow because it makes us partially responsible for what's going on, because we've let people use us in certain ways. But it's also empowering because it means that we could, collectively, stop letting ourselves be used. If we're united and organized, we can stop cooperating and shut this whole thing down. Shut it down. That's the nonviolent approach, non-cooperation. And it's actually more powerful than violence because it chokes off power at its source, and it helps build your coalition because it's more persuasive to neutral parties, since nonviolence maintains the moral high ground, especially if it stays strong in the face of violent attack. And yes, the violent attacks will probably be coming, so we're going to need to be brave. Feel the fear and do it anyway. Violent attacks are designed to scare the population into submission, not to eliminate everyone who disagrees. This is where remembering the specifically American context is important. These are neo-Confederates we're dealing with. They want to enslave a servile population, not slaughter it. If we make it clear that we're united and coordinated in our resistance, then they won't be able to just pick off one marginalized group. And then when the violence starts to affect the dominant white male cultural group, whose cooperation they need the most, notice how Fox News only started critiquing ICE after the death of Alex Preddy, then they'll have to change tactics. So that's part 2. We're united and courageous, we make the threat, and we stand by it. But then we come to the third point, which is what a lot of people miss and what we don't talk nearly enough about. The full statement is, if you don't do what we want, the demand, then we will remove our power and stop supporting you, the threat, and instead we will put our power behind something or someone else. That's the third crucial ingredient. There has to be an alternative. Without an alternative, your threat is not credible. In a negotiation, they call this a BATNA, best alternative to a negotiated agreement. The stronger your BATNA, the stronger your negotiating position. For example, in a job offer negotiation, if you're trying to get more money, it helps for you to mention that you have another job offer available, because then they know that if they don't offer you a higher salary, then you won't work for them, they can't use you, and instead you will go work for someone else. That other job offer is your BATNA. Having an alternative is what makes your threat serious. They must meet your demand in order to get your cooperation. To see how this plays out when it comes to activism, let's take the classic American example of the civil rights movement. First, the Montgomery bus boycott. The strategy was, if you do not desegregate the buses, notice that's a specific demand, then we will remove ourselves and not give you our economic power, so we will not buy seats on the bus. And instead, we will organize carpools and walking groups so that we can get around in other ways. They built alternative institutions to manage and channel their power within their own community. That third element is the part that modern-day calls for boycotts completely miss. They were not just asking everyone to individually make the decision to not buy something. They were coming together as a community to organize, envision new ways of operating, support each other, and to make sure that they had alternative ways to get their needs met. In this case, their transportation needs. And to make sure that no one was walking alone, because if you are walking alone, you are more likely to be attacked. Boycotting for one day is easy. Striking for a day is not too hard. It's a start, but the Montgomery bus boycott took over a year before it was effective. When we withdraw from their system, we need to give the impression that our withdrawal could last an indefinite amount of time. They're not just going to be able to wait us out. If they don't treat us right, we will move on and live our lives without them. Period. Period. I said what I said. That means building alternative bases of power outside of our current systems and political parties so that we have the independent infrastructure to completely go our own way. So we're gonna need strike funds, mutual aid groups, lists of small local businesses who we do want to support, local political leaders who aren't in the pockets of corporations, alternative communications platforms and digital systems. Movements have to be built. This is part of what it means to build a congruent democracy, a system based in fundamental human equality, the kind of equality that I explained in this video, where we the people can actually work together and govern ourselves without being dependent on wealthy elites. Building that kind of system is absolutely possible. It's already happening in small pockets across the country. It's happening in the self-organization in Minneapolis. It's being dreamed up by unorthodox economists and political theorists. The ideas are out there, they're just not being talked about in the mainstream. That's part of my mission on this channel, to tell the truth about our current systems, to talk about the alternatives, and to imagine democratic possibilities. If we can understand how our current systems of power actually work, including their specific flaws, then it becomes clear how we could construct new systems that actually deliver liberty and justice for all.
Well, while I admire her innocence, she needs a few years under her belt, and she'll just, a lot of these will be, kind of sublimated by cynicism. It's a lot worse off than she seems to realize. If we didn't have more 12th men than, I don't know, um, let's just say Freds. If we have too many 12th mans and not enough Freds.
If you want to help me achieve that mission, because writing about
Nah, I don't
complex
think it's
systems in a way
outdated
that's
at
easy to
all,
understand takes me
Fred.
a lot of time, then I would love to have your support. You can support my work monthly on Patreon or buy me a coffee as a one-time contribution. Links to both are in the description and the comments. If we don't pose a credible threat and have alternative systems to back up that threat, then the people in power are going to continue to do whatever the heck they want. And it wasn't just about having alternatives during the boycott. There are 3 additional layers of alternatives that played into making the civil rights movement successful. First, there was alternative leadership. I'm a Dr. King type person myself, but the alternative to Dr. King was Malcolm X. On the one hand, the US
I don't
government
think that
had
was
the peaceful
actually. I
Negro.
disagree that Malcolm X was an alternative. They both kind of had the same goals. Don't know that I agree that with the alternative point.
Respectfully asking for a seat at the table. And on the other hand, they had the by any means necessary Negro, the we will smash your table, burn this whole place down, and take you with us Negro. So maybe talk to the peaceful Negro, because we don't want the Black community turning to the alternative. The alternative made the threat real. It's the good cop, bad cop effect. Scholars of activist movements call this the radical flank effect. Yes, the main thrust of the movement should be nonviolent. And again, I'm a nonviolence person myself. At the same time, history shows us that it doesn't hurt to have a radical flank. Second, there was an alternative political party. At the time that the civil rights movement kicked off, both leading political parties were viable alternatives for Black voters. The civil rights movement started in the mid-1950s. The Supreme Court ruled on Brown versus Board of Education to desegregate schools in 1954, and the Montgomery bus boycott began in 1955. At that point, both parties had been ambivalent on issues of civil rights, so neither party could take the Black vote for granted. If any-
Well, Fred, I get where you're coming from, Fred. I don't think she's 16, but she can't be out of college yet. She could very well be 16, but here's my point. I am encouraged that she even knows a little bit about the history and, is doing a political video. A 16-year-old can learn, they have the potential to learn and get better. So I'm not going to beat her up and be too cynical. She will learn. I've seen growth in someone like an AOC. I think AOC is a better congresswoman than she was 10 years ago or 5 years ago. So I look to the future, Fred. And Queen Sunkissed, I don't get it either. Here's the deal. You always hear the comment that young people especially are into instant gratification. I think that kind of applies to people who are so down on voting. They think that, voting means that their needs need to be addressed like quickly, immediately, instantly. They don't understand that, change takes time, sometimes years. A baby doesn't become a man, overnight. It takes years, sometimes, 25 years, maybe more. So these people, in my opinion, I just don't understand. I honestly think everything comes down to parenting and how well someone is educated. I think a good education kind of level sets, how someone kind of moves and it level sets expectations from the world or reality. I think it's a lot of uneducated people who seem to think that, for instance, I hear all the time, and white people take full advantage of the rhetoric that, the first black president didn't do anything for black people. He wasn't the president of black people. He was the president of all the people, and change takes time. Even a president only has 8 years. And when Obama came into office, he had quite the pickle, having to unfuck the economy. So again, to me, it's a lack of education. It's a lack of parenting. A lot of people don't get the proper level set as to what they should expect from the world or adulthood, etc. So, that's my long and overcomplicated explanation of why people think that the couch vote is actually making some sort of point. What's up,
The
Bobby?
couch vote.
Let's
I
see
love
here.
that. So you have been listening to Black Alpha Network a little bit,
No,
or
I
you wouldn't know
literally
what.
I have literally never watched the Black Alpha Network. I know who he is. I probably watched like maybe an opening, like a couple minutes of an opening, and I could tell that's not my cup of tea. So nope,
Well, I
never watched.
figure you.
I don't even subscribe to the channel 12th Man, so I couldn't tell you even when he goes live.
Well, I figured that's how you knew what the couch vote
Okay, I
was.
literally, he didn't make up the term apparently. So I can watch a Tariq Nasheed video depending on what it's about. Just drop the link, Bobby. We'll check it out
The who?
if it's something that actually works in the along with the theme of the show. And by the way, hey Adam, hold on one sec. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. If you happen to be new to the channel, please make sure that you subscribe to it. Check us out. It's not a long-term commitment. It's not till death do us part. Check us out. If you like it, stay. If you don't,
I hope
no
not.
matter. And if you are new to the show and like the show, please make sure you share it out. We were up to 294. Looks like we lost a subscriber, so we're up to 293.
Oh,
Hopefully we can make it to 300 by the end of the month, which for me is actually great. I never had any expectations that this show would take off like a supersonic aircraft. However, I released a short this morning that's got almost 2,000 views
is
in
that right?
in about 5 hours. So
Damn, that's pretty cool, Stanley.
I've had two others that were about 1,500. For some reason, the shorts, kind of course, trashing Trump seems to pay. What's up, Adam?
Yeah. Adam,
What you
you
got?
there?
I'm here working on my mic so I don't echo. How does that sound?
Well, no, I don't hear an echo.
Oh,
No,
cool.
no echo here.
Happy Friday.
Well, thanks. By the way, apparently, this is Frederick Douglass Day. They
Is
say
that right?
his birthday's listed in February, I don't think he actually knew the exact day, but there's a show online that I came across on YouTube where they're celebrating Frederick Douglass Day. Just a show note, tomorrow is going to be another Black Historian Day. So we'll be talking about. I'm reading a book called The Empire of Cotton, which talks about the cotton economy. I didn't realize it was that big a deal, but they're
Oh
basically
yeah.
saying that the cotton industry was basically what created the Industrial Revolution. It kind of sparked it. It was huge. In the triangle trade from Africa to the US to England and back to Africa, actually it wasn't a triangle. The beginning, at least, it was there was another leg from India to Africa, which I didn't realize. India, a lot of Indian textiles were used to barter for slaves. I had no idea. So I'm learning a lot. So tomorrow is going to be mainly about the cotton trade. It was a worldwide market, apparently, and then a couple other things related to it. In addition to the regular Saturday fuckery, I don't know that she's 16, Queen. I haven't looked. She doesn't look 16 to me. She looks more like college age, but I'll check it out. Maybe she lists her age or there's a clue on her channel. But if she is 16, to me, that's even more impressive that she's this deep into history and politics. It kind of gives me hope. So, Adam, any comments on this video or any of the news? I don't know how long you've been listening.
I try to keep up on the videos. I don't follow the social media that much, but
well, I mean, some of the news that I get comes from social media, but a lot of it comes from newspapers, online newspapers and magazines.
What I'd really like to, well, I'm glad that you told us. Tomorrow, I'd like to hear about the cotton stuff.
Oh yeah, I'll talk about the book, but the author has a couple videos on YouTube that I'll show. And then there's another video that talks specifically about the cotton industry. I think it's in Mississippi. So it's going to be kind of loosely based around cotton.
I've picked cotton before.
The other thing I didn't know is that cotton for textiles actually evolved in about 4 different places on Earth. So they were cultivating and using cotton in the Southwest, not the United States, but south into Mexico. China and India had their own in Africa. They grew cotton in Africa. All of these industries popped up unrelated. We're talking like 500 years ago. They were growing and weaving cotton.
Yeah.
Who knew? I had no idea. Cotton isn't native to the American South, by the way.
Whatever happened to hemp? Hemp used to make jeans.
Hemp.
Oil.
They used hemp, but for some reason or another, cotton, flax was another for linen. There were I think it's pronounced Rami or Rami, Raimi, in China, but cotton for some reason or another was the one. I guess maybe it was easiest to work with or something.
I don't hear of hemp oil.
Well, no. You don't use hemp oil to weave fabric.
Is that you echoing?
When it's waterproof,
no, it's Adam.
Just like the wax canvas cowboy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right. I want that layer of waterproof. So
they use I've never owned anything like clothing made from hemp. Is that they wax it using hemp oil?
Yes, sir. It's all from the same
Oh, I
plant.
didn't.
Paper, pants,
Interesting. I
oil.
didn't know that. Now in Europe they
What?
used wool. In Europe they used wool and flax. That's before cotton became a thing. It was wool and I think it was flax for clothing.
We use polyester and a lot of oil-based products now for like waterproof clothing and stuff like that. In Alaska, at least. Like my boots are made of pure petroleum. I mean, they might
Right.
have a little bit of cotton in it, but I mean, it's all petroleum now. It's all petroleum-based
Well, cotton
clothing.
people I think cotton's still pretty popular. Like I generally, unless I need a raincoat or something, pretty much everything I wear is cotton.
Yeah.
Where
Stale.
I have yeah.
It's it's not a conversation I expected to get in tonight, but the hemp plant provides jeans, oil, canvas,
Rope.
paper, rope, sails,
Why
tire light,
would you
tire
say
lighting.
rope, Stanley? That's terrible.
I'm starting to
What?
feel like I'm about to I should drop off because I'm about to go down a rabbit hole that hopefully Stanley, I know you'll research hemp.
Well, not today. I'm going to finish this video. Today it's Trash Trump Friday.
Well,
So
this is why I'm dropping down because it went from politics to plant.
well, no, I
based.
was doing a show note. Tomorrow's show is going to be about kind of loosely about the cotton industry back in the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries. So,
Well,
in
I'll
honor
drop
of
down.
Black History. Now it's Black Historian Saturday. Because I don't think Black historians get enough credit. For a lot of the work that they do. We talk about Black history. We rarely, in my experience, talk about the actual Black historians. All right, so let's get back to this young lady.
Anything Republicans had the.
Go ahead, Adam.
No, I'm just saying I'm dropping out. Just I'll come.
Oh, okay,
I'll
well,
come by tomorrow.
Okay, yeah. Well, stay in the audience. Good to see you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Take care.
You too.
Yeah, Bobby, you know what? You've reminded me. Everybody, the Sovereign Beer Fund is open for contributions. The Cash App is in the crawl at the banner at the bottom of the screen, and of course, the supporting the show by supporting the host. It is the weekend, so the Sovereign Beer Fund is open, but I do cover other things. The show's not free. There's the YouTube Premium, there's the StreamYard, there are all the newspaper subscriptions, Substack subscriptions. I actually subscribe to a couple history YouTube channels. I'm like joined. I guess I'm members. I pay a membership fee. So help the show out, help the host out, and the Coors Light is the icing on top of the cake.
Or if
So
you
let's
got
get
an
back.
extra few bucks, then donate for a Guinness Stout.
Oh yeah. That's if everybody's generous.
After all, they were the party of Lincoln. After the Brown decision, Eisenhower had federally enforced desegregation of schools, and Nixon had supported the Civil Rights Act of 1957. And Nixon actually had a personal friendship with Dr. King. So, when the 1960 election between John F. Kennedy and Richard Nixon came around, black voters were actually up for grabs. And that's when JFK took a political risk and made a phone call that changed history. It was October 26th, less than 2 weeks before the election, and Dr. King had been thrown into a particularly rough jail in Georgia after his latest political action. His life was at risk. Both presidential candidates had received petitions from leading civil rights groups asking them to speak out against the imprisonment. Nixon's campaign, not wanting to alienate the Southern white vote, made the political calculation that silence was more strategic. He made no statement and did nothing to help King. So much for friendship. Kennedy's campaign had also been trying to not alienate the Southern white vote, which made black folks skeptical of Kennedy's civil rights commitment. In this moment, Kennedy made the opposite political calculation. It was a risk, but it was also an opportunity to gain an outpouring of black support. So Kennedy took action. Not only did Kennedy secretly back-channel with the governor of Georgia to get King released from jail, he also made a call to King's
Yes.
pregnant wife, Coretta, expressing his sympathy and his willingness to help. Word of
Yeah, she probably said it, but that's literally MLK Senior and MLK Junior were going to vote for Nixon, but Nixon had a chance to do what Kennedy did. So Kennedy basically, showing concern for Coretta and getting Martin Luther King out of jail, they voted Democrat. And that literally was like the beginning of blacks going into voting Democrat. And then in 1964, the Republicans, via Barry Goldwater being against the Civil Rights Act of 64, that kind of cemented the deal. That was like the major turning point. So this bullshit about the Democrats being the same Democrats in 1964 as they were in 1864. It's ahistorical. And, anyone who wants to push that narrative, I just automatically think, they're just uneducated.
Kennedy's phone call to Coretta got out to the press, King was released from jail, and black voters turned out for Kennedy in droves, even in the South where voting rights were restricted. Given how close the election was, it's likely that Kennedy's phone call to Coretta won him the election. With that, black folks switched their primary allegiance from Republicans to Democrats. And with King and black folks holding them accountable,
I
the
gotta
Democratic
run,
Party, led by
Stanley, but
Lyndon
I'll
B.
catch
Johnson
you
after
later.
Kennedy's assassination,
Okay.
passed the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, the law that finally allowed all citizens to have access to the vote, temporarily at least. The law was recently gutted by the Supreme Court, but that's a different story. The Democratic Party took action on civil rights, maybe because of their conscience, but definitely because they were trying to win black votes. And they had to do the work of winning them over because black people had a viable alternative. This is part of why I talk about needing third parties. I plan to make a whole other video about the possibilities for third parties, and yes, I know it would take more than just building the party itself. If you want to make sure that you see that future video, then be sure to subscribe to my email newsletter so you get notified when I put new things out. As things stand today, the Democratic Party can hold us hostage using the Republican Party as their weapon of choice, because we have no other viable options. Chuck Schumer has made it clear that their strategy is to watch Trump's approval numbers fall while emphasizing that they are the anti-Trump alternative. That's like waiting to hear someone.
So essentially, they're doing what they did in 2016. They're basically waiting for Trump's awfulness to collapse under its own weight. Now, it might work more or less this time, but there are a lot of people like I show Tad Sturmer every now and again. He is writing a book on resistance movements in American history. And I am almost inclined to think that, what the Chuck Schumers of the world are doing, this young lady kind of alluded to it, sitting around and waiting for people to realize that, a politician is awful. America's so divided that half the country really thinks that at a minimum, Trump is a necessary evil. They may not be able to stand Trump, but they're thinking what Trump is doing is kind of necessary to kind of force America back to the right. And I've actually heard it was either Trump or someone at the Heritage Institute basically saying that, what we're going to do is a sharp course correction, and then America can kind of drift back to the center. They literally think on the MAGA right that liberalism and the left in general, it doesn't matter whether you're far left or center left, they just think the left in general is an existential threat to America's continued quote dominance. But here's the deal. It all comes down to white panic. Okay, white people, or certain types of white people are deathly afraid that at some point, whites being a majority minority, the Asians and the Hispanics and the blacks, they're all going to just band together and, come up with their own agenda that may or may not be the quote white agenda. I don't think that's very likely. But that is one of the reasons that, the Asians for Fair Admissions, for instance, was such a great thing. They were able to basically, the Students for Fair Admissions people were basically able to drive a wedge between Asians and blacks over admissions to these elite schools. And if blacks are pissed off at Asians and Asians are pissed off at blacks because of affirmative action, well, it's less likely they're going to get together and form some coalition against the white MAGA types. This division game has been going on since pre-America. So anyway, enough soliloquizing. Let's get back to this young lady. Oh, and by the way, I think it was Adam who was wondering about AXE, the axe. Thought it was pretty much self-explanatory. It drives me nuts when people can't say ask. It's not that hard to say.
And scream loud enough from the torture, and then saying, if you want the torture to stop, then you'll submit to me. That isn't leadership, that's cruel and unusual punishment. Between the pro-democracy coalition and our representatives, we're the ones facing the bigger threat, not them. If we want to reverse that power dynamic, then we need to build our own external bases of power. Of course, in the short term, the only logical response is to vote against being tortured. As I said before the last general election in this video about how democracy is a spectrum, liberal oligarchy is better than fascism. But neither of those is actually democracy. If we the people want our needs to be met, then we need to get out of this hostage situation. Yes, that's going to be difficult. Just like getting out of any hostage situation is difficult, but it's also our best chance at survival. And the third additional layer of alternatives that positively impacted the civil rights movement was that internationally there was a communist alternative. Now, I'm not pro-communism, I'm for economic democracy. I explained why in this video about how the free market is a scam. But during the civil rights movement, it helped that the US had competition from the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union and supporters of communism could look at the US and say, America, you call yourselves a democracy? You say you're about liberty and justice for all? You're running an apartheid state. In our system, we're not treating people like they're second-class citizens because of the color of their skin. You're using democracy talk as a smokescreen to mask racial capitalist systems of domination. Given the obvious failings of the US system and how rapidly the Soviet Union developed its economy and transformed into a military superpower, it looked at the time like there could be a more desirable alternative on the world stage, one that could earn the support of disenfranchised Black Americans. That's a national security threat. And Black diplomats from other countries reported coming to America and receiving abominable treatment. Americans were proving themselves to be hypocrites on the world stage, and now they had international competition. There was an alternative. So, American leaders felt the pressure to address their domestic issues and maintain their allies and global prestige. So, on several levels, from the individual boycott to the leaders of the movement to political parties to the international order, there were real, viable alternatives. These alternatives were essential to the victories of the civil rights movement. That's what we need to build, not just persuasion. Persuasion is to get the public on your side so you can expand your coalition and increase your people power. To get the leaders to act right, you need to use that people power to apply pressure. Like the movement building in Minneapolis, you don't just march with signs. You obstruct the current system. You block state terrorism. You economically withdraw. You refuse to obey. You build alternative organization and networks within your own community. So that's the three-part power move. Have a clear demand, make a credible threat, and have an alternative. Historically, that's been the effective approach to securing radical social change. I'm just telling you how it works. You can decide for yourself whether it's time to get to work. If not, you could limit your protests to the weekends, be civilly obedient to unjust laws, and continue leaving voice messages on your representatives' answering machines, hoping that they'll change their ways. The choice is up to you. I'll let you make up your own mind. Think about it. If you like this approach to democratic social change and you want to dig a little deeper, check out my pro-democracy reading guide, which I'll link below. There's a whole section with books on how we can strategically harness our people power. In the meantime, remember to think critically and creatively, and I will see you next time.
Wow. Well, I actually looked at her channel. She is she's a industry unto herself. I don't think she's 16. She is all over social media. She's got about 22,000 subscribers to just the YouTube channel. So I think she's got a Substack. So she's a busy little bee. She's too snarky. Okay, she didn't come off as snarky. Mia Khalifa. Yeah, I can pretty much review anything. Whether it gets done today or not, I don't know, and I'm not even sure it fits in with tomorrow's theme. But if you want it reviewed, yeah, just put them in the Discord or something. And if I don't do it, I haven't decided whether I'm going to do a Sunday show or not. If I do, I can. I'll review it. I just don't know if it'll be today or tomorrow. But you know I will, Fred. I usually just. I don't think she's 16. Yeah. She could be, but I don't know where she would have the time for this kind of social media presence. I'm guessing she's probably in her early 20s, maybe fresh out of college, but who knows? It doesn't really matter. I like her. I like the video. I will subscribe to her channel. Let's see. What else do we have here? What is next? I wanted to show this video right quick. I have no idea why it's doing so well, but I want to at least toot my own horn. If only the live streams did as well as my shorts. Oh shit, I'm up to 2,100 views for a 34-second short. So let me show it here. I don't know why this one took off and others that I think are better didn't, but let's have a look at it. So essentially, this is from yesterday's show where I showed a portion of Pam Bondi, or was it day before yesterday? A portion of Pam Bondi's congressional hearing. She appeared before the House Judiciary Committee. So let's see if I can show it. This isn't going to go full screen apparently. So let me see. Can I do this? We'll blow it up a little bit. and then we will play it. Oh, wait, hold it. Hold on. Let me get to the right screen. I thought, damn it. I thought I'd put it up on the, God damn it. Give me one sec here. Having some technical difficulties. There we go. All right, so this is the short that has 2,100 views.
Madam Attorney General, you're not allowed to exercise your constitutional rights in a way that tramples on someone else's, are you?
No.
No, you can't do that. I mean, you have a right to petition the government under the First Amendment. That doesn't mean you can come into this room and start screaming at Mr. Raskin or me or anybody else and disrupt a congressional hearing. You have a right to protest on the street, but that doesn't give you a right to go into the Capitol and disrupt Congress. Something these guys talk about every day. You can't do that. So when Don Lemon
Wait, actually, you do have a right because you know Donald Trump is going to pardon you.
Madam Attorney General, you're not allowed to exercise your constitutional rights in a way that tramples on some.
Greetings, dear listeners. This
Oh, shoot. I can't believe I was muted. Okay, what I was saying is this particular video is Francis Fukuyama talking to what's his name from the damn Dispatch. I can't think of his name. I'll think of it in a second. But the premise of this video is Francis Fukuyama, who is a political scientist / political philosopher. He wrote a book called The End of History, where he mistakenly thought that liberalism had reached like its apex and it would be around forever because it was able to end the Cold War. It won the Cold War. Well, obviously, he was wrong. Donald Trump interrupted that theory. But in this video, he's talking about oligarchy returning. And I hear so many people like, 12th man types talking about how, Donald Trump is a man of the people and MAGA is a populist movement. And I'm like, well, basically, Donald Trump fooled a bunch of dumb people. MAGA is literally a bunch of oligarchs who rode the working class into power and is currently in the process of betraying the working class. I don't know if Fukuyama talks about it, but just Donald Trump and his family making over $1 billion in revenue, in wealth, in the year that he's been back in office. Things like setting up Bitcoins for himself, and then he set up a Melania Bitcoin, and people are just putting money into buying Bitcoin, basically enriching the president. And the only credit I can give him is he's doing it out in the open. He's not even fucking hiding it. But you'll get people like 12th Man talking about how Donald Trump is for the little people. And that's just not the case. He'll give you the $2,000 tax break on tips in overtime. Well, hell, yeah, you can have your couple bands, as Bobby calls it, but motherfucker, he's going to make $1 billion. Yeah, you make your 2,000, I'm going to make $1 billion, and we'll all be happy. That's essentially what has happened over the past year with the Donald Trump administration. He's got the richest cabinet. I think I read he's got the wealthiest cabinet altogether. If you totaled up all their net worths, he's got the richest cabinet in history. They're all fucking billionaires. No, I'm not muted, Jang. So the bottom line is, this is what Francis Fukuyama is talking about. Donald Trump has duped the MAGA right. And I think they still think he's a populist.
This is Jonah Goldberg, host of the Remnant Podcast, brought to you by the Dispatch and Dispatch Media. Fantastic guest today. Many of you may have known this story, but I actually, in many ways, owe my career to this guy. When I first came to Washington, D.C. 1 billion years ago.
Oh, that's right. This is Jonah Goldberg of the Dispatch.
I was doing an informational job interview for this guy, Ben Wattenberg, at the American Enterprise Institute, and he asked me what the latest book I read was.
And,
and I said,
by the way, Ben Wattenberg was a good friend and maybe a mentor to Glenn Lowry. He was kind of famous back in the late 80s.
I've been reading this guy, Francis Fukuyama's The End of History and the Last Man, and he was like, I never understood what is that about? And even though I was only about 14 pages into the book, my answer was sufficiently competent sounding, keyword there being sounding, that was apparently the tipping point, and they gave me the internship, which was led to a job, which led to a decade at the American Enterprise Institute, and since then, not just out of loyalty to that, and I have subsequently finished the book, but not just out of loyalty to that, but I've been one of the leading defenders of the End of History thesis. Sometimes I would argue it sounded like I'm more of a defender of it than our guest here today, Francis Fukuyama. He is the author of many books. He's probably up there with Paul Johnson of authors I've gotten the most out of over the years. The Origins of Political Order, 2-part series, was instrumental and indispensable for my last book. And anyway, you are at I'm doing this from a different computer, so all my notes are not with me, but you're still, you're at Stanford.
Yes, I am.
And you have a Substack and many other things.
Yeah.
What else should I be mentioning that I don't have in front of me? I apologize.
I helped start an online journal called American Purpose, and
that's what I was struggling
subsequently merged with Persuasion, Yasha Monk's Persuasion.
That's right.
And so now we are a Substack underneath Persuasion, if you want to see what I've been up to.
Great. Okay. So one of the things that put it in mind to have you back on here was I saw that Patrick Deneen had taken something of a victory lap over something that you had written in the Financial Times, saying that the election of Donald Trump, well, the way he put it was, in effect, that the election proved a complete rejection of liberalism in America, which I think was an overstated version of what you actually said, which was that this was a setback for liberalism and a rejection of it as constituted in the political contest, but not necessarily the end of liberalism in America. But anyway, can we use that as a sort of a jumping off point about what you think the state of liberalism, classical or otherwise, in America is, 2 weeks into the Trump administration?
Right. Well, where to begin? I think that, my analysis of liberalism was that it had taken a couple of wrong turns over the last generation. So one of those was on the right, where so-called neoliberalism. This is a kind of Milton Friedman, libertarian, markets will solve everything.
Welcome to the Dispatch Podcast. I'm Steve Hayes, joined today by my Dispatch colleagues Jonah Goldberg, Kevin Williamson, and Dispatch contributor and Washington Post columnist Megan McArdle. On this week's roundtable, we'll discuss the failed attempt by the Trump administration to indict the six Democrats involved in a video urging.
I tapped my earbuds and it switched channels. Switched programs.
I think that,
there we go.
My analysis of liberalism was that it had taken a couple of wrong turns over the last generation. So one of those was on the right, where so-called neoliberalism. This is,
and let me interject right quick. This is kind of, I don't know if people really understand, if you're not really knee deep in politics. Liberalism with a capital L. I don't mean, the everyday colloquialism, oh, he's a liberal or he's a conservative. He's talking about the capital L liberalism, which is basically the child or the grandchild of the Enlightenment. Like the Constitution, the US Constitution is literally a classical liberal argument. Okay, and liberalism as a philosophy, and it is a philosophy, a political philosophy, it is basically concerned with individual rights. And the Enlightenment, the classical liberal style of liberalism is particularly concerned with property rights. But property rights, individual rights, the Bill of Rights, all that is a capital L liberal project. Okay, and MAGA in particular is anti-liberal. One of the problems with liberalism, and one among several, is that liberals, and I consider myself a capital L liberal. I am, kind of an individualist. I'm very concerned with individual rights. I am not concerned with this community thinking. I go back and forth with a lot of people. I call them MAGA blacks. I don't, when they're talking about, oh, well, what are you doing for the community? My answer is, I raised a son who is going to be, hopefully a productive citizen. That's what I've done for the community. I don't care more than I should, at least, about the quote black community. I don't need to. I am very concerned, especially at this stage in 2026, of where American history has taken black people, that if it is broken, and there's every indication that as a group, there are a lot of things, marriage rates, out of wedlock births, all these things. I think we are at a point to where we need to stop worrying about, things we can't control and start controlling what happens within our four walls, essentially rebuilding the community from the ground up. I didn't grow up in the hood. I have no clue what's going on in the hood. And I don't view Black life in America through a hood lens. I just don't. And, a lot of people get pissed off, and I'll name names, people like Nightish, for instance. I think Savage, to a certain extent, they can't quite fathom that I don't care. You know, being a man, you know, we need more men in the Black community. Well, then be a man. But you know, my purpose on YouTube is not to have solutions like Sharon Bracey, you know, what we can do to have more men, you know, in the community. I don't give a fuck. You know, it is up to every individual to do the best that they can, be all the man or woman that they're supposed to be. And then as a group, you know, the group benefits from individuals who are responsible, productive citizens. Um, so that's kind of where I am with the capital L liberal. Um, I think that you know, everybody should achieve all that they can achieve with the abilities they have, and we will be okay. Now, one of the problems with liberalism is it's that laissez-faire. You know, you do you, I'll do me, and when we need to collaborate, we collaborate. Well, the problem is, you know, let's take, for instance, James Madison and freedom of conscience. James Madison is basically saying that, hey, look, you know, separation of church and state. If you want to be a Christian, awesome. If you don't want to be a Christian, just as awesome. And a lot of people feel that liberalism is basically godless. um, you know, they're thinking, you know, they want to propagate the myth that the United States was founded as a Christian nation, and that couldn't be farther from the truth. It is naturally going to be inclined towards Christianity because a lot of, you know, people that settled here were Christians. But all you got to do is read, Google James Madison and freedom of conscience, and you will figure out that it was the United States was deliberately founded. Um, in a lot of ways, um, religion, everybody being the same religion, would be anti what Madison and Jefferson and people like that want. They liked a lot of people with power who were opposing each other. That way, no one group, you know, dominates. Now, whether that project worked or not, I guess that's kind of debatable, because I think racially, white people have dominated. But the United States was set up. When people say that the United States is a white man's country, that is probably something I agree with. And you know, the problem is that the hypocrisy that the founders and framers did when they founded the country and framed the Constitution, it came back to bite them. So, you know, I could get deeper into it, but I guess we need to get back to the video. But what I wanted to do is talk a little bit about liberalism as a philosophy, as a like a governing philosophy. It's not exactly what your retail politics is talking about.
Is a kind of Milton Friedman, libertarian, you know, markets will solve every problem kind of view led to a lot of economic inequalities and, you know, instability in financial markets and the like. But there was also what you might call woke liberalism, in which identity politics had actually displaced classical liberalism. Classical liberalism believes in the equality of all human beings, the equal dignity of all human beings. And identity politics, you know, begins to tear that apart into particular groups that have been historically.
And this is where Fukuyama is way more qualified. So I could very well be wrong and amateurish, but I think that classical liberalism basically was fundamentally identitarian. Okay, you had slavery based on skin color. That is identitarian.
Marginalized and focuses attention on them. Now, Deneen identifies liberalism with woke liberalism. And I think that if that's your definition of liberalism, then he's right. There is a across the board rejection by many Americans of DEI and that form of identity politics. And it's interesting that on the right, there's also been a rejection of neoliberalism, the economic version of it, with criticisms of corporations and, working class people being left behind. But that's not the core of liberalism. The core of liberalism is a system of rule of law that protects the rights of individuals, limits the power of government. And actually, as the Trump administration is unfolding, it does seem to me that they're not going to just roll back woke liberalism. They're actually going to attack a lot of the core principles of liberalism, the rule of law itself. And I don't think that's what Patrick Deneen wants or thinks is the agenda of a post-liberal society. But that's in fact what we're getting, and that attack has been really evident since January 20th.
So I agree with almost all of that. I just push back a little bit insofar as if you read Regime Change and the End of Liberalism, I think he's definitely primarily dislikes woke liberalism. He also dislikes neoliberalism,
right?
And one can make an argument that he is at minimum somewhat hostile to classical liberalism, right? I mean, there's this school of post-liberals. He's among them. He's on the smarter end of the distribution among them. But Adrian Vermeule and some of these others, their argument is basically that everything started going south since Locke, and I think that's a huge stolen base, and it is not something that a lot of Americans don't know who John Locke was, and they may not be Lockeans in some theoretical sense, but as a cultural sense, America is still a very liberal country, wouldn't you say?
Well, look, that part of Deneen's argument, I think, is just so ridiculous that that's the reason I didn't mention it, because I can't believe that anyone takes it seriously. I mean, liberalism was born in the 17th century out of the wars of religion, where Protestants and Catholics couldn't live with each other. And the liberals said, let's not introduce religious doctrine into our politics. Let's tolerate different religious approaches, because life itself is more important than living the good life as defined by one particular religious tradition. And, Deneen, he's argued that that's wrong, that we should go back. He disguises what his agenda is as what he calls a teleological view of man. Basically, Americans should agree on a higher goal that's really defined essentially by conservative Catholicism, and that we should unite around that particular vision of the good life. It's just, both theoretically and as a practical political objective, it's so ridiculous that I don't know why anybody takes that seriously. And so in that respect, I actually think that he does remain actually a classical liberal, in that he must know at some level that this is not anything that's going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, I struggle with this. George Will likes to say that small ideologically committed minorities change the world, and he's absolutely right about that. And you can point to the Bolsheviks, you can talk to American founders, you can point to all sorts of small groups of committed people who have moved the wheel of history. What the problem is that there's a certain winner's bias to that, because there are lots of small ideological movements that go the way of the Shakers, right? And that die out. And so the question I struggle with is how seriously to take post-liberalism on the right as someone who cares deeply about who thinks American conservatism is not wholly, but is essentially part of conserving classical liberalism. I struggle with how seriously to take a lot of those arguments, or Curtis Yarvin and some of these other people, or do you ignore them? And given their place in the Trump firmament, I feel sometimes that it would be foolish just to completely ignore all of that, as long as I think all of that stuff is.
Yeah, well, as you've indicated, one of the big problems is that there's no agreement among these different people as to, what what actually constitutes the core of post-liberalism. So Adrian Vermeule, it's some version of Catholic integralism. I think Deneen is close to that, but he doesn't quite say it explicitly. Curtis Yarvin, believes in some form of vitalism, or some pagan pre-Christian doctrine, and they're going to have trouble recruiting people, Americans to this. If they don't stop disagreeing among themselves as to what it is that's going to replace liberalism, they're not going to get many people to sign up for their parade. So yeah, I guess that's why I'm not too worried about that. Ever since Trump was elected, you have conservative intellectuals that have been trying to fill in the blanks because Trump himself is pretty much devoid of any kind of theory. And they want to justify Trump's policies and the kinds of outcomes that Trump wants in terms of a higher system of thought. This happened with Reaganism, but there you actually had some serious intellectuals that defended it. The whole Milton Friedman, this is the origins of neoliberalism, right? That you had the Chicago School, you had Nobel Prize winning economists that really did have a kind of serious intellectual framework for explaining why markets would produce good outcomes and, why America was overregulated. And I just think that people on the right today are still thrashing around, trying to come up with that highbrow explanation of what they're doing.
No, I agree with that entirely. My longstanding explanation is that any attempt to impose a coherent philosophical program to Trumpism will eventually embarrass the people who put it forward, because eventually he brags about how he goes with his instincts and he contradicts himself and he thinks that's a function of his brilliance. And so inevitably there is only one safe harbor, which is the cult of personality stuff, is you just simply say, I trust him to make the right decision, because any other coherent program or theory of the case, he's going to contradict at some point. And you're then going to be pressed with the obligation to either show political loyalty to him and abandon your theory of the case, or stick with your theory of the case and piss off Trump world because you're saying, no, actually, tariffs don't work, or whatever it is. It doesn't really matter. It happens routinely. And I think, one of the last groups that was a holdout that managed the first Trump era pretty well were the conservative legal movement.
Right.
And I think that they're due. It's their turn to get roughed up quite a bit in the years to come. Anyway, we can go into the theory stuff more. I have some other stuff I want to ask you about all that, but we should go back to the sort of grubby world of rank punditry. I listened to your conversation with Yasha Monk, which I thought was great. And one of the points where I think we agree is that I was saying in the lead up to the election that the problem with a lot of my saner conservative friends was that they were working from an assumption that the best case scenario was also the most likely scenario, which would be that it would be a repeat of Trump 1. But this doesn't look like a repeat of Trump 1, does it?
No, not at all. I think that Trump has turned out to be worse than anyone expected. This was an annoying argument I had with some of my kind of more centrist conservative friends who simply didn't think that Trump was that much of a threat and was actually under the surface a kind of normal Republican. I think the first indication of that were just these appointments that he made to his cabinet, which were just, Kash Patel, Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr. He speaks like, Matt Gaetz, who's fortunately not in the picture anymore. It just speaks to a complete contempt for American government that is way beyond, any other kind of Republican politician that I can think of. I can't imagine another candidate that would have appointed people like that. And the use that Trump is making of Elon Musk to basically sort of undermine the American state is really unprecedented. It's something we didn't expect. The other thing that really was not in the cards was this foreign policy dimension, I think most people would have said that.
Yeah, having the world's richest man come into a government for, by, and of the people and decide what was important and what was not important, that was just the biggest fucking slap in the face of America that I could possibly imagine. And only an oligarch would think that was a good idea. And the other thing that strikes me is a little ironic. These MAGA blacks and their MAGA masses have contempt for expertise. That's why one of the reasons they're going after the universities. All these quote eggheads, they don't know what they're talking about. F science with my own two eyes, it was a real cold winter. We got down to record low. How can there be global warming? That sort of, hey, I don't trust the scientists because they're all woke. That sort of thinking. However, what Trump and MAGA has substituted is, your degrees. We don't trust degrees. If you're successful and you got a PhD, you got all this education, and we're not going to trust you. But if you got $1 billion, we trust you because only a smart person can make $1 billion. We want you to go in because we think you're smart because you actually made $1 billion. You go in there. We will trust you to figure out what the priorities are for the US government. And as it turns out, dude, you do not have to be a super genius. I mean, you can't be chopped liver. But Trump, for instance, you know what? It would have been a total waste of flesh if he didn't wind up well off. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. So was Elon Musk. For that matter, Bezos didn't quite have a silver spoon in his mouth, but he didn't grow up poor. So Bill Gates, no, he didn't grow up poor. A lot of these billionaires did not pull themselves out or up by their bootstraps. They were, they came up with relatively privileged backgrounds. Now, I'm sure there are plenty who started out with nothing and made $1 billion. But what I'm trying to say is you're basically saying, I don't trust degrees to make you elite, but I do trust billions to make you elite. So Donald Trump is basically having elites kind of run the government versus, say, a technocracy. So, we threw over a kind of a technocracy for a kleptocracy, basically. And all these folks who voted for Trump are still just, starry-eyed. And, he's literally swindling the American people and with their permission in a lot of cases.
Trump was an isolationist, and that was his basic theme in foreign policy. But it turns out he's also an expansionist. He actually cares about the territorial extent of the United States. And that was something he did not mention, during the whole campaign. And then all of a sudden, we have to deal with Greenland and Panama and this sort of thing. So, I think that I'd like to go back to some of these conservative friends and say, yeah, so now what do you think?
No, look, as someone who's also been a defender of neoconservatism as an intellectual movement going back to Irving Kristol and all that, I've been called a warmonger for 20 years. And there's not a neocon in the universe who ever talked about retaking the Panama Canal or intimidating a NATO ally into giving up Greenland. I mean, it's weird. But You're the first person I've heard.
Well, see, I don't think it's weird at all. I think it's just a natural extension of neoconservatism. You know, neoconservatism gone wild. Why would anybody be surprised?
Use what I think is the best poli-sci way of understanding Trump, which is he's a personalist, right? Can you sort of explain how that is? Because this to me seems to be more of it's a better concept for explaining not just Trump, but also Xi and a lot of regimes around is it's sort of a backdoor kind of monarchism kind of approach, which just says the will and the wisdom of a leader is the determinant of good policy.
Well, I think that, one of the most fundamental grounds of Western civilization has been the belief in institutions that, we should have a government of laws and not of men. I mean, phrases like that, where you want a system that is not dependent on a particular individual, because that individual may be great and charismatic and may do great things, but then who succeeds that individual? And that's why, we've settled on things like constitutional government, rule of law. These are all durable rules for governing our society that are not dependent on having necessarily good people. And
Yeah, exactly. Institutions outlast people, like individual human beings, by centuries sometimes.
In fact, one of the great points of wisdom of the founding fathers was that, they read Roman history. They understood that you could get ambitious people that would do terrible things, and therefore you needed to structure those institutions to prevent them from doing that. And personalism is the opposite of that. It's saying, no, it's all about individuals. We don't particularly care about the laws. If we've got, a great leader in front of us, we basically will do whatever we want. Now, I will have to say that actually a good government has to draw on both. It has to have that institutional framework for continuity, for stability, and so forth. But it also requires good leadership. And there's certain things that the best laws are simply not going to accomplish if you don't have vision, willingness to innovate, willingness to take risks, and so forth. And so it is a balance between, some degree of personalism embedded in a system of rules and law. But, essentially what we're seeing now is the casting aside of the institutions and then, just pure willfulness. And, anybody that thinks that an 80-year-old president, is the cat's meow have to ask themselves, what happens when he's not there? Who takes over? Who's got that kind of charismatic authority if you're not going to rely on rules and law? And then the worst outcome is if, from henceforth, we actually abandon the idea of institutions and, simply hope for another charismatic leader to arise.
Well, but that does point to, look, I'm fairly dismayed about how the first 2 weeks have gone, and I think things will get worse before they get better. But at the same time, as you say, he's an 80-year-old guy, and do you think, whether he serves out the full 4 years or the actuary tables play their part, do you think that the changes that he is wreaking are, I don't want to use the word permanent, but long-lasting? Do you think that a J.D. Vance could come in and have the same sort of, Weberian charismatic quality that would demand the kind of loyalty tests that we have now with Donald Trump?
Well, I think that Trump is kind of a unique genius in that respect. I really don't see any successor to him. Maybe Elon Musk, but he wasn't born in the United States, so he can't run for president, fortunately. I don't really see anybody that could, and also Trump is a really good speaker and Elon is not, right? So, but no, I don't see anybody, but I do think he's done serious damage. The second book I wrote was a book called Trust, in which I talked about the importance of trust. That one was focused on the economy, but it's also critical in politics, because we delegate authority to leaders to do the right thing, to make decisions. And we also have to work with each other in civil society, in political parties, in kind of everyday life. And trust is this incredible lubricant that makes that kind of social cooperation work better. One of the reasons that Scandinavia has been so successful is that they're very small, homogeneous societies, and there's a very high level of trust between citizens and the government, so on and so forth. Now, we, as Americans, have always had trouble with that, although in civil society, there's a long tradition that goes back to Alexis de Tocqueville that said that Americans are joiners. They spontaneously learn how to work together in civil society organizations. A lot of them are based on religion, and we have a very dense network of that kind of organization.
Yeah, except when we don't.
And I think that one of the most troubling long-term consequences of Trumpism is a deterioration across the board in trust. Trust in government was always very low, but it's at just kind of unbelievable, extremes at the moment when you spend this much time demonizing the deep state. But I think also the polarization is something that's going to last a long time, because Americans simply don't like each other. They don't trust each other. And you see this in little ways, like, when I post an interview, I do an interview with somebody, I get back, basically hate mail. It's not, oh, you said this, but I believe that you're wrong about it. It's, you're a disgusting elitist scum, this sort of thing. And I think that habit of routinely, it's what political scientists call effective polarization, where you're not disagreeing just over policies, you really hate the other side. And I think that's going to be hard to overcome down the road, long after Trump is gone.
Yeah, although, I mean, when I say that we should, in fairness, I mean, Trump is a symptom as much as a cause of a lot of that, right? We would not, but for the polarization that already existed, I don't think Trump would have won in 2016. Fluke that was, and then he made it worse, right?
Yeah, that's, you're absolutely right about that. I guess what I find really dismaying is that Trump has so many willing collaborators. He's got so many people that just come out of the woodwork and adopt his aggressive style and disrespect and hostility and so forth. And there just seems to be in American society an endless supply of these people right now. So yeah, I think that that's kind of what worries me going into the future.
The MAGA blacks came out of the woodwork.
So let me test out this theory on you. I used to be a big critic of horseshoe theory. I now have come around on it, in part because when I was a critic of it, illiberalism simply was not a part of modern American conservative dogma.
Right.
And so horseshoe theory, like, the more you became like Milton Friedman, the closer you got to Stalin, made no sense to me, right? The more you were for limited government and revering the Constitution, that did not mean you were getting closer to totalitarianism, which is sort of what the old sort of Marxist version of American Marxist version of horseshoe theory said, which is that, the more further you move to the right in America, the closer you get to Nazism. The further you get to the left, you get to Stalinism. But the American right was not Nazi-ish, was not totalitarian. I'm not saying that everybody who believes in Trump is a Nazi or any of that kind of stuff.
Wait,
I am saying that
what?
the further you move into those swamps,
dude, talk about naive. The American right in the South wasn't not. Where the fuck do you think the Nazis learned it from? Oh my Lord, I can't believe he said that.
more illiberal it gets. And that's why horseshoe theory looks more accurate to me than it used to. At the same time, couldn't you, like, I'm one of these people, I said I'm a more passionate defender of the end of history than you are sometimes. And I mean that insofar as I think at the end of the day, this is a this is culturally a liberal country. This is a country that, you know, when Jimmy Carter and in the 1970s, the United States and Canada both told their citizens we're going to adopt a metric system, and the Canadians said okay, and the Americans said screw you, we're not doing that. You know? That's witchcraft.
Right.
And I think that sort of innate "you're not the boss of me" thing is inherent in American culture in ways that defy easy pigeonholing in one ideological camp or another. And I think that's an enduring part of our culture that, because fish don't know they're wet, Americans are kind of blind to the fact that we actually, in fact, have a culture. I could make the case that the illiberalism we're seeing from the right is a response to the growing illiberalism on the left, right? What you call woke liberalism, you know, in your book on liberalism, which is a great book, you know, you point out that the dominant theory of liberalism among theoreticians and political scientists is Rawlsian.
Right.
And I would argue that whatever Rawls's actual intent, where the rubber meets the road in terms of social justice movements or whatever you want to call them, that stuff is illiberal. It's identitarian. And so the response from the right to quote unquote woke liberalism had as its kernel a kind of liberal.
Okay, so civil rights movements are illiberal. What the fuck is he talking about? Civil rights are literally people fighting for individual rights. You know, a class of people fighting for the right, say, to vote. I don't see how that's illiberal. I don't see how identity politics is illiberal when the United States, dude, all you have to do is go back to the Dred Scott decision. Okay, that is this bullshit that that liberalism and the Enlightenment literally invented race. So I just don't agree that this guy, Jonah Goldberg, he is just a natural. He is far right. He just has to kind of fight it sometimes. He's like 12th man. He's stuck on stupid when it comes to the idea that the left is bad.
Antibody response. The great tragedy is that Trump has yoked himself to that backlash that are in ways in and of itself illiberal. Is there hope in the future that Democrats, as they're licking their wounds now, that they actually become a classically liberal party again? Is it possible that the Republicans become because I think a lot of the time when people talk about threats to democracy and a lot of this boilerplate stuff, or the desire to return to common sense, that's playing upon the innate liberalness in the classical sense of the American people. And who can ever get on the right side of that, seems to me that's where an enduring majority may reside.
Yeah. Well, I don't know the answer to that, but let me elaborate on what you just said. So one of my great mentors, Seymour Martin Lipset, when he talked about American exceptionalism, said that one way that America is different is that conservatives in the United States are basically liberals. They're Lockean liberals that prize individualism, don't want the state to interfere in their lives, unlike European conservatives that were in favor of throne and altar and some higher form of authority, right? Now, I think that Trump has opened that box towards, and this is where the horseshoe comes in, where they're toying around with using state power to defeat woke liberalism, basically. So you see this with Ron DeSantis in Florida, scrutinizing textbooks and, making sure that the teachers are teaching, the right sort of doctrine. And, there's a much greater willingness to use the state in the economy. I mean, the whole tariff policy is all based on the state picking winners and losers, this sort of thing. And so, they are paving the way for a greater introduction of the state into politics and into the economy. However, there's still the libertarian side that hasn't gone away, that actually is represented by someone like Musk, where, he fundamentally does not want the state to tell Tesla or Starlink, what to do, and kind of believes in that older conservative libertarian view. So this is a way of saying, I don't know which way this is going to go, but there is going to be a fight over this, because I don't think that these two views of, how the state should or should not intervene are compatible with one another.
Yeah. So my concern there, I'm curious.
Well,
What you
see,
think about
I
this.
don't. I think there's a variation on what Fukuyama is saying. Elon Musk himself doesn't think that the government should tell him what to do, but everybody else, it's okay. Basically, the oligarchs should be above the law. Everybody else, hey, it's business as usual. I don't know how Fukuyama misses that point. Okay, these guys are not just libertarians. They are literally thinking that, hey, the law does not apply to me, but because I'm rich, I should be telling other people what they should be doing. It's reflected because I hear a lot on YouTube, mostly from people like Imperius, who are basically saying that not only should women not vote, most people should not be voting. If you are poor or you are not that bright, you shouldn't be voting either.
I have a friend who's
basically saying, hey, only a select few, the Elon Musk class of people, should be in charge of the direction of the country, not the hoi polloi working guy.
Been a close student to Peter Thiel's for a very long time, and Peter Thiel is one of these figures who's looming in the background of a lot of this stuff. And Thiel used to be a hardcore libertarian, very smart guy. In artificial islands and and all that stuff, and I like that Thiel. But his theory is that Thiel has concluded that America is going the way of oligarchy, and if that's the case, better to get out in front of it so that you're one of the oligarchs rather than not. And I worry that Musk. I haven't made up my mind about Mark Andreessen, but Musk and a lot of those people, that's their logic. And it's fine to say that I think you're right that Musk knows the arguments for the libertarian stuff. I think his instincts are sort of like a global libertarian thing. But he also is a captain of industry who wants to get to Mars and would rather have if the government's going to get in the business of doling out favors as a personalist regime, better be on the nice list than the naughty list. And that in and of itself becomes a corrupting, catalytic force for, you'll still rhetorically be libertarian, but the reality is it's, subsidies for me, free markets for thee, right? For my friends, everything, for my enemies, the law kind of approach. And you can see the building blocks of that throughout what's going on in the Trump administration right now.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, the libertarianism of someone like Musk really only applies to his own companies and, his own realm. And I think that, what he's doing in this Doge operation is basically personalist, government. I mean, he personally is going to decide what's a legitimate expenditure and what's not, and go through the entire federal budget. And he alone is going to make these decisions. And so, it's not an ideologically consistent position. I think the whole question of oligarchy is one that we really haven't dealt with seriously as a country. Of course, we had the Rockefellers and Mellons and so forth. In the late 19th century, the rest of the society was able to organize itself, to counteract the influence of oligarchs. And I think the oligarchs were different in those days, actually, because they still had a certain civic sense. Like J.P. Morgan intervened basically to save the country in the 1909 financial crisis. We didn't have a central bank at that time, and his bank kind of acted as a lender of last resort to get us out of that. And so I do think that they had a kind of civic commitment, and I don't see that really present in the current, set of oligarchs. And I think that, Musk has been toying with, some really nasty kind of racial, ethno-nationalist kind of stuff. His support for the AfD in Germany speaks to a European, quite frankly, a kind of much more European status for him. So you're right that he's a funny mixture, and I think the natural evolution of these people is not to follow any predetermined set of ideas, but simply to follow kind of self-interest, and that's going to lead them, I think, probably into support for a certain kind of statism.
So you mentioned Seymour Martin Lipset, who was a hero of mine. I knew him a little bit back in the day. He was the one who first pointed out to me the Canadians and Americans doing the metric system stuff. It was one of his favorite little idnots. One of his famous sayings was, if you only know one country, you know no country.
Right.
And, one of the great things about your political origins books is the sort of sweeping eye of God. Here's how these things happened over vast swaths of time, kind of thing. There are these moments in history where, particularly in the West, but I think it's a global phenomenon, where there seem to be these spontaneous happenings or these contagious happenings, right? In 1968, there were student protests in Mexico City. There were student protests in, obviously, Prague, in the United States, all over the place. 1848 spread like wildfire.
Are you bored yet?
I couldn't leave you hanging, suffering with this cracker. I just couldn't let you do it.
No, actually, I'm enjoying myself. This sort of
What
stuff.
are you enjoying? That he's further identifying himself as biased,
Well, I mean, I know
and
who
he's playing
Jonah.
it off.
Well, this is what I listen to like in my spare time. Jonah Goldberg, he's been around for decades. So I mean, I know who he is. I haven't listened to him in a while, but he is he's
Something
farther
else.
he's farther to the right than he even seems to know.
Exactly. It's like he's not it's like he's fighting his right wing ideations or something. Like some people, they actually are in denial of who they are.
Oh,
And he
that
seems to
happens
be one of those people.
Well, that happens. Look, see, people. Sometimes I wonder, like 12th Man. I don't know that he actually knows that I'm serious when I say he's a racist. Okay, he is a virulent racist. He just, and it may be unintentional. I'm not saying he's a bad guy, but he doesn't know thyself very well. And there are other people who, I actually like and even go on their shows. People sometimes, and look, I'm not the end all and be all. I know I have my faults, but I try to be self-reflective, and I do actually try and work on them. Whether I'm successful or not, that's another story. But I know that I'm flawed, but I also know that you're not going to be good at politics. You're not going to be good at history. I don't know. There's a certain level of self-reflection, and you kind of hit on it every now and again. Sometimes you just need to get into a quiet room and think.
That is so true, Stanley. That is
Meditate,
so
whatever.
true.
and people, I know people,
And
and you
and,
can
and
tell.
people that aren't retired, such as we are, they don't have the time to do that.
Well,
They have
I'm gonna
yet
tell
to.
Mela, I'm gonna tell you that. Look, when I was married and my son was young, I mean, go fishing. You know, I'd go out to the side yard and I might spend a day splitting wood. Okay, there you don't have to sit in a lotus position to do it.
Absolutely. There are plenty of serene environments to practice introspection. I'm
Yeah.
just saying, as society, well, I can only speak for metropolis areas. As things are cultivated, there's a pattern of behavior where you wake up, you go to work, then you wake up and do it again, and everything that you get to do in between that is something you can snatch for selfish reasons, as opposed to contemplating scheduled time for enrichment, insight,
Right.
enlightenment, and introspection. Like, people are
Well,
consciously not making a schedule for that.
well, I also think being a reader kind of helps. I mean, reading a book
That's a good part.
is
Yeah.
kind of meditative also. Now I know what you're saying about the urban environment. I probably by accident, I remember I've told this story that I moved up to Northern Virginia for work, and on my way to the interview for the job, I was going on a highway in Warren County, Virginia, and it was parallel to part of the Blue Ridge. It's in the Shenandoah Valley, so heading north south, you've got the Blue Ridge Mountains on the Virginia side, and you've got the Alleghenies on the West Virginia side, and collectively they're the Appalachian Mountains.
Okay.
I just on a whim said, well, gee, if I wind up getting this job, I wonder what it's like living in the mountains. Just no reason. I'm from the coast,
Okay.
and I'd always wondered, well, gee, what is it like living in a cabin up, in the middle of nowhere?
Okay.
I did it. I found a house to rent, and at the time, MapQuest was the big, navigation software,
Well,
and
thank God for that.
I was so happy that basically MapQuest ended where the state road hit my private dirt road. I was a mi
Mm.
I was I w the state I lived a couple miles off the state highway and a mile off the state route down a gravel road. And, dude, I was so happy, like, no fucking body's gonna come find me if I don't tell you
Mm.
where I live. If I don't tell you where I live and give you directions, you'll never find me.
Right.
But the thing is I ever since, and it took getting used to, like, I would come home late at night from work. There were no street lights or anything. Like, I would pull up to the house in front of the porch, and I would have to race to get to the front door before the headlamps turned off, 'cause
Mm.
it was
It
dark,
was that
dark.
remote.
It was like if those lights went out, I couldn't even see my hand in front of my face. That's
That's
how.
how remote it was.
Yeah.
That sounds
But
fascinating.
but, yeah, it was kind of a city boy, but dude, once I got into it, 'cause it's a different way of living when you live
What were the
literal
nighttime noises like?
um, it was quiet. You'd hear
No
the cricket,
owls or
but say
insects?
well, yeah, but say in the wintertime, it's dead quiet in the wintertime.
Isn't
In the
that
s
something?
in the summertime, it's a little bit, 'cause there'll be crickets or frogs or,
Oh
something
yeah,
like
that would
that.
give me the creeps.
But it was
But
it is.
wintertime, that sounds,
But
man.
let me t I went on a date, this girl I'd met online, as a matter of fact, 'cause I did a dating service, for a little while. So she lived in Upper Marlboro, Maryland. So we met in DC down by the what is it now? I can't even remember what it is, but it's where they played the arena. It was like the Capital One or MCI Center or something like that. We met down there where the Wizards play basketball and they play hockey in that arena. So we went to this Thai restaurant and I was sitting there and I'd gotten used to the real quiet. Dude, I had to get out of there. I'm like, you know what? Let's go ahead and finish dinner and let's get out of here. I'd gotten used to it being real quiet and being in a noisy restaurant on a Saturday night. It was kind of freaking me out. I was getting stressed. I was like,
how long were you at the location in silence?
At that time, I probably been up there a year.
Oh yeah, that'll do it. You were conditioned.
But as it turned out, I met my wife up there. Now we didn't live on the mountain when my son was real young because my wife wasn't having that.
Okay.
But I talked her into moving back. So all told, I was probably up there about 15 years.
Amazing. So you had the luxury of reading a lot of books.
Well,
because
no, I've always been a reader.
A voracious reader.
Yeah.
No doubt.
I mean, when it's like 100 degrees in the middle of the day in the summer, you can't go out and play basketball. It's too hot. So you sit in the air conditioned house and read till it cools off and you can go out and play.
Yeah. I can understand why it would be there would be a sense of hindrance raising a small child in that environment. So I'm glad she influenced you to make the right decision.
Well, I can tell you a story. It was after because I moved back to Fairfax with her and my son for I don't know, maybe 4 years. But there was a house up there. There was snow on the ground, and the road I initially lived on, at the very end of it, the hill was so steep, there was a switchback in it. You couldn't go straight up, you had to do a switchback. It's like an S curve. You put an S curve in steep hills and terrace it off because it's hard for a car to get up the hill. It was so bad, sometimes you would need chains on a four-wheel drive to get up the hill if there was snow and ice on it. Now that is ridiculous. Four-wheel drive should be enough, but you got to put snow chains on the four-wheel drive to get out. So a house caught on fire up there, and there was snow on the ground, and they could not get a fire truck down that hill. So the house burned to the ground. I was like, now that's remote. It's so damn remote, you can't even get a fire truck to put out the fire.
That's messed up.
That was crazy.
Mm.
But anyway, what I'm saying is that it's a shame that people, I honestly think you don't need, even in a busy life, you should get some time once or twice during the week. If you go to the gym, you probably have time to, take an hour or so just to kind of, be quiet and meditate or reflect or whatever.
Absolutely.
But I just wish, I just think a lot of people that I run into on YouTube don't get that.
Well, this is true.
And they're the poorer for it. Just think about things,
Yeah.
It could be,
And there's I'm sorry, what?
No, I was just saying, that's why, a lot of times people come up to a panel and, your garden variety political point. I've thought for years about some of these points. That's why I don't stutter or back down. I pretty much know what I think.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. And that's commendable because a lot of people are so-called wishy-washy, and I've adapted to those environments. I won't say I coddle and cater to people, but at the same time, I do understand it's necessary to be adaptable when having conversations with people in order to be I'm serious, in order
Well,
to be,
no, I feel the burn.
yeah, in order to be relatable, right? It's my intention, whether somebody knows it or not, it's my intention to be relatable. That is my chief core desire. And a lot of people refuse to believe that. It's like, why are you just showing up on panels to have these conversations if you're not
Right.
trying to, get anything out of it? It's like, because I can. That's what I'm allowed to do as a
Well, some
person.
people genuinely like people.
Yes. Yes.
So I mean, it
And you know
doesn't
why I like
surprise
people,
me.
Stanley? You know
Why
why?
is that?
Because thus far, I've been unharmed in life. And when I
Mhm.
say unharmed, there's no M word, no R word, you know,
Right.
none of that stuff is in my history as a human being. And what I found is that I've come across a lot of people who have uh, situations and circumstances I can't relate to. And
Right.
when it came to me that I'm being friendly with people who cannot tolerate the concept that anyone is friendly, that's when I started getting attacked. You know, it's like, look at this peacemaker bitch. This, you have no idea. I was being clobbered for being a peacemaker. Who does that? People who have been damaged, family. That's who does that. And so when I extend gratitude for anybody having an affinity for me, like 12th man, I'm not going to talk crazy to 12th man. I'm not going to talk crazy about 12th man. You know why? It's not that I don't suspect anything quirky about his personality or the way he conducts himself. What he actually has done was grant me the privilege of hearing that he has an affinity for me. And I'm just going to return it back, and I'm going to leave it there. I'm I'm fully capable of critique, scrutiny, uh, just being mean. I'm capable of that. What I've learned
Well,
over a period of time is that it doesn't serve me to be mean to others unless there's there's just something that irks me so much that I got to get down, as Bondi would say, in the mud with them, you know. And I appreciate this live stream and the previous live stream because you're educating me. I can only speak for myself, about some insights that I haven't considered. And I'm looking forward to, the knowledge that you provide. I value your channel, even though, uh, you know, just wait. I would say, don't rest too
spit it out.
comfortably. Yeah, don't get it confused. I am a wild card sometimes. So, but I just wanted to take this time to be complimentary and kind and out of respect for your individual talent, skills, and abilities to convey a professorial type of vibe.
Well,
That's yeah. So I just wanted to say that out loud. That don't mean I'm
no,
gonna say it
that's
again.
very kind of you. But You look, I
I'm a wild
I
card, baby.
well, no, I was, thinking of 12th man. Look, I'm sorry. I'm just not going to take it easy on some 50-year-old guy. If you're 21, I'm willing to work with you because I know there's some growing to do. Okay, but I'm simply not going to suffer a 55-year-old fool. I'm not. That's not my personality. Um, if you're going to come up here and you're going to talk like
Yeah,
you
I'm not
did
gonna speak on
today,
that.
yeah, you want to
I'm
come
not.
up
Yeah,
here,
I'm not gonna speak on that.
you come up here and tell someone who knows better that Democrats, it's only the Democrats that have caused black people to be oppressed in the United States. Dude, that is so ridiculous. The ignorance fucking burns my soul when someone says that.
Yeah, and I can understand that. I've heard people say the most asinine things that also burns my soul. I've heard, and cover your ears if you're too young to hear this, Stanley, but I've heard a man that actually suggested on a panel that women should clean their vaginas with a bottle brush. That's how ignorant.
Say what?
Yeah, I
Why
mean,
is a man?
I've ran across all types of people with
Why is a
different
man?
things to say. I was like, "Are you a monster? What the hell is wrong with you?"
Why is a man talking on that topic?
Well, you got to keep in mind this was 5 years ago, and people had, as they would say, dick and pussy games conversations back then. If not now, I think they still do actually. And this one was a real riot. This guy, he was just saying the most atrocious things. And he got
Was he
off.
joking? Was
No,
it Corey Holcomb?
no. This is somebody's that if I mentioned his name, some people would be familiar with it, but it's no need to bring up the person's name. But that would be like you asking me, where's the bomb cherry? I'm not trying to throw out names. What I'm saying is this particular guy, um, you know, I had, as much as I have an affinity for him, he is sick minded. And so I know what it's like to be familiar with people who are sick minded. Like not sick minded, people that irk you. It's like I can't believe you think like that. Who are you?
Exactly.
It's like I'm familiar with you. I would hate for something bad to happen to you, but you are sick and crazy, man. Like what is wrong with you? You know, and you just thank God that you don't know him in person. I mean, that's pretty much what I've had to resolve myself to. It's like, thank God I don't know these people in person
I would
because
not want to socialize with you.
yeah, I would be throwing conference chairs across the table. I mean, it was just like I've heard the most asinine things. And I'm not saying that I'm not one of them. I've said the most unbelievable things, things that a handful of family members are aware of and they're concerned. But see, you got to keep in mind that these particular family members, they don't understand the concept that this is not a phone call. This is
Right.
this is a YouTube, this is a software app, right? It's a software app, app a software app, and they don't understand the concept of group discussions with digital technology. They literally think it's a phone call. They literally think it's a phone call. And, so it was like, why are you cussing that person out on the phone? Just hang up. I'm like, this is a panel and we're having a conflictual moment. Panel? You on the phone. Why don't you just get off the phone? It's crazy that people in my real life, they could not possibly relate to being interested in these types of dynamics that we experience together. So what's this on the screen here? You got a fetish for
The
the
atrocious.
no, I don't the only fetish I got is for money. I got a fetish for
Well,
money. You got some
I
money?
well,
Con.
the reason I brought it up is that's a good show title. I've written it down for for a show title next week.
A fetish for atrocious
The
with
atrocious.
atrocious. Wow. Okay. That well, yeah. I think Auntie produced that segment 2 years ago. People who are addicted to YouTube or some sentiment like that, And it was a really good coverage of how people wake up out of their bed and they're checking to see who's live, as opposed to conducting a productive schedule for their day and maybe fitting it in. They prioritize checking to see who's live. That's their gig. That's what they do. A lot of them are truckers. A lot of them are unemployed. A lot of them
Right.
are in between sanity. Some of them are depressed. Like you get quite the handful of interesting people. And a lot of them have disappeared, and I hope they're all right. Sometimes I wonder if they found another software, another platform to be interested in, or did they just wake up and realize I could be doing something more productive? What I like about you is that you actually have time on your hands and you're sharing your interests as opposed to, putting in putting out there, somebody come talk to me and give me some money, because that's what it all boils down to for a lot of people.
Well, I
That's
should.
Somebody come talk to me and give me some money. That's what it all boils down to for a lot of these people. When you really
Well,
dust
I
it
mean,
all off, that's
if
what
that's
they're
kind of
doing.
yeah, but I mean, if it's a business model, I mean, what do entertainers do? I mean, if you are a singer or something like that and you put on a concert, that's
I I
essentially what
I
you're
I,
doing.
I guess because I've been a part of this for what, a little over a decade,
Mhm.
maybe a dozen years.
Mhm.
I've seen it evolve into a money grab. This whole development of paying to keep, you know, paying for stuff that
Well, I mean,
that
paying
wasn't
to
the thing that I was introduced to. So it's um
well, but I'm gonna be honest. I kind of
being to knock
it
cam
is
up. It's
kind of
like, okay, bye. You know.
well, I don't know though. I mean, I don't know that I find it that bad. It couldn't be me. Like, the thought
The
of
money
begging for
grab
money
is
online.
real.
Well, but I mean, if you
This
provide
new crop, they intend to make money. Th- This is
okay,
no
but
longer a
why
social
not? That's
experiment.
right, but I mean, if YouTube expects you to do that, I mean, why do you think they offer monetization? You're making them money
Which is that,
too.
yeah, that's a valid point. That's a valid point. And as a person who doesn't conduct their own channel, that is a valid point that I haven't considered as as a thing.
Right.
But yeah,
Because
that's a consideration.
if you get the one of the top tiers of StreamYard and you have YouTube Premium, because I can't do commercials, that's damn near $120 a month.
I know I have premium. I have it for my
Yeah.
own purposes.
Right.
I have it because it annoyed me.
Yes.
I have it annually, and it's in perpetuity. Like it's just for me. Like I enjoy the
Oh
freedom
well,
of
I had
it's
YouTube Premium before I ever got into
exactly.
live streaming because I don't like you. You know,
I
you're
don't like
almost as old
commercials.
as
That shit
you're.
annoys me.
Dude, I used to hate it. Like when I was a kid, I don't know how I got through 'em.
I'm not a
Commercials were kind of
commercial person.
well, back when I was a kid, commercials were kind of cool because sometimes they could be clever. Like you remember the spicy meatball, the ragu commercials. You know, some of the commercials you kind of look forward to. But the older I've gotten, and especially on YouTube, dude, they'll put like 80 commercials in a 30-minute, a 30-minute video.
Yeah,
They just get ridiculous with it on YouTube. So I
yeah,
had to get rid of it. You know, I was either going to get rid of YouTube or get rid of the commercials.
yeah. And I'm fortunate to have found a way to get rid of the commercials by getting premium. And I didn't want to do the month to month thing, so I did the annual,
Right.
and it works out fine. I mean, I I'm cool with that. I'm literally
Mhm.
cool with that. It's just like my AAA membership. That I pay it, and I just don't worry about it. Um, I don't worry about whether or not I'll need it throughout the year. I'm just comfortable knowing I have it throughout the year.
Right. Right.
It's that kind of thing.
So,
I like the
getting back to
little I like the young lady. That
who,
that was
Natasha?
really great. I subscribed to
I
her
thought
because of you. And I
yeah,
play
it was kind of refreshing. Now, I think, everybody has, their own takes on politics, but it was really nice to see her. She there's really not much I found wrong with her take on things.
yeah, she's yeah, she's worthy of my attention. I'll
Yeah.
put it that way.
And I looked a little bit at her page. She's got like presence on
She's quirky now. Don't get me wrong. She's quirky.
well,
I
that's
looked
even
at her
better.
page and I saw some stuff that was like, nah, she just being silly now. But
Yeah, well, there's
this one particular video that you displayed, it compelled me to subscribe to her, and I hope she makes a more mature presentation as she, grows.
well,
She has some
one
growing
can
to
only
do. She does. She has some
one can
growing to
only
do. Her presentation, as you had mentioned, gives off a fresh out of college vibe, and
yeah, yeah.
hopefully she'll be more professional.
She
As she,
hasn't been scarred yet.
I know, right? She does seem like the type of person that's been protected all her life, right?
Wait, there is nothing wrong with that. As a matter of
And
fact,
there's nothing. It's refreshing. It really is.
as a matter of fact, not this Saturday, but next Saturday, I actually have been collecting videos. We're going to take a look at that Black Middle Class, the Jack and Jill set. Um, uh,
Oh,
you
that
know,
would be awesome.
since it's Black History Month, I don't want to do Black History every day, but my take on it is Black Historian Day, which is tomorrow, and it was last Saturday too, where
Okay.
I look at Black historians and what they've written about Black history. You don't get a whole lot of that.
Yeah,
So
I've shared some things periodically with my own loved ones, and a lot of them, they're not rah 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 for so-called Black History Month. A lot of people have become desensitized,
mhm.
and it's like people are being shamed for. It's like, well, Black History is every day. Why just a month? You
Well,
should
I
say.
kind of
I was
so
like, man, y'all tripping, man.
well, someone asked me on it was either yesterday's show or it was on another panel about that very topic, and I basically said the same thing. I don't do anything necessarily special for Black History Month because I read Black history all year long. Uh,
Yes.
and most people should do. Americans, there is so much American history out there and so many different takes that
Yes.
really I wish more people could get into it because I kid you not, it makes your take on politics a lot more grounded. Okay, I'm going to pick on 12th Man again. That point about Democrats basically being the driving force behind Jim Crow in the South.
That's so
Well,
crazy.
well, no, he's right, but only up to a certain extent.
To a
Um,
certain extent.
it was Republicans who ended Jim Crow. You never hear people talk about that. It was Republicans who ended Reconstruction.
Right. I was about
So,
to say, well, like, wait, come again.
so blaming the Democrats and the Democrats in the 19th century are not the same Democrats today. Basically the polls have swapped.
That-
But
you-
what you got to know about the Republicans is there were several different factions of Republicans. Not all Republicans were for Reconstruction. Even it was the radical Republicans who were
Mhm.
basically the
The ones that
drivers
are
of
going
Jim
against the
Crow.
grain.
There was a faction of Republicans that were more business oriented, and no, they didn't care. They weren't into Reconstruction. Plenty of Republicans voted against Reconstruction, the acts. So what it is I think it's Harrison. Can't think of his first name. Basically, the 1876 election, it was like tied basically. So the election got thrown to Congress, to the House of Representatives. They were basically charged with picking the president. And there was a whole bunch of deal making, and the South basically said, okay, Republicans, you can have the presidency, but in return, you've got to pull the troops out of the South. And because the Republicans wanted the presidency, they basically ended Reconstruction, and that allowed the Democrats to, the rest is history. So it's ignorant. It is ignorant to say Republicans were so pro-black. It is ahistorical. And if you're going to come up on a politics channel and say that, you need to know your shit, okay? Because it's just going to be dissected, and I'm not going to let that kind of generalization stand without being, without challenging it. People in 12th Man of all people should know me by now. He should know because we've had this discussion before.
Yeah.
He just does it to annoy me.
And I'm starting to wonder about that myself sometimes because these interruptions, like we're listening to you and I don't know what to make of it, but I did I left for
I
a
know.
moment because I was retrieving a video about Mound Bayou in Mississippi.
Yep.
And I'll put it, not that you asked for it, but
There were like a whole lot of slaves that got killed and buried there, right?
well, not just that, but it's the way this brief documentary is constructed. It explained how
Oh yeah, One Mike History. Yeah, I'm familiar.
there was a president. I don't recall the president's name that ensured that Mound Bayou had what's the covenant property laws that a lot of people claim excluded Black Americans from owning land.
Oh yeah,
Well,
it happened in California. Yep.
they were able, the people in this community were able to use that covenant law against white
Mhm.
people. So
Really?
yeah, they played a switcheroo. It's like, well, they were allowed, or however you want to phrase it, but
Mhm.
the covenant laws, for
Mhm.
all this time I was thinking, Stanley, oh, it's all white people conducting these covenant laws regarding
Mhm.
property, but apparently there are Black Americans that actually constructed their own covenant land laws, and
Mhm.
Mound Bayou is one of them in Mississippi. And so that's what I got out of it. It wasn't about the tragedies or anything.
Well,
Um,
there was actually I can't remember. There was actually like a massacre there.
I didn't get that far into it. I just
Right.
once I heard
I'd
covenant
have
law,
to look it up.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I put the video in the back. It shouldn't be that long. You
Okay,
could look
well,
at
I'll
it
show it.
at your
Well,
leisure.
tomorrow I'm doing history videos roughly around the cotton industry.
They weren't
Um,
dealing in cotton. They
oh
they
no,
emptied a swamp, and that's why I didn't get. I was trying. I was like, why didn't I watch that full video? Because once they said that they drained the swamp, this is how they got the land. Because it was like,
yeah.
nobody wanted the land. Nobody Caucasian
Mhm.
wanted the land. And they said, well, you could sell it to us, and we'll do what we do with it. And they thought that these useless Negroes was just going to try to muddle in some swamp, but they knew how to drain the swamp, and they created a town, which is Mount Bayou. And
Mhm.
so I stopped watching it right then and there, especially after hearing the covenant laws. And I started looking up videos of how to drain a swamp. So that's how my mind works. It's like once I hear something that triggers something I'm not familiar with at all, my mind, ventures off. So that's why I didn't watch the entire video. So for all I know, there was a massacre there that I have yet to be informed of. So I don't know. I got to listen to the rest of it.
Well, no, I'll show it tomorrow. I got a ton of, most of the videos are going to be around the cotton industry. So I had no idea.
I didn't know about what you said about the Indian trade.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I had no
That's going to
clue,
be fascinating tomorrow.
but a lot of instead, Africans had a cotton and weaving industry that developed independently of anywhere else in the world. There were like 4 or 5 areas where cotton is native, different species of cotton, and people started weaving it just like in like Central America, Africa, China, and India. They started doing it independent of each other. But the thing is that India had like the highest quality. They had perfected dye technology. They were making colors and patterns that no one else could make. So the cloth was really valuable. And I had no idea, but traders would buy this high quality cloth from India, take it to West Africa, and trade it for slaves. I had no idea. So at first, it wasn't just a triangle trade. There was a leg that went between West Africa and India. I
Yeah.
didn't know that.
Yeah.
So, the guy who recommended it, his name's Nagon. He's a colleague of MOT. I'm 60 years old and did not know any of this. That's what I love about history. There's just so much of it. And
The tapestry of how it all forms.
right. And the thing is that this book is actually, I can weave it into my grand narrative. The thing is that, the blacks that are selling slaves, into the triangle trade, well, you know what? Gee, I thought they were paying money or guns or something. No, it was cloth. So
It was also what is that oil called? This oh, it escapes me right now. Palm oil.
yes,
There were all types of when it came to Black Africans selling other Africans, there was not only cloth, but palm oil. They were exchanging. They were using palm oil as a as peace trades. Like you know, not only do we have slaves to offer you, but why don't you buy some of this palm oil too? So they use the palm oil to grease the incentive of a fair price for slaves. I think it's Benin or something.
yeah,
That
that sounds
yeah,
it's West Africa.
yeah. So they were conducting negotiations with slaves as well as, and I couldn't figure out how palm oil came into the mix, but I guess they used slaves to because I guess slave trade is like, why should we be interested in palm oil? Is that all you got? And it was like, no, we got some slaves here too. You know. So it's yeah, humanity can be really something. I mean, it's I don't know what the problem is as to why humans want to harm other humans when all humans ought to just be minding their own business. I don't
A
understand.
lot of times, if it's outside of your immediate friend or family group, people tend to have a whole lot less empathy and sympathy. You got to remember, way, way, way back in the day, during the hunter gatherer days, people would have like territory that was square miles wide. So, these people weren't familial, they were competitors for resources.
That's what fences are for, to
No,
identify.
we're talking back in the days when everyone was hunter gatherers. There were no fences. There weren't even back in the day before there was even domesticated plants and farms and stuff. I'm talking way, way like 10,000 years ago.
Well, for those that follow or believe in biblical stories, it didn't even take all that. It took envy. It took resentment. Like, a man killed his own brother because according to the stories of the Bible, he didn't appreciate that God favored his offering over his. And it's just it's just it's just really strange that the aggression, I'll put it that way, the aggression. You emphasized in the earlier video with her essay, she was narrating her essay. I'm trying to remember her name.
Stacy Patton.
Yes, yes, your crush. She was emphasizing the white female aggression and how it's been cultivated. And
Well, it's really interesting. I remember the first time I came across Stephanie Rogers Jones' book. And I grew up in the deep South, and you really never, the way they taught history and just the way things are, the white women always had that I got a case of the vapors, Vivian Lee sort of, Orette, where will I go? What will I do? The trope of the helpless Southern belle. Uh, this book basically explains it. It wasn't quite like that. A lot of these women were more vicious than the male slave owners, especially what would happen is the massa, and that's why kind of annoys me when 12th Man, professes his love for black women. Well, a lot of masses preferred black women to their wives, and they didn't. Just because you preferred dark meat didn't mean that you were. You believed in equality or anything like that. And a lot of times, that poor slave girl that Massa was, having his way with, she'd catch hell from the wife because the wife was jealous.
Absolutely.
So, that book, They Were Her Property, it explains that white women were every bit as cruel as the men were. And a lot of times, their fathers, their daddies would leave them slaves. Now, because women, when they got married, their property became the husband's property. The father would literally have to be very detailed in his will. Like, these slaves are my daughter's slaves alone. They can't be transferred to the husband. You'd have to be very meticulous in the will when you were leaving property. But, I don't, white women were just as, unsavory as slave owners. And there was also sexual exploitation on the women's part of some of the younger slave boys too. It wasn't unheard of.
Yeah, those foot warmers, as they say.
I was hoping Dave would hit the link. Yeah, Dave. Yeah, that's the first time. The other day I made a sourdough bread. It's the first time I ever even got close to like a decent looking sourdough. So I took pictures of it and posted it on YouTube. I was so elated. So
That's beautiful.
well, I've been slicing it up and eating it with homemade peanut butter. It's actually pretty good.
That's important.
Hey, it's fermented bread. That's what sourdough is. It's actually good for your gut health.
You're making wise decisions. How do
I
you,
wouldn't even be making sourdough. My father wants me to start making it for him.
uh-huh.
Now I usually just make like regular sandwich bread, which isn't bad for you, but it's not as good as sourdough.
Yeah. Well, I'm on a whole nother level, and so I'm not gonna suggest anything other than to consider cabbage.
Oh, I love
Is
cabbage.
yeah, they're like in
As a
some.
matter of fact, I have some sauerkraut. Like I'll put sauerkraut on hot dogs every now and again.
Yeah, yeah. Cabbage is our friend when it comes to gut
Oh,
health.
hey, I used as a kid, I love green vegetables. We used to like, I can remember being like 3 and 4 years old, my sister and I, shoot, we
Mhm.
sit down and kill some spinach.
You'd be
We
surprised how
never.
many people aren't eating vegetables on a regular basis.
Oh,
It's
yeah, my
sad.
son is one of them.
Yeah, he's gonna have to figure out something.
Well, he grew up eating vegetables. I've, talked to him. It's
Yeah.
not like he doesn't like them.
Yeah, it's just this society provides so many conveniences that we've lost the value of a home cooked meal, and um, which includes having. Oh, did you know that the food pyramid has changed?
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of inverted or something. I didn't look too far into it because I mean, I eat right just because I like food. I've been using my crock pot, my one pot a lot, and I've been making like dried beans. I love dried beans. I'll make like a bean stew and throw some sausage and I threw spinach. I had some leftover spinach, so I threw that into the pot along
Well,
with some chicken stock.
You're better than me. What I found is that Eden brand are already pressure cooked beans, like their
Oh
entire
yeah.
Eden.
Well,
They're
well, the
already
thing
pressure
is,
cooked.
I mean, you can literally pressure cook the beans for like 5 minutes, and they're perfectly fine.
Yeah,
It's so easy, and I mean, a bag of dried black beans, for instance, it's like $1.50, like for a pound, and it's
yeah,
just me. You know,
it can
I'll
be
be
done.
eating, yeah, I'll be eating black bean stew for 3 days.
It could be done. In the event that people don't want to deal with that volume, they can just use half the beans in a bag
Yeah,
or a
yeah,
third of the beans in a bag. It's really good economically and
oh yeah,
health wise.
and it's got protein. You can literally
Lots of
use
protein,
beans as a
especially
meat
the black
substitute.
beans.
Yep.
Yeah, especially the black beans. It's really important to pressure cook them after you soak them, ideally overnight,
Yep.
and rinse them really well. Make sure all the little rocks and pebbles are out of there. But my point is, it's important to pressure cook them because there's this little nasty bugger called lectins that are in certain legumes, and
Mhm.
lectins this it's not about not burping or farting. Like, ideally that would be the only problem. It's not about that. It's about this component, and I only know it's entitled lectins. Lectins are in certain um, nightshades and legumes
Right.
that disrupt the lining of our
Oh,
uh,
yeah. Irritate.
our intestinal lining. So it's important, believe it or not, to pressure cook your beans if you're going to do that. After you cleanse them properly, of course,
Right.
or rather, yeah, cleanse and soak them properly. But yeah, beans in a bag, oh man, you're going to get rich. If you commit to the good old days of beans and greens, and if you want to add some potatoes or rice on the side or what have you, but if you make beans your primary protein, you're not missing, you're not going to crave after. You know how some people eat a big meal, they go to a Chinese buffet or some crap, and then
Right.
2 hours later they're still hungry. You're not going to encounter that with beans. You're not going to be hungry after you eat a good meal with beans. You're just not. That's, they're designed, the way they spell, what's the word I'm looking for? It takes so long for them to digest that you just don't feel hungry. You know,
Right.
you're not snacking. And I think what's important for longevity is to avert snacking as much as possible. That's where a lot of
Right.
people get into trouble, the snacking, you know. Anyway, I've
I
said
uh
it.
Hey, Dave, if you're still out there, I released this short this morning, and so far it's a little bit over 8 hours. I got 2,300 views for it.
Are
I'm
you
like,
gonna do more shorts?
I've been doing them every day.
That's what people are getting into. And what I found is that they will use different clips of a long
Yeah.
live stream,
Well, here's the deal. If you
and
can
they hope
do a
it
live
hits like a
stream,
lottery.
well, if you do StreamYard will clip your show automatically with AI, but it's got to be less than 6 hours. So, I've shortened my shows. I'll go over 6 hours. If like tomorrow, I'll probably go over 6 hours. But I most of the shows this week have been around 4 or 5 hours, and uh, it'll clip them, and then if I don't want those clips, I'll delete them and then tell it to reclip because you can give it parameters. And mine is usually just funny, basically humorous clips or something like that, and
I understand.
it'll render them out. I Now this particular I have no clue why this is so popular. I didn't think it was particularly funny or anything, but maybe it's Jim Jordan's picture, but I'm like, holy shit. I've gotten like maybe 5 or 6 new subscriptions because of the shorts. So I
That's
well, I
cool.
guess I should have been doing it all along.
That's
But I'm
cool.
lazy. I hate editing. That's why I hadn't been doing it. But anyway, I
2,000 and growing, huh? That's cool.
yeah, I literally had like 500 hits in the first couple hours. And I cannot figure out why. But you know, it's getting more more looks at the show. So, you know, it'll work itself out. But getting back to these two, um uh one of the things that one of the things that I'm sure people may realize by now, look, I literally have been watching these sorts of political shows since I was in 8th grade. I don't know what got me into politics. Probably more because I was reading about it and, you know, political philosophy is always kind of, you know, it could even be because I took Latin and, you know, a lot of, you know, the Cicero type stuff, they talk about government a lot. Um, so for whatever reason, I've been thinking and reading about politics for shit over 50 years. And you know, getting up on a YouTube show, and I know people don't know me from, you know, Adam, but the thing is when you come up and you start talking about things like the Democrats were, you know, the only ones oppressing black people, dude, I knew you were just so wrong. And I was mean when I told 12th Man that he basically he basically wasted white skin. It's like, dude, you got white skin. You could have had a good education if you had tried. instead, instead, you sound like some yahoo up here. I do admit that was a little below the belt. It was a little racist. And Kelvin says, "I'm an emotional abuser." Yeah, I'm not gonna deny that. I know I will feel out your weakness, and I will go after it. You know, it's almost like martial arts. You know, you hurt like a joint or something like that. You just keep going back to the joint just to cause maximum pain. I am, and I do have to say I do feel a little bit bad about that. So, but y'all hit the link. If anyone wants to come up, feel free to hit it.
Yes, please do join us while we go over these two guys that may or may not interest you.
Well, but the thing is, well, let me tell you why it interests me. Look, I have been saying sometimes I show these just for validation because I've been saying for over a year that MAGA is not a populist movement. It is really an oligarchical movement that is passing itself off as a populist movement. Trump doesn't give a shit about the working class.
Never has, never will.
Right.
He can't relate to it.
But a lot, well, I don't know. He knows what to say to get him on board.
I don't know how, as the man in the video emphasized, how he has duped people.
Oh, absolutely.
It's like, are you guys that damn gullible?
But when I say it online, I get all kinds of pushback. And I'm like, dude, it is literally right
I'm
there in
trying
front
to
of your
figure
face.
out, and I tried to step outside of myself, and it was like, okay, did people just fall in love with, you know, I know you don't like to go back in the past, but let's examine the past just for a moment. there was this momentum that President O had going on, right? President Obama had this momentum going on. And if you let the everyday person tell it at that time, he could do no wrong. It was like people were hypnotized and enchanted and in love with this guy.
Well,
And
see, I saw a different.
I did
I
too. I didn't look at it like that. But go
Well,
ahead.
no, here's the deal. Number one, I didn't tell it. I rarely mentioned it, but I actually Ticketmaster. I worked IT for Ticketmaster for about 10 years. We did the ticketing for Obama's both his inaugural balls.
Uh-huh.
And the day that I had to take my son, and my wife and I used to take my son to his doctor's appointments. The day that I did that was the day Obama stopped by to meet everybody who was doing. I was doing, IT. I was, helping out with the printers and
Uh-huh.
the programming, the software for printing tickets. So I didn't get my chance to meet Obama. However, my point is that if you kept up with the politics of it, Mitch McConnell did a huge level set when he said, "My job is to make sure Obama's a one-term president." That was like almost as soon as almost right after Inauguration Day. So there were people in Congress who were not big Obama fans, and they also went after Obama because a lot of Republicans, especially, and on the left too,
They
didn't
made
think
it difficult for
he
him.
didn't
Yes.
think they didn't think he should bail out these companies and the banks. He caught a lot of flack for that. And
But
several
he
other things.
saved the economy.
Obamacare. He caught a lot of flack for that. So there was a honeymoon, but in my opinion, the people who were for Obama stayed for Obama. A lot of black people, and these, to me, they are just literally childish. They thought having Obama as a president was gonna mean like some special privilege or something for Black Americans.
Yeah, they did.
And I never thought that.
I didn't either.
Because on the campaign trail, he literally said, "There is no Black America, there is no white America, there's only America." That was him. That was him showing his hand right there that he wasn't going to play favorites.
Yeah, oh yeah, pretty much. And now he did conduct the My Brother's Keeper legislation, or
I don't
rather
remember that.
initiative or whatever. Yeah, it's something called My Brother's Keeper, and it does favor Black American men in terms of funding for starting a business. And
Yeah, well,
so
I mean, that had been
that's something.
the Small Business Association, had a minority and women-owned business, kind of
It
uh
revved up the acceptance rate
yeah,
for Black men exclusively. It revved
right.
it up.
And he did something similar with farmers, black farmers. And both
Yeah.
times he got shot down. That farmer stuff, because the lady who was like the administrator of it, she got
Uh-huh.
lied on. She literally got lied on. This white farmer basically said that she was being all racist with him, and I think Obama just went and fired her. That's the first time. That's really one of the few times I was kind of pissed off at Obama. Well, he fired
Without
her because
evidence?
it was a believable story, and as it turns out, she was totally exonerated. He was
The white
wrong.
man lied on her, huh?
Yes, yes.
Surprise,
I
surprise.
forget. I'll see. Can I look her up? Because actually, it would fit in with tomorrow's theme. Yeah, she got done wrong, and I think what it was is Obama actually went the other way. He didn't want to be seen as favoring black people, so he just summarily fired her, and he fucked up basically.
Yeah. Yeah, there's all types of pressures that we might not be aware of as to why he would do something that ridiculous.
Oh, well, absolutely. Well, I think it was obvious that, you know, he was. Look, I think even if he had done nothing, just the pressure of being the first black president, I can't imagine what kind of pressure they were under.
That's a heck of a lot of pressure.
And let me give you an indication. There are lies out there that he shows that Obama's in the Epstein files. That's if it were true, dude, that would have been
People are still lying about Michelle being a man. That's how
You know
crazy.
what? That's not even a lie. I don't even like when people want to do all that.
That is so crazy.
I automatically switch off.
I
I'm
have
like, dude,
family members that still talk about that crazy stuff.
right. And you know what? I just people who do that pretty much go down in my respect level. Like Kelvin here wanting to
Exactly.
make that joke. Every time you do that big Mikey thing, Kelvin, you get your wrench rusts a little bit more.
Okay. Yeah, that's so abysmal of a spirit to that's terrible.
You know
That's
what?
a
I don't care.
that's a
I
spiritually
I
corrupt person.
listen to some of these MAGA blacks on YouTube, and I just feel sorry for them. It's like number one, they don't know shit about politics, and like
Well, a
and
lot of them say
I'm not even ashamed to say it. Like Sharon, for instance, Sharon doesn't know shit about politics. I mean, literally, I laugh sometimes when I hear.
well, he certainly hasn't been studying it for 50 years like you.
Well,
So
I don't know that
of
I've
course you can
studied it.
afford to say that.
Okay, well, dude, there are people who are in their 20s who know more about, if you actually like took, like a political science major, I just accumulated the knowledge just over the years. I There are people like Imperius, for instance, he knows a lot about politics. He's not as old as I am, but he's gone to law school and he does stuff like that. The specialized training, just knowing the law is going to expose you to government and stuff like that. What I'm saying, in look, all I'm saying is sometimes a little bit of humility goes a long way. Okay, it's not a requirement that you know all this stuff about politics, but don't act like you do. Okay, don't get up on a panel talking about, hey, over here we deal with solutions. No, you don't. And if maybe your definition of what a solution is not my definition of what a solution is. And I don't mean to pick on Sharon, to be honest.
Well, it sounds like you are, quite frankly. And
Oh, well,
you
if
know,
I am too goddamn bad, for starters, I don't, his feelings. If I hurt his feelings, I don't give a fuck. However, but fair as I try to be, he's not asking for it. Now, I was over in his chat yesterday because Savage was over there, and they've had that running feud with Big J and MOT and a couple other people. So I was just over there for the messiness. I'm going to admit. And I had a good old time over there trolling in his chat. It was, I hadn't trolled over there in a while.
yeah, it's the messiness can be attractive.
Well, but the thing is I don't normally listen to his show. So, going over there, and trolling a little bit, it's fresh ground until he called me out. He's like, well, he asked me, well, why don't you hit the panel? Are you scared? And, my response was, when you talk about something that interests me, I'll come up. Usually the topics they do over there, it's not interesting to me. How can we be a
Well,
man and how can we be accountable as men? Like, I want to hear that claptrap.
yeah, he's running a business. He's got to do what he's got to
And
do.
there is nothing wrong with that.
Hmm.
It just couldn't be me. Hey, Lupin, I don't know. Tomorrow's Saturday. It may be full of bumbling idiots, but
There was
seriously,
one channel that featured our people stupid for being superstitious. I think some sentiment like that.
yeah, I saw somebody. Who was that?
I
Was
think it
it
was
Candy
chaotic
Cane?
truth. I think.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it is
Yeah,
today.
and I was just
Today's
like,
Friday the 13th.
I was like, he's definitely running a business because that's like,
Oh, well, I don't I mean, chaotic, he's never disguised that. It's
yeah,
nakedly.
he's running a business. Period.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, and I was talking to who was it I was talking to? Look, if you consider yourself an entertainer, it's just like, doing a concert. People pay to see uh their preferred entertainment. I don't see a problem with it. And YouTube incentivizes it. That's why they have the monetization, so people can make a little money and you're making them ad money. So I honestly have no problems, but just be upfront about it. As a matter of fact, I really need to run this more like a business. Um, I am.
I think
I'm
at some point, as your shorts become, gain more hits, you probably will start thinking along those lines. It's just a
well,
matter of
I'm
because it's too
probably
enticing. It's too
I'm
enticing.
probably well, here's the deal though. I am serious when I say that if I just did cash apps, that would be good enough for me because I don't want to be tied down, by YouTube rules. Like for instance, I think it was T, when she applied for monetization, I think she had to go in and clean up a lot of her content. She had to delete some stuff, because sometimes what'll happen is, especially for music, sometimes you'll get a flag for copyrighted material, but they'll say, "Hey, look, it's not a strike. It's not going to affect, who can see the video, but it's there." So I'm guessing, and I haven't asked anybody, but if you want to be monetized at some point, you got to go back and you got to clean all that stuff up. And I don't know that I want to do all that. Really the only thing I like about being monetized are the super chats where, and I don't get a whole lot of traffic in the chat, so I'm able to usually keep up, but when you've got like 150 people and they're all in the chat, if you want a question asked and paid attention to, you pay to, make it stand out. I like that part of it. But I'm not big enough to really even warrant, super chats. So Lupin, tomorrow, it's gonna be another Black Historian Day. And I'm going to kind of focus on the beginnings of capitalism. I had no idea that the cotton industry was kind of like gave birth to the Industrial Revolution. And I had no idea that cotton played such a big part in the African slave trade. So I learned a whole lot. And the guy who wrote a book called The Kingdom of Cotton, I'm sorry, Empire of Cotton. I've got one or two of his videos, and then I've got a couple videos that focus on the cotton planting in Mississippi, things along that line. And then the week after that, I'm going to look at the Black bourgeoisie. Let's see. I work in marketing. Let's do lunch. That's interesting. So you're a salesman, Megabyte? Isn't that what marketing is? It's just sales.
Too. And one of the things that I think pushes back a little bit on the Trump as sui generis problem of analysis is, you mentioned the AFD in Europe. There are very few places left in the West which are not struggling with populism, nationalism, serious, whether you want to call them xenophobic.
I wanted to talk a little bit about populism in American history, which will be something that I need to go back and learn more about. But what I do know is that populism has always been kind of a puppet of oligarchs or elites. And elites will do two things. Number one, they will bust up a populist movement along racial lines. That's happened before. And the other thing is populist movements are high energy. They basically are like flashes in the pan. I can't think of one that lasted any length of time in the United States. And I think MAGA is going to wind up doing the same thing. It may mutate. It may go dormant and come back in another form in 10 years. But it's not going to outlast Donald Trump, I just don't think. Populist movements also tend to be cults of personality. And I don't think anybody's going to be able to imitate Donald Trump's personality. Whether you like him or don't, you've got to admit he is a singular personality. You're Don Draper. Oh, he works at headquarters, mass public marketing. That makes it better. So you're the salesman to the salesman.
Or just anti-immigrant.
Or you're like Glengarry Glen Ross, where you teach salesmen to sell?
Backlashes. Do you have a broader theory of the case? Is this all downstream of the financial crisis in 2007, 2008? Is it a backlash against neoliberalism, which, you're probably harsher on than I am? If you were a historian writing 100 years from now, like what do you think would be the explanations for why this is not a uniquely American phenomenon?
Well, I'm pretty convinced that it's not simply an economic phenomenon. I mean, this was common after 2016 to say, well, it's globalization, neoliberalism, people left behind. But if you look at who's really angry and who's really mobilized, it doesn't necessarily correspond to those people left behind. It really, there are these other cultural factors that intervened. I would say that, and it's also, the reason I don't think it's about the material distribution of resources is, for that reason, that there's a lot of very well-to-do people that are also joining in. I mean, all these oligarchs are incredibly mad about, disrespect. And I think actually that's the currency of the current inequality. It's an inequality of respect. This is the theme of thumos that I've talked about through almost all of my books, that people don't simply desire material resources, they desire respect. And I think in many countries, there's been a unequal distribution of respect, that, you do have this emergence of, a professional class that now really controls the Democratic Party in the United States, but also the mainstream parties in Europe that are educated, that, have certain views of the world, and they, fundamentally don't respect people that are not like themselves. And I think a lot of the anger comes from that lack of respect. If you think about the oligarchs themselves, they're very mad that, the country wasn't incredibly grateful to them for making all these big companies and creating all this wealth. As I understand it, part of the reason that Mark Zuckerberg has taken this shift towards Trumpism is that he actually feels he did a lot to answer the challenges of disinformation after 2016, and nobody gave him any credit for that. They still continued to, to dump on him and demonize him and so forth. And so I think that the technological side of this is also important, because who is it that distributes respect in the current world? A lot of that has moved to social media, or kind of technologically mediated fora where people can either be disrespected or supported in ways that really escape the control of all of the traditional institutions that used to distribute respect. So that may be, I think part of the explanation, that if you're simply thinking in these old kind of Marxist terms, and in terms of who's got material wealth and how they're using it, I don't think that really explains, what's been going on.
Yeah, I mean, Jonathan Rausch, friend of mine, friend of the podcast, he's got this new book about religion,
Stanley?
and part of his argument is that he was very, very wrong
Yes, ma'am.
in dismissing the importance
What
of
are your
religion.
thoughts about what he just said regarding it's not necessarily about economics, it's about respect?
I think
Do you
he's wrong.
understand where he's coming from? The
Let me replay it.
The oligarchs believe that they're not encountering the respect.
No,
they
I don't.
deserve.
I don't believe that at all.
Okay, I just want your
No.
thoughts about that. Okay.
No, I think he's talking about a specific case where Mark Zuckerberg. I mean, I guess that's believable. You might feel, well, hell, you know what? I tried to please the left, and they still don't like me, so I'm just gonna go with the right. But that's kind of reactionary. It's not like a universal, hey, money. Mark Zuckerberg isn't thinking that money, respect is more important than money. He's just talking about a specific case.
Okay.
Because there's not a person who has $1 billion who thinks, they may think respect is money, or respect is the result of me having a lot of money. But believe me, all these people are going to take money. Respect is not something, you can invest and make a bunch of money off of, at least not physically.
Yeah, precisely.
But I mean, the way America works, though, if you have $1 billion, you're going to automatically get respect. That's just the way, American capitalism works. And this is part of my raging, is that people like Elon Musk, they literally, and Fukuyama kind of said this, these guys think because they have that much money, they literally think that they are not subject to the normal rules. And it might be human nature to feel that way, but they feel that way.
All right.
And Donald Trump is the exact same way. Now we know what happens when a businessman runs the country. He runs it like a business. And Trump is running this country like like it's Trump. What is it? What's his company? Trump Incorporated or whatever it is.
Or something.
Right. Well, Trump is basically treating America like
Trump
it
organization
is his own.
or something like that.
Trump Organization. Yeah, that's what it is. He's basically treating it, hey, you know what? I don't need a presidential salary because I made $1 billion last year. My family did. So of course he doesn't need a paltry $500,000
in public life. And it seems to me that one aspect of that is religion, Christianity, but also Judaism and Islam and all. There's a superstructure to them that is a different stratum of identity that conveys a sense of status and obligation independent of the market,
right,
or social media and that kind of thing. And so the decline of religion as a living force in daily life, it strips things down to competitions of
Don actually makes a really good observation here. shrewdness is not necessarily, intellectualism and vice versa. Like, I don't know that I would be able to build a channel the way Sharon does. Okay, they're two different skill sets. If Sharon said, "Well, that's Stanley's, a fucking idiot. He can't even, build a business out of a YouTube channel," he would be right to criticize me because I just don't have that acumen. Um, quite frankly, it's too much work. If I had to sit here, like the only reason these clips get made is because StreamYard's AI is doing it. If I literally had to sit here and clip out the show, it would never get done because I find it to be drudgery. And way back in the day when I first started this channel, I swore I was going to do a video essay at least once a week. And I went by the wayside. You know, if this channel is 13 months old, it went away 11 months ago. So we all have our talents, and I sometimes need to be reminded that these guys make a lot more money at YouTube than I do, and it's not because they're not talented.
Status and essentially, and the problem with status is it's a positional good.
What's up, Yeti?
Right? It's like if you have high status, it comes at the expense of somebody else's status, or at least that's the way it feels to our lizard brains.
Mhm.
And that's a difficult problem to solve. It doesn't lend itself towards a public policy program.
No. Well, you think about how the media has shifted to the internet and to influencers instead of kind of legacy, media sources. Having started my own YouTube channel and finding it really hard to attract followers, in a way, social media gives you immediate feedback on your status, right? That people like what you say or they disregard it. And I think that it has intensified this kind of inequality in status where people can see their friends that are getting more likes than they are. And, actually Jean-Jacques Rousseau in his discourse on the origins of inequality said that human unhappiness began the first moment people came together in society and they were able to compare themselves to other people.
Right.
And if you think, what does social media do? It's exactly that. It's this instant way of seeing your status relative to that of your peers and famous people and, other people that are out there. And I think,
well, I'm gonna make a comment on that because I actually subscribe to Fukuyama's page. And I personally have gone through that. I have had this channel for 13 months and I am just approaching 300 subscribers. Now, here's the deal. I had to have a Sunday come to Jesus meeting with myself, talking with Mela about, the get in a quiet room sometimes and just think about things. I know that I am a difficult person. And, a lot of people have said, well, gee, you need to be nicer to people. You need to be a little bit more accommodating. You need to stop cutting people off. And I work on it. Obviously not very hard, but I did not come to this thinking that, goddamn, I'm going to have 2,000 subscribers in 2 months. I know, there are certain people who probably even hate watch the channel because, and the reason I know, when I go to look at the people who like the show or don't like the show, it's never 100%. People just creep in here and give me the down thumb, just to tweak my nose.
There are people that believe that they're going to skyrocket immediately, right? And that's their ego. Their ego is like, hey, I'm this wonderful guy or this wonderful gal. Why shouldn't I have 100,000 subscribers in less than 6 months? You know, they actually go into it believing that. And when the reality hits them that it's not as easy as that, and they start comparing themselves to people who they believe they're better than them. It's like, I'm better than this person, but you know, I should have their subscribers. You know, there are people that think that way. And
Right.
you know, comparison is the thief of joy. It's at some point a person has to stop comparing and just do what it is that pleases you to do and figure it out along
And
the way.
it takes a lot to do that. You know,
It
teenagers
does.
aren't inclined to do it because, you know, peer pressure and all that sort of stuff. I tell you right now, I've always kind
People have
of
made themselves sick, Stanley, trying to grow their channel. And that's a shame.
um I can understand why one might want to. However, look, and I also think it's a function of age. I literally, well, two things, and you know, if there can be a silver lining, I learned how fragile life can be. It's I've literally seen here today, gone tomorrow, or here today. Well, shit, I've seen here today, gone tomorrow. So you know, that kind of pushed me farther along into sometimes, you know, as long as you're not hurting anyone, sometimes you really should march to the beat of your own drum. That's why, you know, I'll get up on a panel, and Nightish is famous for this. He likes to trash me for being an individualist. And you know what? You're not hurting my feelings because I am. I sometimes, like, as an existential matter, have to march to the beat of my own drum. I don't want to be bored to death with other people's tunes.
Right. Yeah. I'm not one to wait,
Look
wait.
at I'll bring it back in just a second. In just a second.
Subs don't really
Well,
matter unless they are engaged.
well,
Okay.
Natasha, it took me a minute to come up with that. Look, I have, you know, the 200 people. A lot of people, like, this week didn't even know I had a channel. So that helped. But look, I have 295 quality people who rock with me for better or for worse. There are no illusions where people come here and they think I'm one way and then they learn that I'm not and go, you know, and unsubscribe. There's not been a whole lot of that. With the exception of Mike, I guess. Mike is apparently Mike has his own channel. He's finally got it up and running. And he says he's already got 200 subs in just a few days. He hopes I do well with my channel.
Great.
Yeah, it is. Mind telling us the name of your channel, or are you gonna make us guess? You can give us the name of your channel, Mike. I would encourage everybody to go over and subscribe to your channel. There's no hard feelings on my part.
That's one of the reasons that it's made people so intensely unhappy. I remember my wife was on
Because
Facebook
I'm gonna
for
put
a
it to
couple
you
of
this
years.
way. Those are probably, you know, some of them are like John Galt and Latino for Trump, and you know, some of the CT crowd. I don't want them as subscribers in any case. They're not my cup of tea, and I'm not their cup of tea. Hey, yeah, Mike, what's your channel? Maybe it's just called Mike. Wait, hold it. You know what? Let me do this. I can figure out what his channel is. Hold on one sec. I think I can. Let's see. Go to channel.
And then place it in the
Okay, well, he's got apparently his channel is using a different account than the one he's using here.
Oh, I see.
So you're gonna have to tell us the name of your show, Mike. And Natasha says she subbed once. You told me had a channel a few days ago. I've heard your voice in the
Unless
space
he
for a
has
good
a
long while.
wrench.
Proud of that.
If he has a wrench, he could put the link in it. But that's up to
Yeah.
you. That's up to you. I don't have a wrench. Not that I'm asking. I'm just saying one of the functions of being a moderator is you are able to tabulate in the chat room links, you know. So
Yeah, I clicked on it and that's not the channel he's using. Yeah, I don't even do enough self-promotion on my own channel. I really need to be I need to be stopping and going, "Hey, y'all hit the like button and, if you're new, subscribe." Uh oh yeah, and Bobby's asking me if I've started drinking yet. Nope, I haven't started. I'm waiting on somebody to invest in the sovereign beer fund. On the weekends, you know what? I don't have to drink. If y'all want to see wild and crazy Stanley, contribute to the sovereign
some
beer
people
fund.
do.
What's the name of your channel? Wait, I'm good on broadcasting my channel. I don't want any subs from you all. I'm growing mine from the bottom respectfully. Okay, Mike, well, that's cool. I like your pull yourself up by your bootstraps mentality. Salute to you.
Yeah, he wants to do it without anyone's assistance.
I understand that you don't need daddy.
Organically. He's doing it organically.
He doesn't need his daddy's help. I understand.
Now, see, you would have to say something like that. You would.
I admire your son wanting to go out there and be all scrappy and do it on your own without daddy's help.
I know, right? Your daddy. That's so.
And she got off because she says,
all the
I don't want to
jokes.
see the stuff about all the great
that
vacations
I
all
do.
of our friends have had,
Right. No, it calls to mind there's a great quote from Montesquieu where he says, "If one only wished to be happy, this could be easily accomplished. But we wish to be happier than other people, and this is always difficult, for we believe other people to be happier than they are."
Right.
And that's the problem. And in the attention economy, in the sort of status economy measured by clicks and that kind of thing, they're basically envy generating machines, and envy is deeply poisonous to social trust and the proper functioning of society.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's this, I talked about this in terms of these two concepts of isothumia and megalothumia. The isothumia is the expectation of a liberal society that everybody is respected. Everybody is given an equal degree of respect as a citizen, as a subject of a democratic republic. But, the world isn't satisfied with that. And people want to be respected, more respected than their fellows. And a lot of human happiness derives from that. You can't do away with that because you couldn't have any form of human excellence if certain people didn't want to be great, wide receivers or pianists or guitar players or whatever. But that immediately creates unhappiness on the part of people that strive and are not respect. I think that explains a lot of Donald Trump, and Vladimir Putin. I mean, Trump, went to that famous White House Correspondents' Dinner where Obama made fun of him.
Right.
And I think his entire presidency can be understood in terms of his wanting to get back at the people that made fun of him. Obama.
I happened to be watching that live. I thought it was hilarious.
That's a real thing.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
Yeah. People hold a grudge no matter how successful they are financially.
But let me tell you something though. It was Donald Trump that started it. With that birther bullshit.
The birther thing, yeah.
Yes. So you know what? That's why I don't feel sorry. You know what? I don't think Obama would have messed with him had As a matter of fact, he was joking about the birther stuff.
Exactly.
Let's see. So Mike says, call it what you want. I have a lot of haters. LOL. Nothing new. Well, wait, hold it. You think I hate you, Mike?
Uh-oh.
I'm proud of you, son. Why would I hate you?
Obama's the chief villain in the other story with Putin too, because at one point Obama said that Russia was a regional power, and this really got under Putin's skin. You know, that we're not a regional power; we are a great power, and I'm going to prove it to you. And so, in many respects, you know, those two individuals, a lot of their motivation can be seen as trying to show the people that disrespected them that they actually
I'll show you
were really wrong.
So this is a strange question, but like this territorial expansion stuff, which has taken everybody by surprise and has nothing to do with getting the price of eggs lower or anything like that, right? My colleague at the Dispatch, Nick Katojo, he made a point which I'm annoyed with myself for it having not occurred to me, which is that there is something inherent in the arguments and the logic of nationalism that lead inexorably, given the opportunity, right? Because opportunism is a big part of all of these things, towards the argument for expansion, right? It's as if somebody had said to Donald Trump, Putin's a great man of history because he's expanding Russia. That's what people who want to really be of consequence and remembered by history do. And if you're looking for a benchmark of how you made America great, you know, getting Alaska or the Louisiana Purchase, those are the kinds of things that
Okay, but the thing is, what Donald Trump doesn't understand is that he is immensely unpopular. Okay, Jefferson, when he left office, he was considered a hero. And, you know, when he died, as a matter of fact, both he and Adams died on the 50th anniversary of July the 4th. Okay. People were, you know, he was really old, but he had all kinds of, you know, invitations, and people were celebrating both him and John Adams, because they were they might have been the last two left of that founding generation. Okay. Jefferson was not unpopular. Okay, Andrew Jackson, extremely unpopular, and he did some good things, but he's not remembered like that. History, whether Donald Trump expands the country or not, it's not the expansion of the country, it's whether you are considered a hero, you know, someone that, you know, you can point to and go, hey, son, you know, I want you to grow up and be a great man, just like, you know, Donald Trump. That's not
It's
going to
about
be
being
happening.
beloved.
Exactly. That's not going to happen with Donald Trump. So he could fucking
Yeah,
take
he's
over.
infamous as
Right.
opposed to
I mean, what he's gonna be remembered for is killing American citizens. Just to get
just like he was remembered for the pandemic. Like,
right.
I don't understand on many levels what is it that people don't understand about cult leadership, which is what he's displaying.
Right.
guarantee you place in a history book. What do you think of that? Do you think that this is an inherent, that it is a natural sort of epiphenomenon of the nationalist way of looking at things, or is this you know, just some sort of weird fluke because Steve Bannon said something about William McKinley to Donald Trump?
No, I don't think it's inherent. I mean, for a 70-year period after 1945, basically everybody in the world eschewed that understanding of what it meant to be a great power. That Germany and Japan had territorial ambitions and they were so thoroughly defeated. And I think what they wanted to prove after that was that you could be great by building your economy, by selling things to everybody else in the world, and you did not actually need territory to do that. And actually, I think that modern economics, proves in spades that that's correct. The richest countries in the world are not the largest. In that case, Russia should be towering over all of us, but they're actually the ones like Switzerland that can make, the best use of the territory they've got and produce things that people want. And that was a perfectly good and much better understanding of national identity than, the old version that said it's just about land. One of the big questions I've got is how the American people are going to react to this new idea. I can actually easily imagine that if Trump actually plants an American flag over Greenland, that in another 50 years, kids will open up their geography books and there'll be a big American flag over this big island. And people will feel pretty good about that, that was a great president that actually added this to our national patrimony.
Wow.
But, the trouble is that this just opens a door to this pre-1945 world where, because we're not the only people that are going to think like this, right? And I think that if China is, China has been actively thinking about retaking Taiwan, using force if necessary. This is just an open invitation for them to do that.
Yep. And you know what? I think Venezuela, I honestly, when Trump went into Venezuela, I'm thinking, what actually, what if China just did the same thing to Taiwan and said, hey, look, you did it with Venezuela. Why can't we do it with Taiwan? As a matter of fact, in Taiwan, they speak Chinese, I guess. They don't even speak English in Venezuela. We have more in common with Taiwan than you have with Venezuela. I don't know. To me, it's obvious, but maybe, it'd be a risky move for China. There's nobody saying, hey, if you take Venezuela, we're gonna, we're gonna, we're gonna have a problem with it.
Yeah, you're right. Great powers have spheres of influence. We have a much stronger claim to Taiwan than America does to Greenland. And so we're going to simply act on that. We're just following in your footsteps. And so I think, that's why the understanding of what nationalism was changed after 1945, because that form of understanding led to a total disaster, total global disaster.
But I mean, doesn't it depend a lot on how we acquired Greenland? Like, I'm very frustrated because I actually am very sympathetic. I've been arguing for acquiring Greenland for a long time, peacefully, right? Like, make an offer, buy them out. It's less of it was a much more compelling idea under Truman because we didn't have NATO yet. And so some of the geostrategic arguments for controlling Greenland go away when Denmark becomes one of the founding charter members of NATO, because you get the alliance. The alliance checks a lot of those boxes. But still, like, if it was for sale, I'm very open to the idea of buying it. What I'm not in favor of is when he says he will not rule out the use of force, which I go back and forth about how serious he was about that. I think he just likes to intimidate people and likes to sound tough and doesn't like to limit his options. But at the same time, you just don't talk about use of force to seize territory from a NATO ally. No. It's just, it's insane. Yeah. And, but so I agree with you. Look, if he could work out a deal, the art of the deal, and he bought Greenland, even if he talked a little too tough for my tastes, that'd be one thing. If he sends the 7th Fleet, I don't know that the American people are going to stand for it,
Yeah.
but I've been wrong about what the American people will stand for before.
Well, I don't think he's going to have to send the Seventh Fleet, but I do think that he likes to be a bully, and he believes that that helps him, domestically, if he's seen as a guy that's not intimidated by, world opinion, and he'll just, take what he can get. But I don't think he's going to need to send troops to get Greenland. I mean, basically, the Danes have told us that we could have whatever we wanted, we just negotiate for it. They want a bigger base in Greenland, you want to exploit minerals, that's all open and we can do that. But he doesn't want to simply make this a peaceful negotiation, because I think he likes the aggression. That's part of the norm breaking that has gotten him where he is right now. And he's going to be the first American president in the last 100 years to actually think that, yes, if we have the power to grab territory, we ought to do it.
Yeah, again, I'm not saying that Trump is Hitler, but it does. It is a little reminiscent of Trump of Hitler's position about the Sudeten Germans in Czechoslovakia. He didn't want all the appeasement. He didn't want the deal. He wanted the war with to take it, and he got very angry every time Chamberlain or anybody else worked out a deal that avoided war, because that wasn't the goal. I'm not saying that Trump wants war with Denmark, but it's sort of like his statements about tariffs until he backed down this week. He was asked, is there anything Canada and Mexico can do on Friday in the Oval Office to avoid this? And he says, no, this is an economic decision. This is not a negotiating tactic. He thinks tariffs are good in and of themselves.
Yeah.
And that's a problem.
And he thinks aggression is good in itself. I mean,
right.
His demonstration of aggression.
So of all of these things that are going, well, I should back up just very quickly. In the Yasha Monk conversation, people sent it to me thinking I would have this great objection to it. I didn't. But part of your argument is that bureaucrats are actually too hamstrung.
Yes.
Like we need stronger bureaucrats. Can you just sort of lay that out and we'll take it from there?
Yeah. So I think that Doge's analysis, or the conservative analysis, that the problem with the federal bureaucracy is that they're out of control and are pursuing an independent liberal agenda is 180 degrees wrong. The reason that the bureaucracy is so dysfunctional is that we have layered on top of them mountains of rules, and bureaucrats spend all of their time trying to figure out how to comply with these rules. As an example, there are something like over 10,000 annual reports that different agencies have to file with Congress. They're mandated to do this. It's a total waste of time. Nobody reads them. You cannot buy an office desk without complying with the federal acquisitions regulations that are hundreds of pages of detailed rules about how a federal agency has to buy something. And I think that that's the problem with the bureaucracy. We have plenty of ways of telling bureaucrats what to do. The political principals can tell the bureaucratic agents what to do. And the problem is that those agents don't have enough flexibility to use their own judgment as to how to go about, getting actual results. And so that's the broader argument. Now, that's not an argument for concentrating all the discretionary power in the White House. That's really what's going on right now. Congress makes the decisions about spending, about programs, policies, and the bureaucracy carries out their wishes. But they just need more freedom to actually figure out how to best accomplish what Congress wants them to do than they have at the moment. So, there's a different analysis of bureaucratic dysfunction. I agree with, conservatives that the bureaucracy is dysfunctional, but I think the source of that dysfunction is kind of the opposite of what they think it is. So that, that's.
Yeah, so I'm sympathetic to a lot of that. Bureaucrats are.
Wait, hold on. Let me make a comment on this comment. So Mike is in my chat saying never mention my name and his name in the same sentence. Dude, are you you're literally in my chat telling people not to mention my name? Man, that's Trump level hubris. I don't even know what to do, but I maybe you might want to reread that sentence and kind of critically think about it. What the fuck are you doing, Mike? You honestly sound unhinged with that statement.
Inevitable in any modern state. So if we're going to have them, let's have good ones, right?
Mhm.
I think is the way to think of it. My colleague Kevin Williamson, talks about how the Swiss just have good bureaucrats,
Yeah.
and people want good bureaucrats when they get their driver's license renewed or they need a permit for something and that kind of thing. No one says, "Oh, it's terrible that these guys are so competent." So I agree with that. I think you're being maybe a little dismissive, though, of the way in which what you've been calling woke liberalism is pushed through the bureaucratic mechanisms. I mean, the Title IX stuff that has been promulgated on college campuses, that kind of thing.
Look, I think there are definitely areas where that conservative complaint is correct, and Title IX is one of them. The Office of Civil Rights in the Department of Education basically did this vast expansion of Title IX. I mean, as an academic, I have to get training every year, Title IX training on, what you can and can't say about transgender people. So there are definitely areas in which that critique is really justified. They should have put that through an APA process, notice and comment, and so forth, and they didn't do that. So I'm granting that. But the bigger problem really has to do with this overregulation of bureaucrats that affects, virtually everything a bureaucrat does to a much greater extent than the areas where they have too much freedom.
Yeah, no, that I'm sort of. I mean, this is sort of the Ezra Klein stuff these days, right?
Yeah.
Is that he wants? I mean, there are two arguments. I'm more on the Virginia Postrel side, but I'm more of a both and than anything else, which is that we can't build stuff in part because government is hamstrung by regulations.
Yeah.
And we can't build stuff in part because the private sector is hamstrung by regulations that are a knock-on effect of some of those regulations.
Yeah.
And and so, I mean, Mansur Olson, would make the case that the way you get through this sclerosis is with a war. Is it possible that
the war with Denmark? I mean,
yeah, they'll do it. No, but is it possible that Trump's bull in a china shop approach, as much as I have problems with huge chunks of it, that there could be some creative destruction that comes out of it? I mean, I don't think the Democrats are going to come back with the DEI stuff if they get back into power all too quickly, because they'd have to run on it, right? You'd have to say, when we get back in power, we're going to bring that stuff back, and that's a losing proposition. So most executive orders are kind of last as long as until the next one, and they're kind of written on water. But some of these, I think, are going to be lasting because it's a correction of catching up where the political zeitgeist is. Is it possible that some of this bull in the china shop stuff could, in a post-Trump world, be something to build on?
Well, it's possible. If Harris had been elected, we wouldn't get any reform of the bureaucracy. And the reason for that is that the Democratic Party is way too beholden to the public sector unions that are simply defending the status quo. So it could be that if they have a near-death experience, they'll, so the Democratic Party will wake up to the fact that they've got to fix this stuff and really do some serious deregulation. There's a Michigan law professor, Nick Bagley, who's written, I think, brilliantly on this. He says that the trouble is that liberals and progressives want to use the government to do stuff, but they think that legitimacy comes from procedures, and they're constantly adding new procedures that then get in the way of their actually being able to do anything. And the way that a Democrat has succeeded is by actually cutting away those procedures, like Josh Shapiro rebuilding I-95 after that big accident. He literally could not rebuild it, legally, because there are too many rules that he would have had to violate. And so, he figured out a way to suspend those rules in order to get the actual result done in 2 weeks. And so I think if more Democrats accepted that reality and realized that, yes, we do actually need to deregulate, some of these constraints on government that people prize outcomes much more than they do procedures, and we are being much too procedural in the way we're proceeding.
One might think that this is part of the problem with the decline of religion, is that we have to create new dogmas to decorate everything with. All right, so I want to respect your time, and I know we're coming up at the end of the hour, but just curious of your thoughts about it. So I think the argument about the broad picture argument about the end of history is still correct. That I'm with Calvin Coolidge, who says we just can't improve upon the basic principles of the American founding. Any attempt to do so is a move backwards towards old understandings of the role of politics, whether it's monarchism or personalism or nationalism or tribalism and all of these kinds of things. Is that basically the summit is liberal democratic capitalism. I'm not quite the getting to Denmark guy that you are, but that's fine. But I'm wondering, I sometimes think, I'm curious what you think about this analogy. My colleague at AEI, Roy Teixeira, co-wrote a very misunderstood book about the emerging democratic majority, which was taken in the Obama era to mean demographics is destiny. America's getting non-white. We will be permanently in power because we believe in diversity, and white people are no longer necessary to electoral success, which was completely misreading and wrong. But Roy and John Judas got kind of stuck with that. I think part of the problem with the end of history thing is you got stuck with saying something that you weren't saying. I'm sure you have no anecdotes to back up that observation, but the problem with it is that the spirit of a declaration of victory was an open door for a sort of Rawlsian approach to things, right? My last book, which draws a lot on your work, my big argument is that what is poisoning America and Western democracy generally is ingratitude. Because when you're grateful for something, you want to maintain it. You want to sustain it, right? You don't want it to be to go into disrepair and to rot and decay. But you know, if you love your boat, you know that every weekend you got to scrub the barnacles and keep it clean, right? And that's what we're supposed to be doing with institutions. That's what we're supposed to be doing with the Constitution. Is having
Ryan. Japan attacked the United States, and Germany declared war on the United States. Honestly, sometimes I have to stop shows early and get a lot of rest at how little people on YouTube know about just about everything about American history. Democrats didn't fucking start the war. Didn't start World War II. And you know what? I don't know that they really started World War I either. This weird thing that you and 12th Man want to do, Ryan, is really it's really just puerile. It's lowest common denominator, low IQ, unsubtle, just political partisanship. And it's just so stupid to use a word, framing everything as either Democrat or Republican is just unsophisticated. And much like I told 12th Man, y'all have wasted your whiteness in remaining so ignorant so long and deep into your lives. Okay, what's the point of having white skin if you can't fucking get an education?
Gratitude for it, for being lifted out of 230,000 years of poverty. And that's what liberal democratic.
I'm sorry, what, Mela?
I just said, damn, that's some cold-blooded shit to say, man.
Oh, they know better than to fuck with me. Look, you're literally gonna sit there, literally gonna sit there. It's like the racist roundup. They're all filing into the chat now, and dude, I only have so much patience. So you are white in the United States of America, and it's a white man's country, and you couldn't take full advantage of that white skin of yours? What the fuck? What's the point? What's what's the point of being in a white man's country if you're a white man and you can't get ahead? You know, a white man in a white man's country who can't even like get out American history, that's telling me that you couldn't get an education in the white man's country. It's because you're lazy. Only a lazy white man couldn't get a decent education in the white man's country. So what does that say about you? You were too lazy to be white.
Capitalism did. And it feels to me that so much of the politics of the left and the right, both the Trumpian stuff, the nationalist stuff, the post-liberal stuff, the woke stuff, all of that, these are things that you do when you take for granted, right?
Hey,
In a spirit of gratitude.
apparently, apparently that comment drove Mike away. I'm being mean. I'm being mean to white people. You know, I have to say something, Mella.
If I was white, that would fuck me up. I'm not gonna lie. And I mean, I try to be, down the middle, being a world traveler and everything. Not saying that I'm exceptional, but I've experienced different cultures, circumstances, and situations, and putting myself in their shoes, hearing that would fuck me up.
Hey, let me
That
look.
was very, very cruel to say.
Hey, I don't give a fuck.
Apparently you don't.
But let me tell you something.
That's
though.
akin to a your mama joke.
You know what makes it even worse? I'm stone cold sober. I'm not even drunk being this cruel. What does that say? What does that say about?
It's different when you sober.
It's meaner.
Yeah, it's like, damn.
It sounds a
That's
lot
his
more.
nature to be this cruel. It's your habit. Like, you can't blame it on alcohol. It's your nature to be this cruel. Literally,
Dude,
it's your nature to be this cruel.
I had some peanut butter on homemade sourdough. A slice of sourdough.
This is a peanut butter sandwich cruelty.
Right. That's right. It's peanut butter on sourdough cruelty. But let me tell you something. I went to an all boys Catholic military school that was 96% white. So, these little white boys in my chat, dude, y'all are bush league. I have mentally sparred with people with like elite white boys who actually had a vocabulary and knew shit. So y'all aren't made of the stern stuff I'm used to going back and forth with. So I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings, or Ryan says I'm indoctrinated. Yeah, motherfucker, I'm indoctrinated with knowing how to get the best of white boys. I do, dude. I used to do this shit at like 14 and 15. So I've had a whole lifetime of learning how to fucking pluck little second, third, and fourth rate white boys strings. Y'all aren't elite. That's my point. Okay. If you were sitting here thinking of American politics as nothing but Democrat and Republican, dude, you could not succeed with a good education in the white man's country and you're a white man. That's just telling me you're lazy. It's sheer laziness that you look at American politics in this sort of dual, it's a binary way. It's just childish. So I said what I said.
the system just works. It's a perpetual motion machine. We don't need to maintain it. Nat Glazer had this great quote in the early 90s about how cities went wrong when they stopped focusing on the things that they knew how to do in favor of the things that they
Are you mute or no?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was mute. What the hell is a G? So I got some young white man telling me that I'm not a G? What the fuck does that even mean?
You don't have ties to him.
Well, I assume
Oh, no.
oh, okay. I assume he thinks I'm from the streets or some shit like that. I dude.
And you eat scripts.
That's right. Dude, I have a very good, close to a classical education, at least as close as you could get in the South in the 80s. No, I'm not a G. I wasn't fucking raised to be a G.
Do you like classical music?
I do.
Okay, I'll put a link in the back chat.
I
of the
even
playlist.
I own classical records on vinyl.
There's a playlist that's for your
YouTube?
convenience that's titled Historical Black Classical Music Composers.
Oh,
And
does it have Duke Ellington in it?
most likely it's 49. It's a 49 video. It's 49 videos of a playlist catalog, and
put it in.
And I'll send it to you right away.
Okay,
And you
thank
have a guest, so I'm not leaving you alone.
Well, yeah, it's Ryan and Mike.
Yeah, you guys get ready to rumble.
No.
Don't drop anybody, Stanley. I'll think you're weak.
To be honest, I was going to leave after this video's over, but now that we have guests, I guess I'll have to
give it a half hour. Show them what you're made of.
No, we're gonna keep it civil. We keep it civil up here.
Oh, it's always civil.
Mm-hmm. I hadn't talked to you in a while, Stanley. How you been?
Don't you keep muting.
Where have
Don't
you been?
you mute your
I've been
guest,
pretty
Stanley.
good.
Let it roll.
I do know it's cold as hell for about 2 weeks.
Yeah, I know. Same here. Yeah, it's pretty bad, man.
I didn't have any water pipes freeze, so
No, same here. I
I'm good.
wrapped all mine, man. I wrapped all mine 2 days before. Yeah, but luckily I
no
have
burst
PVC
pipes.
and Flex. I have Flex and all that. You know.
Let's see here. I don't know. We're pretty much done with this video. I actually have this one. Mike, you came to say your goodbyes?
Well, no, I said that 2 or 3 weeks ago, but what I did have to say, you know, I've been listening, and I'm not going to be here long. But I did have to comment on something that lady said.
Mella?
Miss Mella?
Yeah, I'm not trying not to disrespect women, but
No, she's sweet. She's sweet, Mike. You know,
okay,
she's
okay.
sweet.
Hey, Ryan, can you let me finish, sir?
Go ahead.
Are you trying to traumatize me on a Friday?
Well, if I didn't interrupt you guys when you spoke, so I'm gonna go ahead and bounce. It's all good, G.
Well,
Mikey, are you pissing?
Oh, you came
you
up here to
pissing, Mikey?
talk to. Hey, hold it! Don't cock block him.
what's your channel, Mike? Is he gone?
Yeah, I guess he is. I don't know.
I was
he's
interested
so-
in hearing
he's
what
so-
you had to say.
He's
Man.
so touchy.
Man on a Friday. That's weird.
Friday the 13th, no doubt.
Wow.
I'm going to drop this link in the chat also. This actually looks really interesting.
CT showed that about an hour ago. He come back after a break and just showed it, didn't respond, and talk
Oh,
about it,
Pam
and showed it
Bondi?
and dropped. Yeah, he showed the whole thing.
This is only like, oh wait, hold it. He showed the hearing.
Yes, he did. He
Yeah,
came right back.
Hey, I'm sorry, I received a phone call. I'm
yesterday.
sorry.
You're good. You're good, Mikey.
Was it yesterday or
I
the day
received a phone
before
call,
it
but
happened? I
what
can't
what I
even
was
remember
saying
now.
was,
I didn't hear you, Stanley. I'm sorry. I didn't hear you.
Was it yesterday that the hearing was, or the day before? I can't remember now, but I
No, it was
showed it that.
yesterday.
It was on
yesterday.
Tuesday.
Okay, well, I showed it Tuesday afternoon.
Okay.
It was definitely a hoot.
It was pretty stupid to me.
Well, I'll
Just
put
much,
it to you this way: Shamika Michelle, who was the last person I'd expect to be all disappointed. She's about as MAGA as you can get, and she started calling her Pam Blondie.
yeah, it was pretty bad. Yeah, that's
So,
where we're
Mike,
at.
what you got for us, Mike?
yeah, before I was rudely interrupted by several people, I was speaking on the lady, Mella, and it's nothing personal. I don't know you like that. I know you. I talked to you before, but I don't know you like that. But the statement you made a little while ago, you're something to the effect that you wouldn't know what to do to be white. See, lady, you're an idiot, and I'm here to tell you because you can only wish. You can only wish, and I put it in the chat. You don't know, and well, I'm not going to get into all that on Stanley's channel. You know, I'm not going to be here long.
Yeah,
But,
keep your powder
Well,
dry.
see, look
there
at
are
this shit.
there are Caucasian people that actually admire me, and
I highly
what
doubt that.
you have to say to
I would
dispute
highly doubt
that
that. They have to
means
be desperate.
nothing. Why would you dispute that? Why?
I highly doubt it. They would have to be
Why?
desperate, and it's just
No,
my
no.
opinion.
Nate, okay, I'm in favor of listening to
Are
you.
you going to listen, or are you going to keep talking?
I'm in
Because I can
favor of
go,
listening to you.
and won't come back. I'm trying to
I'm in
keep it.
favor of listening to you.
Well, do you know how to be quiet? Okay, so I think you're an idiot, and that's just my opinion. And it's nothing personal. I just think a
Well,
lot of
yeah,
what
it
you
is
say.
actually.
Wait,
See,
hold it.
look at
How
this
does
You
shit.
call
that
somebody
work?
an idiot. It's personal.
I'm out.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
was
coming
about to
back.
say, how does that work?
I'm
That's
not
pretty
coming back.
personal.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm not coming back. Y'all won't even let me finish the goddamn sentence.
Well, how do you finish up after you're an idiot? Wow. There's more?
I'm out. I'm
Oh,
out.
there's
Call
more.
me what you want. Call me what you want. I'm not
I didn't
running. I
call
mean,
you anything. I'm
it's
Can
just.
asking
you
you,
elaborate?
I gave
after
my
you
opinion, and then
call
I was
after
silent
you
the whole
call
time.
a lady an idiot, you got more to say?
I
Can you
was quiet the whole
elaborate?
time. I let everybody speak, and then as soon as I start speaking, everybody want to overtalk or jump
Well,
in. I didn't
I
jump in.
promise you, we're going to be quiet.
Keep
Can you
keep it
elaborate?
G. Keep it G.
Let's
Can
all
you
mute up,
elaborate?
Mikey. Let's
Yeah,
all
he
mute up.
left. I don't know
So
whether he's
I'm an idiot because I don't keep it G. That's his sentiment. That's what we're listening to. Okay. When it comes to humanity, you have to really, really dig deep to appreciate it.
No.
Sometimes more than others.
So you're struggling to appreciate that
Well,
unwarranted.
I mean, there's some grievance in his soul that I'm trying to discover.
I don't think
I
have you
really
and
would
he
like
ever
for
got
him
in?
to elaborate on this grievance.
Have you and he ever got into it?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, there are people that actually appreciate me, and because he does not, I can only suspect he has a grievance. I was hoping he could elaborate on this grievance.
Well, I
I
was
don't have to
hoping
discuss it. I just
was
was hoping he could articulate what his grievance is.
I
That's
was
all.
hoping he'd keep his
Since I'm
powder.
an idiot.
I was hoping he'd keep his powder dry and, get air out his grievances on his channel.
Something is really wrong with hatred.
I don't think he hates you. I think he just wants to make a big splash before he goes over to crank it up on his channel.
Oh, he wants to use this as an excuse for a topic.
Hey, well, let me tell you something.
That's a strategy. Okay.
That he would come over and use this little channel as his springboard. It's actually kind of an honor.
That's really interesting. I'm going to be the topic of his conversation because he has no content other to use. Isn't that?
Can I suggest something?
What's that?
Stanley, what if I drop you a cash up and give Mikey about 5 minutes? Just him. Not me
Just
talking, not
him?
you talking.
Yeah, okay.
That's what he wants.
I'm going to make one demand of you. You make
something's going on.
Make him say thank you.
Well, I don't care about that,
No. If he's going to come up and you are going to sponsor him, he needs to be thankful. I mean, that's just basic Emily Post.
Yeah, I got you.
And I am nothing if not a devotee of Emily Post.
Gotcha. but yeah, I got it. Dad. I'm trying not to laugh, but I
He
got
said,
it.
keep it a G. We're talking about a guy that said, keep it a G.
As a man, I am a devotee of Emily Post.
He's got something to say. I don't get it. He's something. He got something to say.
Okay.
Okay, hang on. He just said, I don't need 5 Ryan B. Salute G. Only need 3. Don't send a dime. Okay, whatever, man. Okay.
All right. Well,
I tried to help.
It tickles me. That's pretty much it. It tickles
all right, Mike.
me.
Well,
Thank you.
all I have to say is you had a sponsor, Mike, and you have literally just shut it all down. So
yeah, you just did right there.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and play this video.
Go ahead.
How Pam Bondi got rich in just 6 years out of office. At her confirmation hearing to become Attorney General in January, Pam Bondi presented herself as a lifelong public servant. The 59-year-old told the assembled senators, quote, "From the moment I began to work as an intern at the Hillsborough County State Attorney's Office, I knew I wanted to spend my life as a prosecutor." She walked them through her time going after Tampa criminals, first as a prosecutor and then as the Florida Attorney General, a job she left after 2 terms in 2018. All that experience no doubt built up her skills as a lawyer. The 6 years of her life she left out of her timeline, though, 2019 through 2024, built up her bank account. In her final year as Florida's top legal official, Bondi declared a net worth of over $1.5 million, almost all of which was her Tampa home, plus 1/3 of a small condo she splits with her siblings, and, quote, household goods and personal effects. She had just $4,025 in her checking account. Today, Forbes estimates that she's worth at least $5 million and likely more. How did she do it? First, she started working as a lobbyist for Florida-based Ballard Partners. According to a database maintained by the political transparency group Open Secrets, big names like General Motors, Carnival, and Major League Baseball, plus 13 other clients like Geo Group, which invests in private prisons, hired her in 2019, presumably hoping to leverage her close relations to Donald Trump's first administration. The nation of Qatar also hired her that year. In 2020, her client list included prominent companies like Amazon, Fidelity, and Uber. Between 2023 and 2024, according to her most recent federal disclosure, she made over $1 million from Ballard work. Separately, Bondi also worked for pharma giant Pfizer via the Fort Lauderdale law firm Panza, Moorer, and Maynard, a gig that earned her over $200,000 during the same years. Plenty of her work in that 6-year window was more overtly political, including representing Trump at his first impeachment in 2019. He was acquitted by the GOP-controlled Senate. After he left office, she joined the America First Policy Institute, a MAGA think tank that was headed up by Linda McMahon, now Trump's education secretary, and Brooke Rollins, now Trump's agriculture secretary, as its litigation chair. Her work there, which included filing lawsuits and amicus briefs, supporting conservative causes, Trump in his various legal battles, combating vaccine mandates, and actions against big tech, all earned her $520,000 across 2023 and 2024. Additionally, Bondi consulted in connection with Trump Media and Technology Group's SPAC merger, which, per SEC documents and a questionnaire she submitted to the Senate, appears to have earned her at least 75,000 shares of Truth Social parent DJT and 31,250 warrants when the merger was completed in March 2024. Her disclosure lists $2.9 million in compensation, but the value of those shares and warrants is closer to $1.9 million as of this past Monday's market close. She also made paid appearances on the further right than Fox cable network Newsmax, earning her $27,600 in fees. A final boost to her fortune came from marrying John Wakefield, a former corporate banker and wealth manager, who co-owns a real estate private equity company called Varner Wakefield. On Bondi's disclosure, in addition to a share in a management company that he says is worth between $1 million and $5 million, Wakefield discloses personal interests in 3 commercial real estate properties, a shopping plaza in Naples, Florida, and 2 apartment communities in North Charleston, South Carolina. They were purchased in 2023 and 2024 for $6.6 million, $6.8 million, and $27.9 million, respectively. But Wakefield only values his stakes in them at $100,000 to $250,000 for the first 2, or $500,000 to $1 million for the final one. He does not disclose a percentage share, so it's unclear why. Bondi and Wakefield have well over $1 million in cash and retirement accounts, and she has another $1 million owed to her for consulting services by CGI Investment Management Group, a Miami-based private equity firm tied to the company that bailed Trump out of his money-losing DC hotel. Plus, starting in 2027, those years of comparatively low pay as a prosecutor will start paying off again. That's when her pension will start paying her $75,000 annually for life. For full coverage, check out Kyle Kahn Mullins' piece on Forbes.com.
Look, I personally don't see a problem here. Any comments? And I mean, I know it may wind up.
That was following looking up her biography, which was just 5 minutes.
First, I would like to shout out and this lady.
Mike, hold on a second. I personally, and it may surprise some people, but look, where did people get the idea that politicians are supposed to take a vow of poverty?
Are you asking me this question?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
So you said my name. You didn't clarify.
No,
yourself.
I said, Mike, hold on.
Yeah, I had watched prior to this video. I watched her biography.
So is this lady gonna get all the? Is this lady just gonna keep running her mouth or what?
Okay,
I'm explaining.
You need to deal with Mike. The only way he's gonna get
I tried.
you offered to sponsor.
I
Mike,
tried.
I thought you were going back to your channel.
Stanley,
I'm
I
sorry,
can't.
what?
I've tried. I've tried. I can't do it.
Right. Well, then you know what? Then you did your best effort. Mike, just hold on. I'll let you say
Hold on.
goodbye. Then you can run along.
That was weird.
I'm not going to indulge this bullshit.
That was weird, man.
Yeah, well, you know what? He's a weird fella. So I personally don't see a problem, but if you actually go, there's nothing saying politicians, she wasn't doing this stuff while she was in office. There is nothing wrong with trading in on your name or your associations. They're called rainmakers.
Yeah.
So okay, Mike, You can go ahead and say your
I
goodbyes.
don't even know what happened. I don't even know why I got put in the back. Tell you the truth. But,
Okay, you got put in the back because first off, you said you wanted time to speak. Ryan said he would sponsor you.
Oh no, hold on. Let me be clear,
And
Stanley.
you turned that down, so that means you don't speak. Okay, you said you wanted to say your goodbyes. I thought you did that in the chat. I thought I saw you type that you were out of here, but you're still here.
What is it, Mike?
You're welcome to stay, but you're not welcome to keep saying you're going. I won't let you. I won't let you embarrass yourself. Not on my channel.
Oh my
So
God!
So as far as
what do
I
you
was
want to
saying,
do,
Stanley,
Mike? What do you want? Be a man, Mike. What do you want to do? Do you want Ryan to sponsor you, or do you want to go? If you want to go, say your goodbyes, and we'll see you over on your channel when you decide to tell us the name of it.
Hey, I appreciate the so-called sponsor, end quote, but Ryan B say, gee, man, I'm good. I don't need the sponsor. You know, if he
Well,
got to
hell,
make
I
money off
need the
of me,
sponsorship. I need
you know.
beer.
No, but let me respond like he let everybody else. That's all I need. All
No,
I'm
you're
asking.
not going to be
Why
like
people got to pay
everybody
for
else.
Mike to speak?
No, those days are over.
Oh yeah.
So
You
can I
are
respond?
you are
That's
now
over and
you are
done.
now in a special category. Dude, you come into my chat and talk all kinds of shit, and then you want me to feel sorry for you? Dude, who do you think I am? Your grandpa?
Your mama?
I'm not gonna
Your
motherfucking
grandmama?
give you a butterscotch, pat you on the head, and say good boy. I'm a man just like you. You don't come into my goddamn chat talking shit and then wanting people to feel sorry for you. Your choice. And you better be tight and concise. Okay. Do you want your time, which Ryan will sponsor? Otherwise, you won't get time. Or you can just say, hey, it was fun. See y'all over on my channel and be done with it. But you're being disruptive, Mike.
I don't understand. I was
I
responding
don't
to a
give a
statement.
fuck whether you understand. Just follow my instructions, and understanding will come later.
Well,
Oh my God!
Stanley, this is
Okay, Mike. Honestly, it would have been better had I been drinking. I might have more patience.
I
I'm
was
way,
just like that.
I'm way less patient. So, dude, it's odd like that. I'm way less patient with foolishness. You're a grown ass man. Make your choice. Say what you got to say or say goodbye and go over to your channel. My feelings won't be hurt either way.
so. What I was going to say was,
No,
I
no,
was
no, no,
responding.
no. Did you not hear? If you're going to
Damn, you
say it,
just said.
okay, you need to negotiate your fee in the back with Ryan. You're not gonna talk shit and then come up to my panel and talk shit.
I don't have nothing else to say to him, man.
All right. Well, Mike, say your goodbyes.
Man, Stanley, you tripping, G? Real.
No, I'm tripping, G.
I guess I'm tripping too.
Any final words?
I try to
Any
respond
final
like
words?
everybody else had a chance to.
Final
Now you
word.
want to call it crying? Say what you want to say, but it's just what it is. But what I was going to say, I'm not even going to address the lady. I'm going to address you now,
Motherfucker, you
G.
Better not. I told you not to.
Since you want to play like this, G.
Yes, I want to play like this.
Yeah, and we're gonna roll
I'm
it
going to
like that.
stand on, for once in my panel life, I'm going to stand on business. I am going to take a page out of Sharon's book and I'm going to run the last few minutes of today's panel like a business. So your choices are say goodbye. Your choices are say goodbye and run over to your
I
channel.
would like to make a statement.
No statements.
So
that'll cost you.
Free for
okay, tell you what. You know what? Ryan, if you want to say something, motherfucker, pay for it. And I'm not accepting Ryan's money. You goddamn pay for it.
I'm
or
out.
run
I'm
along.
just,
I'm done.
I'm out. I'm just out,
Good.
man. Tried.
Yeah.
I
Well,
failed.
you
I
know what,
tried and
Mike?
failed.
Now you're running the channel members away. Now I'm
What?
really pissed.
Yeah. I was wondering
now,
what.
hey, Mike, not only are you going to have to pay to speak, if Ryan goes away, you're going to have to pay for him to come back. Oh, wait, hold it. You're going to have to, however that works.
Oh
But
my God.
it's going to be out of your pocket now, Mike. You had the offer for sponsorship. You need to learn, son, that you don't come on into another person's chat and on his panel and show your ass and then expect to be treated with kid gloves. You know better than that, Mike. So I have this essay that I want to talk about. Subvert the elections. And I started reading this. It's about Trump elections and just like basically Republican or institutions, American institutions. America's system is quite foolproof, but he, meaning Trump, can still delegitimize it. So I found the premise kind of fascinating. So
I can hardly wait.
It's by a guy named Andy Craig. He says Donald Trump and his administration are waging an unprecedented, multi-pronged attack on this year's midterm congressional elections. Even compared to his attempts to overturn the 2020 presidential election, the scope and severity of this assault is unprecedented. Despite all this, most, if not all, of these lines of attack will fail. It's mighty confident. They are built on magical thinking, pursued by people who lack basic understanding of how these things work. Poorly written sentences here. Some of these threats are more serious and pressing, but there can be a temptation to doomerism that we should reject. Trump is dangerous, but he's not omnipotent. And what he's saying, he's literally kind of saying what I've said. Trump and his minions aren't smart enough to commandeer the 2026 elections because they're not the brightest bulbs on the tree.
Yeah, we're stupid.
Yeah, he's basically saying, and I have kind of made the same point, that Trump has hired a bunch of fourth tier operators into his administration.
Absolutely.
They can't even get a U.S. attorney appointed. They have lost cases, basically, or building cases against Letitia James, Adam Schiff, James Comey. They're soon to lose Don Lemon's attempt because the evidence against Don Lemon is already crumbling. They're already saying the video evidence doesn't corroborate what the written reports or whatever are saying. So that's on shaky ground. They've had to pull out of Minneapolis. And as it turns out, you remember, Ryan, the story about there were two immigrants who like ran away from some sort of immigration fed. And supposedly they beat the Fed with a shovel or something like that, a snow shovel and a broom. Do you recall that? Anybody? Well, as it turns out, those two feds are on administrative leave because they're suspected of lying. So the ICE guy or whatever type of Fed he was shot the immigrant in the leg and put the immigrant in the hospital. Well, guess what? They've had to drop charges against the guy in the hospital and the other immigrant, because it looks like the two federal agents lied. So that's gonna be another fail where the Trump administration's not going to be able to bring a case against this immigrant. He's going to skip. And not only did they dismiss it, they dismissed it with prejudice, meaning they can't recharge using the same charges. So, what I'm saying.
So he's just running around free anyway.
Well, what I'm saying is that I'm inclined to agree that how can Donald Trump tamper with the 2026 election with these kind of clowns in his administration? They're not smart enough. So it's essential to have a clear-eyed view of the system's weak points, but also the relatively strong bulwarks, so as not to give more credence to Trump's absurdities than they deserve. With that in mind, let's consider the likely scenarios, not just what he will try, but also how and why he will fail. Wow. So, number one, Trump could try and cancel the elections. The most straightforward and extreme threat would be outright trying to cancel the midterms, a possibility Trump has jokingly floated. The federal government does not run elections in the United States. The task is handled by state and local governments as provided by the Constitution. That's 100% true. While the federal government can impose through laws passed by Congress, not presidential fiat, certain rules on state conduct of elections, the states will run the actual polling places, counting of votes, and the like. And the date of federal elections is firmly set by statute. There simply is no mechanism for the president to decree any kind of delay or cancellation. So to do anything like that, he'd have to get Congress on board, and I don't think that's going to happen. So you know what? Mike says he doesn't run. If you were just trying to make a quick buck, I get it, G. Don't use Mike 1, 2, 3 through G, though G. I stayed supporting, so don't try to make it like I'm broke or something, G.
Well, he's dealing with some stuff. Mikey's dealing with some stuff today. He's having a bad day.
Okay, well, how about just not act like an asshole and your life might be smoother?
Well,
I mean, how the fuck am I supposed to know what he's going through?
I don't know. We'll just move on.
I plan on it.
Yeah.
So number two, Trump could attempt a total federal takeover. Marginally more serious than canceling the elections is Trump's recent suggestion that he would nationalize election administration in some states, displacing the state's role altogether in favor of direct federal administration. As is so often the case, whenever it suits him, Trump will embrace the exact opposite of traditional conservative opinions, including on the Supreme Court. States' rights, ordinarily states' rights, especially when it comes to elections, are a thing that Republicans would go for, but not Donald Trump. This threat, however, is not that much more plausible than trying to cancel elections altogether. A full federal takeover was not attempted even at the height of struggles over desegregation in the Voting Rights Act. The only precedent in American history would be during Reconstruction, when states were being run by the army and regular civilian government simply did not exist. Moreover, the federal government simply lacks the capacity. American elections are a vast enterprise involving a workforce on the order of 1 million people nationwide at tens of thousands of polling places and counting centers. No federal agency has the infrastructure or manpower to do this, even on a geographically limited scale. Nor could such a vast enterprise be spun up in the time frame of just a few months until the general election. To even suggest this kind of takeover is an outrageously fundamental attack on constitutional federalism, but it also reflects Trump's simple ignorance of how anything works. Oh, wow. Executive orders interfering with elections. Short of a total federal takeover would be executive orders, some of which have already been issued purporting to override state election laws. Sure, executive orders. What the fuck? These include Trump's longstanding demand to abolish postal voting, impose requirements regarding proof of citizenship and voter ID requirements, and implement via executive action many of the ideas in the Republican SAVE Act, a truly diabolical piece of legislation that just passed the House but has little chance of getting past a Senate filibuster. Executive orders do not have the force of law and do not supplant federal statutes enacted by Congress, much less state laws. And I'll stop there. ICE at the polls. Well, I know I'm bashing Trump.
Of course, that's what you do. It's okay. Go ahead.
I thought I was getting on your nerves.
No, of course, I love it. I love it.
ICE at the polls. One thing that is within Trump's direct control is federal agencies, and in particular, ICE. There's a well-founded fear that the lawless brutality seen on the streets of Minneapolis will be brought to bear against polling places. As we have seen, this partisan paramilitary force's actions are hardly limited to terrorizing non-citizens. The goal of scaring people away from the polls would be obvious. One obstacle here would be, again, simple lack of sufficient manpower for the vast scale of American elections. The number of voting sites nationwide is more than double the total number of ICE and Border Patrol officers combined. Even with selectively targeting certain cities and states, the number of places that could be targeted would be relatively minuscule. Not only that, but I believe that the polling sites, I don't think they're federalized. Like if, you set up a polling place in a school, that's not federal property. I don't know that ICE would actually have jurisdiction.
State property. State.
Yeah. Delegitimization with conspiracy theories. I'm not going to even bother reading that. That's
that's just blah, blah, blah.
Seating the members of Congress. He's not. Mike Johnson has no say in this matter. It is a new Congress, not the old Congress, which exercises its power to judge the qualification and returns of its members. On January 3rd, Johnson is no longer speaker, and the first order of business for the House is to elect a speaker. I didn't realize that.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah.
So even if the Republicans win, he's got to be reelected.
Yeah.
That's right.
Isn't
that funny how that works?
Brian, what do you mean I'm back on? I'm on almost every day.
Brian, Brian, do you believe that I misspoke when I commented on Stanley's cruelty?
Wait,
because it can be misconstrued as to what my intention was to convey when, I said it in a way that was indicated.
Well, you didn't hurt my feelings.
Absolutely not.
It was intentionally cruel.
But apparently Mike is experiencing a grievance. He's indicating in the back chat, I need an evaluation.
What?
He can't get specific as to what his
I have
grievance
no idea.
is.
What? Mela,
Did you see the back chat?
Evaluation. It's my opinion, respectfully, I'm out. Seriously.
Yeah.
What's wrong with this boy?
Well, maybe he's the boy.
You need an evaluation. What sort of evaluation?
I believe that my sentiment was, in the event, I guess the way I put it was, if I was in his shoes, it would hurt my feelings or something. And that's the basic sentiment, and it compelled him to come up here to confront me, and he's not doing that. He's not getting specific as to what his grievance is.
You know what? I don't think he's
It
capable.
doesn't matter, but I mean, you know,
I'm not 100% sure he's capable of being specific.
that's what I'm starting to wonder. Is he capable of being specific?
Hey, Stanley.
Well, maybe he needs coaching.
What do you
Hey,
think,
Stanley?
Ryan?
Yeah.
Do
I
you
don't
believe
mean to
in
interrupt
him,
this
Ryan?
mess. Yeah. Thanks, Mella. Good to see you. Good to hear you.
Happy Friday, darling.
Same to you. Thank you
Thank
very much. Stanley, you know where I stand. I know where you stand. This right here that you just read, that's an opinion piece from this guy.
Right. Yep.
Just strictly
Well, but
opinion.
I mean, it's an opinion, but I mean, he's right about the federalism part. I mean, states control the
Absolutely.
control elections.
Right. But of course you're going to push back on me. It's because, that's what you do, But if you go back to the beginning and scratch out Trump's name, Republicans' name, and write in any other Democrat's name, it would read totally different, correct? And I'm being fair, and I expect you to be
Okay,
fair.
I'm thoroughly confused. When have Democrats ever gone in and tried to derail an election?
2020.
Bullshit.
Okay, I knew you'd say that.
Okay,
I knew you'd say
you know, if you will recall, there were over 60 lawsuits trying to get traction,
Mhm.
with
Right.
against voting machines, et cetera, et cetera. Trump
Uh-huh.
lost all of them. Like maybe one or two he won.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Fox wound up paying like almost $1 billion for defamation of the company that does the voting machines. Okay.
Mhm.
All the Democrats did was win. They didn't manipulate anything. You
Okay.
remember the two
Oh, I do
ladies,
remember.
the two ladies in Atlanta that Rudy Giuliani went after, saying that there was something nefarious they did? Well, guess what? Rudy Giuliani lost that defamation suit because the two ladies sued him and won. Okay. There has literally been zero evidence that Democrats did anything. As a matter of fact, the only voter fraud was like some Republican guy from Florida who voted using his mother's credentials in Georgia. So why would you substitute Democrats when Democrats did nothing or have proposed nothing, have joked nothing like Donald Trump has been doing?
Okay. Even if that is the case, Stanley.
Well, no, it's
I'm
not a
saying
matter of.
no.
Okay, no,
I'm saying
you
if it-
hold on. See, I'm not going to play this hypothetical game that so many people want to do. Okay, there is no hypothetical.
Why
There
do you make
is
it so
no
hard to talk to
there
you,
is
Stanley?
no past instance that matches what Donald Trump is trying to do. And it's a waste of my time to go, what if the Democrats did what Donald Trump is doing?
All right.
That's
Then
not
let Mike
that's
back up,
literally
Stanley.
that's literally an intellectually dishonest way to approach it.
Okay, Stanley, let Mikey back up here. You'll enjoy that. I thought we were having a conversation.
He's not even trying to get up here.
Oh, I bet he would.
I'm not going to invite him.
I'd pay for it.
Well, you work that out with him.
You want to do that? We can do that.
You know what? I think he ought to pay for it.
Why?
You know what?
I enjoy the banter. I enjoy the banter.
You be your generous self then.
Well, me and you ain't gonna see eye to eye on all this shit. But
Look,
he
I don't
can't.
even know why. Why does he even want to come up here?
I
I've
don't
lost.
know. We can't get that answer. I'm trying to get the answer.
All right. Well, you be the mic whisperer. You're the mic whisperer. You deal with it.
You know what? I'm just trying to keep it going. I know you're tired and shit. You've been going a while.
I'm not that tired. I'm at it's 6.5 hours. It's not like I
Me and
have
you ain't
anything.
me and you ain't gonna agree on shit politically, so we might as well just let some fuck shit
No,
happen.
I'm still trying to figure out why is it intellectually honest or even rigorous substituting Democrats for Republicans or Biden for all that is whataboutism. The Democrats have never done anything or proposed or joked or just done anything that Donald Trump has done.
Stanley, do you really think that?
Yes.
Man, I got sound
Now,
clips.
my
I got
question
video
to
clips.
you, my counter question to you is give me one time that the Democrats have ever proposed canceling elections.
Well, they didn't because they were behind hiding the shit.
Okay, there's a whole lot of but there. I'm just asking for an instance when Democrats have threatened to cancel elections or nationalize them even.
No, what they did, they wanted to, when they saw that they were losing the advantage, they said, well, Trump won the electoral vote. Well, let's stop that. Let's cancel the electoral vote.
You're reaching here. Democrats
No,
have
I'm
done
not.
nothing like that.
No, it's true. Colorado,
Okay.
Washington State, Seattle. I mean, I could
I'm
go on.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, you just don't care. You just don't care. That's fine. I respect it. I don't care what you think.
Hey, let me just make it easy for you. I don't believe you provide evidence.
Yeah, cite your sources.
Okay. Well, it'd take me some time to pull all that shit up, you know.
Okay, but in the meantime,
it was kind of like they just kept,
in the
shifting
meantime,
shit around.
See,
we're not getting the advantage,
I've
so we'll just
allowed
keep
you
moving.
to move that. I've allowed you to move that goalpost a bit. My original question still stands. When
Now,
have
Stanley, come on, you're talking to me.
Democrats ever tried to cancel or proposed to cancel an election or nationalize them? When?
Now you just added on
Okay, see,
nationalize.
you can't answer that question because it's never happened.
Stanley, I know what you're doing. Stop.
Yes, I'm literally trying to keep you on point.
Mm-hmm. You know what?
And
We need to get Mike up here.
I know you're used to being on a panel where you can squirm away from the direct question, but we're not going to do that tonight. We're not going to do that tonight. I need you to tell me one time that Joe Biden.
You don't need me to do nothing.
I need you to tell me one time that Joe Biden threatened to nationalize elections.
You want that now?
Okay,
right now?
You know what? Take your time because I know it'll be the 12th of never before you get back to me.
That hurts my feelings.
Why would it hurt your feelings? I said you have all the time you need. I suspect you won't ever get back to me with the information.
I probably won't. Yeah. Because
look
you know
at-
why,
look at
Stanley?
Deacon
You know
Dave.
why, Stanley?
Why is
You know
that?
why? Because Trumpy is in charge
Oh,
for the next 3
you know what?
years.
All I have to say
I
is
know
that he will.
I know that burns your ass.
Oh
But
no!
he's
You know
still
what?
running.
You know what? He'll be 80. He'll be 80 in July.
Isn't that great?
I know he has a limited shelf life. He's not going to live forever.
Well, same as us. We don't know.
Right, but I hope if in the natural order of things, Trump will be out of the picture before I will be.
Well, you never know. Just be
I
thankful.
never know.
Just
I
be
never
thankful.
know, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna play the odds on this one.
Would you bet on it?
No, I'm not gonna bet on it.
I know that's right. So,
Because if I'm dead, I can't pay up. I'm not
We're
leaving you
good.
money
We're
in
good,
my
Stanley.
will.
We're good. We know how.
I'm
We,
not
we
going to
know.
leave
We know.
you. I'm not going to leave you the bet money in my will.
I know that's right. You see how fun this is, Stanley? That's why we do this.
Yeah, I guess so. Hey,
Yeah, well,
Dave,
yeah.
you're right. My opinion is my Bible. You should say Stanley opinion pieces are Stanley's Bible.
Yeah, he kind of, yeah.
All right.
What are you doing
Well,
this
let's
weekend?
see.
What are you doing this weekend,
Well,
Stanley?
tomorrow I'm doing a Black Historian Day. We're going to be talking about
What the hell does that mean?
more or less a book called the Empire of Cotton.
Are you shitting me?
Yeah,
Have you already seen it? Have you already seen it?
No, it's an actual book.
No, I'm asking, have you seen the documentary of it?
No, I didn't know there was one.
Oh, there is.
There's a YouTube video.
Absolutely. That's what I'm talking about. I have it
But
saved in my favorites. No, I have it saved. I was going to send it to you. Yeah. But I thought if I sent it to you, you'd say, "Oh Lord, don't start that shit."
Well, no, it's an actual history book. It's a
What's the name of it?
I see books. I don't see a documentary.
No, it's an audiobook.
No, what's the name of the book?
Well, I'm reading the actual book. Now I do. Wait, hold
The
on
name
one
of the
second.
book, please?
Hold on 1 second. There is a 2-hour thing from is it the audiobook?
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. No, what I was going to show are lectures. I actually have the book.
Okay.
I have it on whatchamacallit on
I missed the name of the book. I'm
I have it
sorry.
on Kindle. It's called Empire of Cotton.
Yeah.
A global
There's an
history.
audiobook of it, Stanley, on YouTube. I have it saved.
Yeah, it's right. It's sitting right here on the screen.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't really like audiobooks because I read visually. I learn visually.
Right.
Listening to them, I wind up always like replaying stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not an audio learner like that.
Okay. Well, you're old, so.
Well, I don't learn. I'm a I literally am a decent speller because I can visualize words. I've read for so many years. I can visualize how to spell a word.
I got you. Have you ever heard of those audiobooks that Morgan Freeman did?
No, but I mean, I've listened to audiobooks before.
Yeah.
Like I used to sometimes years ago, I was helping design a warehouse management system, and I had to commute during the week to Charlotte, and I'd spend the week in a hotel room in the Charlotte, North Carolina area, and it was about a 2-hour or so drive from home to Charlotte, so I'd listen to audiobooks.
Man, I like them, man. I have bunches of them, man.
I mean, I don't like physical books anymore, but I love my Kindle. So, I've got like 300 books on my Kindle.
Same here. I have my mom's. I have my mom's Kindle. And
Really?
man, the stuff she has saved is crazy.
Zhang says I start arguments with randoms in the comment sections of no, you know what? I don't actually get into the comment sections too much. The only person my buddy Charles over in Lagos, he's got a Substack. He's about the only one I ever interact with that way. So Mike, I'm sorry. Let me check my Cash App.
Well,
no, the Cash App is dry.
Am I going to be able to speak like everyone else? Why?
Yeah, when you negotiate the price with Ryan,
come on, dude,
or you. No, I'm sorry.
You call it what you want,
I'm
Stanley,
done
but
with you.
it's the truth.
I'm done with you.
That's sad. That's sad, Stanley.
You know what? I need some
You
funding
know, why my opinion got a
I
cost, but
need some
nobody else's
funding
opinion
because
cost?
you've just been
How?
you've
Go
been
back and
a
listen.
chore. I was gonna call you a tool, but I'm just gonna say you've been a chore.
Well, I want you to go back and listen to your stream when it's over.
I never go back and listen to my stream.
Okay, and that just
It
proves
would
my
be
point right
embarrassing.
there. Because I didn't
It
go. I
would
came on here
it
and I
would
tried to
be
give the lady my
embarrassing.
opinion of what I
It
thought
would.
of her. Because y'all let her escape by. Mike ain't gonna let
Okay, what I
that
need
lady
you to
escape
do,
by.
Mike, is less talk and more Cash App.
See, that's your problem. You trying to make a quick buck off of Mike 123.
What did Mike do? What happened?
I ain't
Pissed
do
me
shit,
off
man.
for
Go back and watch
starters.
the stream. G, I kept it G, kept it respectful.
Okay, you know what? You're getting words for free, and I'm
No
just
what?
not into
What
that.
the hell?
There will be
Mike's
no
back.
words. There will be no words for free from Mike 123. See how that
This is how
rhymes?
you treat Mike's return? What's wrong with
Yes.
you?
Because the first dude, you weren't here. He comes in and tells somebody not to mention his name and my name in the same sentence.
That was my
Motherfucker,
bad.
you're in my chat talking that kind of shit.
Who is he talking about?
And then he wanders up to the panel, and the first thing he wants to do is go after Mella. I can't be having this. And this is the dude who said he was never coming back.
Not Miller. You can't
Listen
really
to
go
what
after
I'm
Miller.
saying, Deacon
But
Dave. This
I
is
hear
the
you.
dude. This is the dude who talked all kinds of shit about he was leaving and not coming back, but now he's here and he expects me to pat him on the head and be a grandpa and give him a butterscotch and tell him what a good boy he is.
What?
No. And I'm
Butterscotch.
I'm usually not avaricious, but motherfucker, you're gonna buy me some beer tonight if you're gonna talk. You hear me, Mike?
Oh, don't treat him like that.
Just,
Man.
you can go. All I'm saying is if you're gonna talk shit, you're gonna make it advantageous to. I'm even gonna talk about myself in the third person. You're gonna make it where Stanley crosses wild.
Stanley, I feel responsible now. You know.
You know what? You are.
I know. What a mess.
Mike's channel is gonna blow up if he just straight talk shit about you. I've seen people
You
do
know
that
what?
before.
I don't give a fuck.
No, what was a guy?
Mike says he's already got 200 subscribers.
Yeah, people do that. They make channels that blow up past the guy they're talking about.
Well, Dave, you know, Dave, how much of a fuck do you think I'll give?
You? None.
Just a rough
Your phone's
estimate.
ringing, babe. Huh? Your phone's ringing.
Shit, John Galt probably has half his subscribers who just hate subscribed.
That makes you valuable, though. You gotta be careful with that.
He got a whole bunch of people resubscribed after he tossed me off the channel. Did you know that?
No, I didn't. But I found a channel. You were talking about Charles. I found an African channel that I think was amazing. I wanted to share it with you.
Is it Critical African Thinkers?
No. It's another.
What did he drop? Man, they're dropping
I
like
don't know
flies.
what the hell's going on, Stanley. I don't know what the hell's going on.
I don't know. They're probably in their cars or something. Well, there's Dave.
I don't know what just happened.
There are a bunch of Nigerians who have channels that are kind of in the blackosphere.
I like Charles, but he watches too much TV, so that's why he has that.
Charles?
Yeah, he watches too much. I don't know where he's getting his information from.
His channel is not about TV.
Where does he get his? What's his source? Like, where does he get his information from?
A lot of it is right off of YouTube or
YouTube.
It's a lot of videos. I think he shows.
Mm-hmm.
but
I
not
like to see
TV.
who he's subscribed to. I'm gonna have to go to his channel. But anyway, this other guy, he's an anti-Tariq Nasheed guy, and
Oh,
I
really?
think everything he has to say is funny, but it's true. Like you
Hey,
could
Dick and
disagree
Dave.
on the surface. You know how people get mad when you tell people the truth. That's what his channel was like. But in the end, you don't have any power. You got one vote. He has a vote. He's in the United States. I want to share this guy. Maybe you might like the stream he did today.
Hey, Dick and Dave.
You know what? I'm not in the tether wars. I don't really care about any of that.
Tether wars are making tethers literally war against everything you believe in. They believe that you guys are Democrats. So they're
You know
just
what?
gonna
I don't give a
stand in the
look.
gap.
As I said, I don't care about the tether wars. I don't care about the tethers.
What about
Charles
the
and I get
FBAs?
Yeah,
if
they are
they're
definitely anti-FBA for sure.
but
Well, yeah.
here's the deal. I've known Charles for years, and we've actually never done that FBA tether bullshit.
But he is doing the anti-FBA by voting Democrat. FBAs do the same
Wait,
thing.
hold on. Charles
Hold
doesn't live
on.
in the U.S. How can he vote?
Wait, he
He lives
can't.
in
No, he can't. He can't. But spreading what he believes,
Okay,
tell us
Charles.
followers
similar.
Okay, let me give you a brief history of Charles. When I met him, he was 100% pro-Trump. He's very religious.
Oh, yeah.
He's not really on the
It's
left.
a Bible thumper.
He's not a lefty.
No. Oh, no.
His opinion doesn't hold any weight because he's not here, so it doesn't matter.
He and I have had
Now he's a
he and
lefty
I-
because he's coming from a
he and
human.
I have had those. He and I have had those discussions where I told him, yeah, there is a good, unique perspective outside looking in, but in the end, I know way more about American culture because I was born and I live in it. Sometimes
well, by God, so was I, Stanley. How's that count? Does that count more or less? I was born in American culture too, in the South.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, like I told Be Brave, I know more about, American culture than he does.
I would agree with that.
So, like I said, if you want to be a white man in America and squander your advantages, to me, that's just you're lazy.
Well, some people live
You
in
know
a
what?
booth.
If you are
Hey,
a
Ryan.
white man, if you are a white man
hear you,
in the
Dave.
white man's country and you don't know anything about that country, it's because you were lazy.
Hey, Stanley, there's a phenomenon that I really never paid much attention to until I seen it. It was like, until I noticed one thing. I don't see black men or black women ever standing on the corners of like freeway exits asking for money, saying that they're a veteran and they're going through hardships. I never see that.
And that is.
But every exit over here has white people in asking for money with cardboard signs and shit. Why is that?
Well, probably because black people are afraid they'll get shot.
That's not funny, Stanley.
Oh, yes,
And I don't make make race-based arguments, but this is one I never seen.
Dangerous in this world where there's so many carjackings. I think it's a little bit more dangerous for a
So
black.
you mean to tell me, Stanley, is somebody gonna ride up and
Okay,
just
wait,
shoot?
hold it. Why are you talking?
Well, I had just a comment.
What, motherfucker? Just because I let
So
you
you
up
mean to
doesn't
tell
mean
you said because they probably
Oh,
gonna
wait,
get
hold it.
shot.
What? Just because I let you talk doesn't mean I want you.
Stanley, can
I'm
you
sorry.
control your
Just
channel?
because I let you up doesn't mean you can talk. The hell?
Control your channel, Stanley.
Oh, you know what? I
let Mike up, man.
I was gonna ask
turn.
him. I was gonna ask him, is he ready to ransom his ideas or his
Well,
speech?
it didn't work.
Yeah, well,
So
he
wait,
knows what to do.
wait, Stanley,
Of
you're
course, I
using
didn't.
Mike as,
I
as
didn't.
bait?
Yeah. Well, no. $20, Mike. I need $20 for beer.
That was good, Dave.
No, I mean it does seem like he's trying to dangle Mike out there for
Well,
some money.
That's exact. Hey, you know what? God damn it. He pissed me off. He
and I got pulled
literally
into it.
came into after telling us, he told the whole show that he was not coming back over here, but
Never ever.
he decides to show up and talk shit. There must be
Never ever.
consequences. I'm not a punk.
Oh, you a punk. You a punk.
So there, he knows what needs to be done. I'm not gonna belabor this point.
Can't have it. We
Let me
can't have
find
that.
let me find Charles's channel right quick. It is Critical African Thinkers.
Oh, that can't be good.
You know, Charles is actually kind of interesting because he used to be MAGA, real pro MAGA.
And you love him now because he ain't.
Well, he has moved to the left over the years because he's finally figured out that Trump is like, the next step. He's on that he's on that first circle of hell.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah, I got it. Yeah.
So he has
Somebody got
moved
to
to
him.
the left,
Somebody got to
even
him.
though he's not particularly.
Well, boy, you better stop. You better stop talking about that, boy.
He's not particularly a leftist. So here is.
He don't know. Whatever.
Let me share this out because Dawn asked me who Charles
Well,
was.
Stanley, while you're doing that, can we have Deacon Dave say a prayer over this live stream?
A prayer?
Yeah. Well,
I didn't know he was a preacher.
He's a deacon.
I'm a praying man, but the deacons don't necessarily pray like over everybody. We leave that up to the pastor.
Well, you got to bring some positivity off that title. I'm thinking. There's got to be some positivity to that.
Well, I do pray Stanley get some beer money for his show on Saturday. I do pray for that.
Well, let's hit the cash app then. This Friday, baby.
I've been a little irresponsible. Me and my several airplane buying. This is my testimony. I done bought some airplanes.
Stanley,
yes,
I'm up
you
the
have
church's money.
literally hurt their feelings.
Literally hurt whose feelings?
Oh,
when you made that statement about if you didn't take advantage of being a white man in a white man's country, you're just fucking lazy.
Melly gets it. See, she gets it.
Hey, let me tell you something. Like I said,
Lord.
I went to my school was, just a little bit better than the Lord of the Flies. Dude, you better hey, these white boys that I run across on YouTube are pipsqueaks compared to, what I've experienced in my life. And then the Navy,
Brian, that's racist as hell.
Look, the Navy.
Boys.
How does it feel?
The Navy is the Navy
How does it
is
feel?
the Navy is the Navy is the big leagues. Okay, if you either
oh my god, the big blue league. What are you talking about?
All I have to say is there's some smart white boys in the Navy.
Is that the peak? Is that your plateau?
I'd say it is. That's really, when you're basically having to, deal with admirals and, senior officers, and they're not going to take second best. You better be on your
They're white. They're white.
You better be. Well, not all of them were, but the majority of them were.
Thank you.
Overwhelming majority.
You let the
all
white
I'm
man
saying,
train
you
you,
know
and
what?
then you
I'm being
criticize him.
distracted. All I'm saying is that most of the white guys that I meet on YouTube
Hey man,
are
let
like
Mike up. Why is Mike
are like
backstage? Let him up.
fifth order. They're nothing
Because
special.
Mike is inarticulate.
I probably am at the moment too. Well, hey Mella, how you doing?
Happy Friday.
You know.
Hey, Mella, what are you doing
Yeah,
tomorrow? Do you need a date?
I'm making love.
With who? Yourself?
Yeah, when
No,
you hit us,
not with
when
myself.
you got to pencil it in. You got to write it on your schedule, and then you don't schedule nothing around it.
Yeah, I don't see people on YouTube. Sorry.
Yeah, you touching
Hey, Stanley,
grass. That's what you
I
do.
guarantee you Stanley will be running straight tomorrow, and Mella will be up here.
She's
When I
always
can fit it in.
she's always welcome, but
If you catch my
it
drift.
is gonna be boring history videos. Of
Mella
course,
silly.
it always seems to devolve.
You're gonna play that cotton field video, huh?
One of them is about Mississippi cotton.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna dry it right up, Mella. Don't tune in.
Yeah, she gonna be
No,
like,
I'm gonna
nah.
check it out. I always wondered what it is, in that regard, because I've grown up in a major
I can tell
city,
you, Mella.
so
I can tell you,
that
Mella.
wasn't my
Just picking
experience.
cotton.
I didn't grow up in sundown towns and things of that nature.
Like you want
They
to talk
were
about that before your big day tomorrow.
sharecroppers here. They weren't
Yeah,
slaves.
I didn't grow up with those types of instances. So,
Well, you're better off.
is that okay?
I think it's excellent.
Do you have any grievances with me?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
No, Mella. I'm Mr. Charm to you.
Okay. Name three. Okay, look.
Oh
Name three
Lord.
things that you think I could improve upon, and name three things that you like about me.
You're friendly. You're
Okay.
giggly.
Giggly?
And Stanley, she asked me.
My bad.
I'll ask you
And
to.
you're honest. You're honest.
Don't ask me.
All right.
You did
I'm
that.
giggly. I'm friendly. I'm giggly, and
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
honest. What
Yeah, we
are three
talked.
things I could improve upon?
Oh Lord.
Do I have to?
You could tell me what I don't want to hear. I don't mind.
Well, we ain't that type, lady.
All
We ain't
right.
that type. Now,
Well, thank you
we've
for sparing my feelings. Thank you.
we've spoken many times before on different panels, but no, I don't think you have any. Nah,
Thank you
you're
so
good.
much.
You're
Same
good.
to you. All
Thank
right.
you. See, Stanley want to make this into something else.
Yeah, I'm not soliciting. It's just a conversation.
Yeah,
To get a better
sounds like a conversation
understanding
for
of
sure.
our
Yeah.
intentions toward one another.
What are you, 50, 52, Mella? 52,
I
54?
won't reveal that information.
Well, I would say 52. I'm being
Why would you
generous.
say that?
Your voice. I've seen you a couple times.
You mean you've heard of me a couple of times?
Correct.
You've heard me.
You know how it works.
I don't put my picture around.
Yeah.
You don't have to put your picture. It's when you talk about what you're doing on Saturday, like you scheduled it. That kind of gives the age away. You're not.
Yeah, you know
influenced.
what? I'm actually separated from my husband, and we get together when he's well and able, You know, it's not easy when you have a ill husband. That's not easy in life. And the way that I don't fuck around is by being on YouTube. You know, it satisfies me. So I don't feel this, oh, I'm so you know, I don't go through that because I get to frolic with you people, you know, you good people. You know, if it wasn't for me being able to socialize digitally, I would be compelled to socialize physically. And who knows what that could lead to. So
It'd be
in order
bad.
not to fuck around, I just, you know,
Less
I've been on
cooties,
YouTube.
Mella. Less cooties. You ain't got to touch them. You got to
And
smell them, be around them.
um, believe it or not, I think it's a good strategy to stay
Mm-hmm.
faithful. I think it is. So try not to judge women for being online. You don't know if they got a
Yeah.
husband that needs
Nobody
recuperation.
knows. Nobody knows. You know.
Wait, was that for
Yeah.
me or was that for Ryan? Because Ryan just be riding the wave.
Whomever. I
Oh,
get I
okay.
get a lot of judgment calls for like, well, where's your husband and where's your husband? And it's like,
Nah, I ain't
you
never
know,
asked you that. I'm
You've
sorry.
never seen
not
me.
you guys, but there are over time there are people that are inquiring, and all I can say is that
Nobody asked me
um
where my damn husband was.
it's not really it's not. I don't want to be
Not funny.
sad, you know. I respect my anonymity, and I hope you do as well.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Well, I definitely respect it. You know, I wouldn't want to dig into nobody's personals like that online. And if this is what works
Yeah.
for you, you know, I support that.
I give a persona that is so multifaceted. I think it's appreciated, and I have an affinity for anybody that exchanges pleasantries with me. I love that
Mm-hmm.
energy, and I hope I give it back.
Isn't it funny how it
Well,
didn't happen on every channel?
yeah,
You
and
know?
I
even
have been
Stanley's
known to
Stanley's
be
opinion changed.
obnoxious, everything from obnoxious to gracious. I've been a jerk. I've been uh ratchet or whatever these tags that people want. I've been multifaceted in my persona as Mela on YouTube.
Well, isn't
Yes,
it
I have.
funny how they choose you and a couple others, but they leave others out?
It doesn't matter as long as I'm welcomed back.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. You know, even when I'm faced with obstacles, there are other people.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a never like this YouTube app is a
Yeah.
never ending opportunity to access something to satisfy you. Believe that. And
Oh yeah.
I'm not a masturbator or anything like that, and so when you're ruminating on how sick your husband is, you find yourself on a YouTube panel at 2 o'clock in the morning. That's
Mel,
what
I'll tell you
happens.
what. I have laughed. I've been doing this 14 years, almost 15 years.
Hmm.
And when you and Leonard got into it, that was funny.
Yeah.
That was
How's
funny.
Leonard?
You know what's
Does
funny?
anybody know? Is he all
Oh yeah,
right?
that was
Oh, good.
fun.
Okay. What was it about? Well, I don't think I want to know because I probably said some outrageous things.
This was over at Bob's.
Yeah, no doubt. I said something outrageous recently over there, Bob's.
Uh-huh.
777 was
Mm-hmm.
he irks me because he doubts my
Yeah.
military
Yeah.
my medals.
Stolen
You know,
valor and all that. Yeah.
yeah, it's like
No,
it's
he's
like
just playing. Melly, he's playing. He's
I know
playing.
he is with his
Yeah.
unwashed self. He
Mm-hmm.
rolled out of bed getting on a YouTube panel. I was like, man, did you shower, man?
Yeah, I got it.
I don't know about you, but
This is
I
all
would,
fun. This is all fun.
I would
Or
like
should be. Or it should be. LG, LG, all of it.
Yeah.
What is up with LG? It's like every
Oh,
time I subscribe to her channel and I get a post every now and again, I guess, but is she constantly at war? It's like every post that I see from her, it sounds like
Uh,
she's in some permanent beef state.
it might change up. Everybody goes through
oh shit,
phases.
Andre here. What's up, Andre?
Stanley, you've been live for over several hours.
Yeah.
Okay, you sound like you just tuned in. You're
Um,
revitalized.
so what is up with
You just
LG?
needed some company.
No, I'm actually
I'm
fairly
kidding.
tired, but when I'm done with this, I'll eat dinner and go to bed, I guess, or read a
Yeah.
book or something.
Man, I
I
don't appreciate how you treating Mike 123 right now. Let him hit
you
the
know
pedal.
what? You know what? The problem
I
is that I
asked
don't
Black Bear yesterday, Stanley, what was the best Valentine's gift he ever received? Would you be so kind to share this?
I
This
to be honest, I can't remember the last time I even got one.
No,
It's
I
not
mean with when your dearly beloved
we
at
never
one
did
point.
we never really did Valentine's Day.
You
I think
didn't do Valentine's Day?
no, it's hokey.
Oh, that's okay. Okay, I get it. A lot of people think so. They don't do the gift thing. They say it's
Now, I
a
usually would get
corporate
flowers.
conspiracy.
I would usually get flowers or something for my mother. That would be about, and I'm pretty sure I bought flowers for my wife once or twice, but um, I don't know. I just, you know,
It's
uh,
not your thing. It's
no.
okay. So men on the panel, do you guys consider it a ultimatum? Like this whole Valentine's Day shenanigans. Is it a big conspiracy to pose ultimatums to maintain the good graces of your significant other? I think
I would never date a woman who would. I
who
would never
prior
date a. I would never date a woman who takes Valentine's Day seriously.
exactly, and that's what I
It's
want to
made up all
pose.
of it.
I want to put that out there that it's not an obligation, and if someone poses like a ultimatum, like the unspoken ultimatum to you, she's
Like
not
get
the
me
woman for you.
flowers or give me flowers or give me death. What kind of bullshit is that? I
It's
could
like
never take a woman who did that seriously.
now, keep in mind there are men that resent Mother's Day, but
They what?
they got no, I'm talking about holidays, the entire calendar of holidays. And there are people that believe that there's no obligation to celebrate any so-called constructed holiday. Um, and if that is the case, why are we talking about Black History Month? You get my
Well,
drift?
history isn't a holiday.
No, I mean this has been a constructed effort, to say the least, to acknowledge this special attention for this month, and yet
I don't agree with that at all. As a matter of fact, let me find this. Taz did a
the origin of Black History Month.
no, he talked about he did a pre-record about George about Carter G. Woodson, which was actually pretty good. I appreciated it.
Okay, I'd like to hear that.
Hey, Mello,
Let me see.
Yes, sir.
you asked the panel, that question.
Yes, sir.
My opinion is, from my experience, Valentine's Day is is a way for women to extort / manipulate men out of their goodies. You know.
Okay.
They're
Okay.
goodies.
Yeah.
Well, I kept it PG, Stanley.
Just like
you definitely did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want you to throw me in the fucking back. Hold on.
No, I only throw Mike in the back. We,
Oh,
as a matter of
I'm
fact,
not Mike.
we call it the Mike 1 2 3
extort
wing.
men for their goodies.
It's the Mike
Yeah.
1 2 3 wing of the YouTube jail.
And I already knew Mella would agree with this a long time ago on other panels. It's just how it works, man.
Extort men. Valentine's Day is designed to extort men for their goodies.
Stanley, I got one right today.
One right? What do you mean one right?
Well, non-political.
You know, these constructed gift giving holidays. This is the one that's promoted towards women usually.
Yeah.
You know, usually.
It's by design.
No, everything's so pink. Everything's so frilly. You know, don't. But then there's Sweetest Day, which is allegedly designed for men, but you know how that goes.
I do. I'm amazed they haven't turned this shit into race. You know,
Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
Racist
Valentine's. Well, February is Black History
Day
Month.
into
You know.
Valentine's Day into race.
Give it time.
That would definitely be interesting.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
Well, Mella knows and Stanley knows February is Black History Month, so give us some time.
Since we're telling jokes, right? I think that women should give their men machine gun to symbolize the Valentine's Day massacre, like something. Yeah, like a painting, you know, some plastic figure, you know, just some weapon to symbolize the Valentine's Day massacre, you know, just a gun, you know, like, you know, some shit like that. Like it should be mutual interest. Like, why does it have to be flowers and candy? It could be, you know, the Tommy gun and a portrait of Al Capone. I'm sorry, what?
I'm gonna have to take you backstage, right? I'm just drag you by your hair backstage, and we'll just converse and keep it off. You know this.
He's going to drag you backstage and have in a
mutual
intercourse.
No one has ever aggressed. No one has ever aggressed themselves toward me in my life. I would say you would be in danger if you attempted to do that.
Oh, okay.
Grave danger.
Well, I tried.
Yeah, that's.
I tried.
You know, I think people can hear it in my voice that no one's ever assaulted me, and I think that's what makes some people want to try it. Think about it. You can hear it in my voice. I've never been the M word or the R word or, you know, like made to feel afraid for my life.
I'm not going to go
from a
777
man.
on you. I'm not that guy.
Like not ever. And I think you can hear that in my voice. Like there's this bravado, this confidence that comes across like, damn, she ain't never been slapped by a man before. She ain't never been R-worded or M-worded by anybody. Damn, I want to hurt that bitch. You know, you know, there's some sick men out here. They can, when they hear that you've never been, let's just say, converted, you know, in a compromising way ever in your life, you actually have the nerve to be protected and talking smack online. I gotta get her. I gotta get her. You know, You men are sick sometimes.
Not me. I just asking.
Yeah, ask him to grab me by my hair. That's not
Well,
cool.
I didn't know.
That hurts.
I didn't know you had hair.
Then why would you mention it?
It's just
What kind of
do it up.
sense? You know what? You're taking advantage of my drowsiness.
Oh,
I'd be pleased to have a nice bath and good rest. And I bid you all good night.
All right. Well, we enjoyed it.
wasn't that fun?
Oh, she's all damn. She's gone.
That was great.
What'd you do to her?
Hell, I don't know. I just responded.
I think she dropped off, and she's going to have a nice bath and a. Did she say she doesn't masturbate? Is that what she said?
I'm not saying nothing.
Apparently,
I'm not going there.
Apparently, you have
I'm not
titillated
going there,
her.
Stanley. You can make me go there. No.
You shouldn't have titillated.
Okay, go ahead.
Clean exit from Mela. All right. Well, apparently Dave has decided to go. Everybody's left.
It's up my ass. Just me.
I was gonna actually watch a few minutes of Cynthia
I was
G.
trying to keep it going for you, Stanley. I was trying to keep them, keep it going.
Well, the thing is that it's it has been a long show, and it's probably been a long week for Dave.
Well, I tried.
Oh well, you know what? I got I'm up to 2,300 views on this boring ass short. So it's been a good day. What can I say?
Yeah.
If only I could get all of them to subscribe.
I don't know, man. Just a
let's
lot of
watch it.
people don't like you, Stanley. It's weird. They just don't like you.
Well, you know what?
They just don't like it.
Yeah, and you know what? I don't give a fuck. People don't like people who are confident, I guess. I'll be okay if they don't like me. If what they're saying is they would prefer, a John Galt or a CT, that is perfectly fine. I'm not here to be their entertainment. They don't pay me. They don't pay me enough.
I know that's right. Hell, can you get fucking $10, man?
Okay, how are we doing?
Well, you know what? It'll be okay.
We know. Go ahead.
Audio wise, let me listen.
Stanley,
it's got an echo in there.
Would you marry a woman that had her hair like that?
Well, it's not a hair. It's like some sort of head wrap.
I don't know. I just asked.
I don't think she should wear it on TV, but I'm sorry, on her video. But you know what? It's her hair. I'm not her man. I don't care.
Okay.
To be honest, I'm not sure that I would marry a woman who had a YouTube show.
Correct. Right. Now you get it.
Maybe.
Do you realize how much trouble that would cause? It would be a mess.
It's done right. I think if it's done right, it'll be fine.
Dude, she would have you in her chat as a moderator and all that, You better get me subs and likes, motherfucker.
Well, I can tell you right now, if I was married, I probably wouldn't be on YouTube at all.
For real. Same here.
Yeah, it never would have struck me
to
do it.
I'd drop this shit. I would cancel it, brother.
Well, no, I never would have gotten into it in the first place.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, it's weird.
A skull bunion? What the fuck? I know that's a joke.
I've never heard of that.
I think he's just
A
making it up.
skull?
I have to
Onion?
say, she does a really good job with her makeup. That's
Is
for
that
sure.
racist? I think it could be racist saying.
I have no idea.
Should I time him out, Stanley?
I think he's got a wrench, doesn't he?
No.
What is she doing?
That's weird.
Let me see.
Go ahead and play it. Go ahead and play it.
The video, the actual video is a link too.
Oh my God, that's gross.
Because I'm getting the link directly off the video.
She is a mammy.
That is what I'm doing. So let me go back to the video. I'm taking the link directly off the video. Okay.
Let's see, I'm about to start charging
let me
for
test the
everything. I'm going to do like nightish, and I'm going to charge for wrenches. I'm just going to charge for everything.
Link myself.
Are you mad?
Me? No.
Oh, okay.
Oh wow! Like it really won't. This is
I wish
crazy.
she would do something with that. I don't think I'm going to be able to listen to this audio. It's
Well, you picked it, dude. You picked it.
well, I was hoping.
Let's look at her.
I actually made a joke that I was going to see if I couldn't contact her, and she and I do a relationship show.
What the hell is that?
Well, Cynthia G and me doing like
Oh my
a
God.
relationship show. I think that would be awesome.
Well,
I mean, she
she looks
hates
mean.
men.
She looks
hates
mean.
she
Yeah,
hates
she looks
men,
mean.
and I don't
Yeah.
take anything seriously. It's
Yeah, she
bound to
looks
be a
mean.
success.
She's a mean heifer.
I've only watched her maybe a couple times. She didn't strike me as totally mean.
Well, you ain't interviewed her yet.
Well, I wasn't going to interview her. I wanted to partner up with her.
Oh my
We
God.
do like a serious counseling show, where,
Oh
it's like he said, she said, and people come up and, women come up and tell us their problems, and men come up. And, it would basically be me and her talking about leadership and subservience and, and
Stanley,
stuff
do
like
you
that.
really need that in your life right now? Do you really need that?
Well, I mean, I actually don't have that much going on.
God
Like
damn, you can go you can go to Bomb Cherries and do that shit.
the most excited thing, the most exciting thing I've done all week was make sourdough bread.
Yeah, well, I would keep it at that right now. This heifer looks mean.
Well, Bomb Cherry, Cynthia G doesn't strike me as someone who carries on a lot of like mess. She doesn't strike me as messy.
Messy.
Yeah, Bomb Cherry is messy.
Well, you ain't got that close yet, so.
Video really interesting. Interesting in the sense that
Oh my
we
God.
see a certain narrative about erasure being perpetuated by one group of people. We hear them complaining, saying their culture is being erased, they're being replaced. If they're replaced,
Oh, she's talking about white people.
Oh yeah, of course.
People.
White devils.
There's a group of fear-based people who talk a lot about their culture and its erasure and the fear around its erasure. So I want us to look at this video right here, because this video is very telling. This man here, he was allowed essentially to explain why he believes that whiteness is being erased, white culture. Now, I don't really know what white culture is. I've heard certain people ask about it in podcasts and on panels. And
I don't know.
seems to be very difficult for white people to articulate what whiteness is. What is white culture? It seems to be a very. It's
You want to
just very
take a swing
difficult
at
for
it?
them.
No.
I figured you probably have an idea of what whiteness and
Stanley,
white culture is.
I'm trying to figure out what the fuck she's talking about, man.
She's talking about white people and their culture and she said they're fear-based. She's talking about the replacement theory. What is
No, white.
replacement theory but a fear-based kind of theory?
Okay, so she's just throwing out general things, just general
No, it's not
terms, and hope it
no,
sticks.
white replacement theory is not a general thing. Just ask
What?
Tucker Carlson.
What? Stanley.
You've never heard Tucker Carlson talk about replacement theory?
No.
Oh, well, you're missing a
No.
treat. He used to talk about it fairly often when he was doing his Fox News show.
Oh.
To actually tell what this is. So let's get into this video, and maybe this video can help us understand what this fear of erasure and cultural replacement is. Let's go ahead and get into it.
Tell me how you define white identity and what you think is being erased about white identity. Certain types of Anglo-derived culture that comes from our history. There's what? Let me think about this. Senator, I would say if you a book by one of your former Senate colleagues, Born Fighting, about the sort of Scotch-Irish military culture and certain, pride that went with that, that would be.
Sorry about that.
How do you get moral and political progress? How do you get more?
Let me think about this.
It's weird how these white motherfuckers are talking about white supremacy.
Well, wait, hold it. Say that again. It's weird that white motherfuckers would talk about white supremacy.
Yeah, you got it, man. It's weird.
Why?
I don't know why, but it's fucking weird to me.
You're from the South. I would think you.
And so are you.
Heard it. Well, I have heard it on occasion.
It just seems disingenuous.
Well, not only that, I don't think it's weird. I've heard white people talk about this being a white man's country. As a matter of fact, your Vice President J.D. Vance said that, hey, under the Trump administration, you don't have to be what did he say? You don't have to be afraid to be proud to be white again. You don't have to be ashamed of being white. I think that's what he said.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Okay, well, hey, you got your vice president talking about white, and you can be proud to be white again.
Damn. I didn't vote for his ass.
Nobody voted for him.
No. That's rest my case.
All I'm saying is I'm surprised that you think it's weird, because that's almost like it's like one of the bullet points that you hear from JD Vance quite often.
I don't talk to him, man. We friends.
Well, you don't talk to him. Now, I would think that you would be more aware.
Calm down.
Would be aware. I'm perfectly calm. It's you. I'm actually. I feel kind of bad for you, because you're behind the times. All your white brethren are passing you by, and they're not telling
white,
you what's
Stanley.
going on. They're not. Oh, you're
Why
not?
you keep calling me white? Stop.
Oh, well, you know what?
You keep
For some
calling me
reason, I
white.
thought you were white. You're not?
No, I never have been.
Oh, okay.
You want me to be white? You assume I'm white.
You
I'm not
know
white,
what?
Stanley.
I assume
Well,
anyone
stop
with
assuming, dude.
anyone who has your talking points, I just assume they'd have to be
I'm a
white.
free thinker, Stanley. I'm a
Oh,
free
you're
thinker.
yeah. Hey, a free thinker. Free thinker. Is that what you call it?
Mm-hmm. I call
See,
it.
you have to talk in quasi meta narratives to articulate white culture, which would be
Oh,
better described
Lord.
as a sort of pan-European. No, Zhang, you and I are talking about two different things. Okay. Um, white
And
and black are are races, they're racial constructs, and when you talk about white culture, you are literally talking about a culture that venerates whiteness as a thing. White people are better looking, white people are smarter. At one
who
point in
said that?
time, okay,
I didn't say
motherfucker,
that.
okay, I'm not
Motherfucker
talking
yourself.
about
I
you.
didn't say that shit.
Dude, I don't know why you have to interrupt every 2 seconds. Read a history book. All this
Okay.
comes out. I
Book.
can recommend
Smarty arty.
history books. When they invented
Go
race,
ahead.
when they invented race, white
Okay.
people were deemed Caucasians because I forget which one it was. One of the guys, one of
Oh
those
my
European.
God. Can't
Okay,
even say a thing.
Ryan, I need to be able to get a sentence out.
Well, you said one of the guys. What the hell's that?
One of those guys, I want to say it was Galton, but it
You wouldn't
wasn't
let me
him.
say that.
Galton was, believe it or not,
John Galt?
no, Sir Francis Galton.
I'm fucking with you. I'm fucking with you, Stanley.
He was Darwin's cousin. He
Oh.
basically is credited with inventing race science.
Mm.
But in any case, white culture is not the same thing as European culture. I don't know where the fuck y'all get this. This is literally surprising. Another
Who's
person,
y'all?
all these people who worship
You said
whiteness.
y'all, Stanley.
You're one of them.
No, I'm not.
I'll include you and y'all. The
I'm
white
gonna include you in some other shit. You ain't gonna like it.
the white worshiping MAGA blacks don't know the difference between European culture and
I
white
don't.
culture. White culture is basically racialized European culture.
It is?
Yes.
Okay.
Book by one of your former Senate colleagues, Born Fighting, about the sort of Scotch-Irish military culture and certain, pride that went with that. That would be one example. Obviously, you can have sub-elements of that culture. You could have Italians, you could have Irish, and those are in many ways more.
You're worried about white culture. You're not worried about, you're now retreating to ethnic identity. You don't speak about ethnic identity. You speak about white identity. So tell me.
Well, ethnicity is different than race.
White identity. And
who are you talking to?
Different than black identity.
I would say that the white
Myself,
church is
apparently.
very different than the black church in terms of its tone and style on average.
Good luck.
Foodways could often be different. Music could be different.
Those are being erased.
Music could be different if you look at the Super Bowl halftime show, which was not in English this year.
So our ability to access white churches or.
Now, see, that's really interesting. The halftime show wasn't in English, but did he know that Puerto Rico is an American territory? And there's more than one language that's spoken in America.
Yeah.
It's really weird because the Southwest,
we didn't have to like it, Stanley.
Texas, New Mexico, California, even up into Colorado and probably Utah. When those territories, and the Louisiana Purchase too, when those territories were absorbed into the U.S., those people spoke Spanish, not English. And
Stanley, don't talk about Texas.
I'm sorry, what?
Don't talk bad about Texas. We entered into the union by treaty.
I'm not talking about Texas.
You said it.
Where are you getting this from? Do you actually understand English? The topic I'm talking about isn't Texas.
We're not a republic.
It's about English. This guy talking about griping about the Super Bowl not being in English. Well, Spanish was spoken in in what became the United States before English was.
Okay.
So
You took
I
it
don't
somewhere
understand.
else. You took
I
it
don't
somewhere else, Stanley.
understand. No, you
No.
understood it somewhere else. What I'm saying is that Spanish is another European language. Why this guy is basically saying English is more or less white than Spanish, I don't get. Spain is in Europe. England is kind of in Europe. Um, they're both European languages. What problem does he have with Spanish? I can't figure it out.
White food or white music is being erased. I am concerned with the majority common American culture that we had for some time that through particularly mass immigration, I think has become much more balkanized, and I think that weakens us. And again, I'm not running away from that comment. I'm not apologizing for it.
Well, I'm way over my time. I think you're struggling to answer this question, right? Because underlying your beliefs is a sentiment that white culture is just simply better. Tell me how you define white.
Well, but here's the problem. The problem is he can't even quantify white culture. He can't describe it. He can't tell you what it is. Like even when he attempted to respond, he said white food, but he didn't say what it was. White churches are different, didn't define how, and music from a white Hispanic speaking in Spanish.
Oh my God.
Because that
I think actually, what she really wants to say is this white guy wasted his white skin also. You live in a white man's country, you're a white man, and you didn't get the best education you possibly could. He did not take advantage of his white privilege.
Bunny isn't Afro anything. You can look at Bad Bunny and see at most he might be a quadroon, the same as Cardi B, but we know that he's not black. In fact, Bad Bunny will be more closely related to white than he would black. So, but even still, that's ethnic identity. What he is talking about is white cultural identity, except he cannot describe it. They're complaining that white culture is being erased, that white identity is being replaced, but they literally cannot even define what it is.
That's an excellent point.
If you don't know if you can't describe what it is, then how can you accurately say that is being replaced?
That's racist.
Mestizo isn't a race.
No, I'm afraid
means
it's
a mixed person
hardly
Ah,
who
it
emphasis
is.
on
How convenient you say that.
apparently you don't know what racist means.
Let's look at what is
You
a
might want to
mestizo.
look it up.
Because you're gonna say, oh, Bad
Okay, I
Bunny
have.
is a mestizo. What's a mestizo? Well, what is a mestizo? Because y'all like to say dumb stuff. Because I know this is another way of mentioning a biracial person. Oh, it is. A mestizo is a person of combined European, usually Spanish, and indigenous American ancestry. So a mixed person, just like we said. I said Bad Bunny will be a quadroon. You came back and said, oh, Bunny is a mestizo. Mestizo means mixed. Heavy emphasis on European Spanish DNA. I'm gonna need you work. If you have a cell phone, you literally have a smartphone in your hand. There's no reason to be dumb. There's no reason to be dumb if you have literally a computer in your hand. You can just ask Google, what is a mestizo? And it will tell you it is a mixed person. And what's gonna come up most? What's going to come up first in the description is European. European, it's not even going to say indigenous in European. It's going to say European first and indigenous. There's a reason why it's putting European first, because these people are heavily mixed with European, mostly European. A term originating from the Spanish colonial caste system, primarily used in Latin America. It describes individuals with mixed heritage, often representing the majority population in countries like Mexico. It signifies a blend of cultural practices, including language and tradition, meaning not a race. Meaning you wouldn't be saying somebody is a mestizo to describe their physical appearance. You would be using it to describe mostly their language and their culture. So like I said, Bad Bunny is more white than he is anything. He is more white than he is anything. Bad Bunny is more white than he is anything, like Cardi B is more white than she is anything. She is more white. She is more white. It doesn't make sense to take somebody who is primarily white with a little bit of black DNA and then call them black. No, she is a mixed white.
Yeah, that's a problem with race in America. It literally defies logic. Mostly white. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's that's and seriously, race it defies logic. There's almost no way you can make a logical argument or logical race-based argument because it defies logic.
Based on what standard, Stanley? Yours?
What?
You heard me.
I
Based
didn't
on your.
understand you.
Oh, you heard.
Based on what? I didn't hear. Based on my what?
On your interpretation.
No. Logic. Race is not a logical construct.
No, it ain't.
It's literally based, at least, it was at one point in time, based on one drop.
And when does that change?
How do you take a one drop rule and make logical sense out of it?
When did it change?
People have told me it changed. I don't know that it actually
told
has.
you. Right. Same here. No, I just observed.
Cynthia ain't playing with the albinoid and his Jedi mind tricks.
Is that hateful?
So Sin has very strict interpretation of race. How do you? That doesn't even make sense. How can you have a strict interpretation of race if it doesn't? It's not really a logical thing. So how can you be strict? How can it be strictly interpreted?
Is she white?
Who?
Is Sin white?
Well,
well,
I don't know. I think she's mixed.
Mixed with what?
I don't know.
With what?
I you know what? Ask her. I don't really care one way or the other.
She's weird looking. She could be racist, so we can't have that shit.
Woman, Bad Bunny is a mixed white man who speaks Spanish. That is what he is. Hold on, y'all. I dropped my I dropped some nail polish on my leg. Hold on for 1 second. I need to get this up.
Hey, Stanley.
Y'all know I was drying this nail. Give me
yes, sir.
You're welcome for me clearing the panel. Just me and you now. You like that?
No, I figured
now
Mela
I can bring them back. If you're disappointed, I can bring them back.
Well, Mela had been up here for a while.
I know, right?
Dave
cool.
Dave has baby duty. He's got a young son.
Okay, I just had to check. I can bring them back if you're getting bored. I can bring them back.
I'm fascinated with Sin.
Isn't she?
Cynthia G.
Let them
Go
drop
ahead.
this on
Go
my
ahead.
lap. Yeah, but it irks me when we have access to Google and people get in the comment section saying, "Oh, well, Bad Bunny is a mestizo." Did you look up the definition of what a mestizo was before you chose to come in here and put that in here? You didn't look it up. You probably watching this from your phone. So I just feel like we have to start using our phones for what they're for.
You know, I really need to start making more use. I actually got a TikTok account so I could look at Shara's cooking page. Um, I need to start using TikTok and X more. For what? I don't know exactly.
Because in the time it took you to type into the comment section, Bad Bunny is a mestizo, you could have typed into Google, what is a mestizo? You could have did the same thing, to find out what a mestizo is. He's a mixed white man. And that's basically what a mestizo is, a mixed white person. And yes, Bad Bunny is that, and Cardi B is that as well. Two mixed white people who are heavily benefiting off of African culture. Because I don't know if y'all watched Bad Bunny's halftime performances and showed all of the cultural things that relate right over there back to Africans and Black people. Like Domino's.
He's from, wait, hold it. He's from Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico has a slave history. So of course they benefit from African culture because there were African slaves there at some point.
Domino's is their preferred game. It's Domino's. And y'all know everybody in every hood, every Black person nearly is sitting up in their house slapping Domino's down on the table.
You know what? Not in my Black neighborhood.
What?
They didn't play it for some reason or another.
Are
I
they
literally
trying to play
have
victim
never
too,
played.
Stanley? I'm sorry.
I've
Are they trying to play
literally
the victim?
I'm sorry, what?
I'm sorry, Stanley. Are they
I
trying to
was
play the
saying
victim?
she's saying Domino's is actually more
We're the
like a
new
Hispanic.
black.
Domino's is really more a Hispanic
Isn't it
/
weird?
Black thing. I literally have never played Domino's in my life.
Oh, you're missing out, man.
Am I?
42. 42,
He
baby.
looks like a French white man. He's not, though. He can look like a French white man. He's not one. He's not from France. So now let's get into, because this video is going to show you how men are the root cause of the problem. And it's also
everywhere.
about to show you there's a hood rat problem. I'm going to go out here and say it already. There is a hood rat problem. It really is. And y'all got to see this. Y'all just have to. Right? And y'all probably already saw this video. We are going to pause in between and give commentary. We really are. Reggaeton is the Spanish version of reggae. Yeah, I know. Santeria is the Spanish version of voodoo. Like we know. I know Domino's is a Black people's game across the diaspora. A lot of the stuff that they made reference to is still displayed in either the Black American community or in Africa. Yeah, in fact, starting from the sugarcane fields.
Oh.
Yeah, Bad Bunny did a great job
She's
of
FBA,
connecting
Stanley.
the diaspora. He really did.
What?
But he probably
No,
should
she's
have been
FBA.
shouting out Africa for giving
You didn't know that?
lens
I think she
like a good
considers
80 to 90%
herself
of
Black.
culture.
Yeah.
Like
Weird.
your spiritual system came
Could have fooled
from
me.
Africa. You worship, even with Santeria, you worship
Hey,
African
Stanley.
deities.
Yes,
Do you
sir.
think she can make some biscuits?
You worship African deities.
Some butter
I
biscuits?
have
But
no.
look,
Well, she
If you had
is
to guess,
from.
Stanley.
I would say no because she lives in New York City somewhere. They're not really into Southern food, I guess.
Really? Oh my
I mean,
God.
I bet she doesn't even eat biscuits. unless they come out of like a Pillsbury can.
Oh my God, Stanley. You
These
really
are
said
the
that?
root cause of
How
the
do you
problems
know?
in the community, even when you have
I
situations
don't
like this.
know. It's a
I think she
stereotype.
can make
I've when I was younger, like
Oh my
like in my
God.
early 30s, I spent a lot of time in New York City and up in the Westchester area. And, we commute into Manhattan. I've literally never had a biscuit in New York.
Yeah, they don't exist.
Even when we have a situation like the Glorilla situation, we go get into it. But let's break down this ghetto hot trash.
Would you eat her biscuits, Stanley?
Hood rat.
I'm sorry, what?
Would you eat her biscuits if she made them?
I would try them, I guess.
You would?
But she doesn't look like she doesn't look
I
like she's
met
handy in
you.
the kitchen. She just does not strike me as someone who spends a lot of time in the kitchen. I could be wrong.
You could be.
Mess up a video. Put a 1 in the chat box if y'all saw this video. I want y'all to put a 1 in the chat box because we gonna talk about this mentality too, and understand that
I love her
men,
accent.
yes,
Her
men are
accent's
at the
cool.
root cause of this mentality right here too. But y'all put a 1 in the chat box if y'all have seen this video.
Hey, Stanley, do you follow her?
If not, you about to see it
No,
now.
I think I subscribe to her channel.
Okay, let's get
But I
You
into
don't
ain't
it.
really
really.
a
See the
channel?
caption. Lady catches her
I
husband cheating
I
in a bar
subscribe to a lot
restaurant,
of
and this
channels. I don't
happens.
always watch their lives though.
Right, same here. You
You
should
said you saw this
drop
super hot
into
mess.
her
Okay,
live
well,
stream
Heartbeat,
and
you about to
say,
see it now. Let's get
"Can
into
I
it. We
eat
go
your
pause and
biscuit?"
give commentary.
Yeah, I'll do that.
My husband with
I
these
have
bitch.
been in her chat. Like when I first subscribed to her, she did a live, and I hopped in her chat for a little while just to see, what it was like. I saw Reese there, and I
Right,
saw
read
some
the
other
room,
people that
all
I
that.
know,
Yeah,
but I wasn't about to, you know, like
yeah. I got
interfere.
you. Yeah.
Not without knowing, and I would probably be okay saying hey or something like that, but sometimes you have to ease your way into stuff like
I
that.
know you got to read the room, Stanley.
I don't necessarily want to, get in there and, be that boulder in the puddle.
Mm-hmm. We'll find out how many damn moderators she's got in the chat.
I
I would.
Well, I don't know. I think I get the impression that a lot of guys in this quote black manosphere, sometimes I get the impression that they're actually afraid of women. Like I'd get in her chat and say hey, and unless they were overtly hostile, I happen to like women.
Yeah.
I think they're good people, and
I,
if I'm in a chat that's all women, I'm perfectly fine with that.
oh, like Sugar Mom.
Basically,
Mm-hmm.
I've found over my years that the
I like
best
her.
way to get along,
She's cool.
the
You know
best
what she is.
the best way to get along with people is not be a dick. And
Absolutely.
you can
Just go
turn it
along and
on or
get along.
turn it off. So
But you know what I'm
I'm not
saying,
like,
Stanley.
I have no clue what you're saying. You seem
You
to just be
do.
randomly, you seem to be just randomly interjecting in no
No,
constructive manner.
it's easy, Stanley. It's easy. It's simple. Baby, can I taste your biscuits?
Yeah, I'm sure that means something to you. Well,
It does.
Dawn, why would you feel insulted?
Don't be scared.
I'll put it to you this way. I'm from Savannah, Georgia, and when I spent time, say, in Manhattan, I wasn't thinking about biscuits. I was thinking about getting, something that I can't usually get, something that's
You can't get
non-pedestrian.
biscuits
Like
up there.
I remember ordering Peking duck from takeout. Well,
That's not duck.
delivery.
That's not real duck.
Uh, I remember ordering Peking duck from this, I don't know, some hole in the wall. I was in a hotel and I forget the name of it, but it was right across the street and a little bit down from Madison Square Garden. So, I look at the hotel thing, with all the restaurants, different restaurants. So I ordered Peking duck and they sent the damn duck with the neck on the head. They just roasted the whole thing.
That was
However,
turkey.
it was great. And you know what? I wasn't thinking about Popeye's chicken. I wanted something that I couldn't usually get, say back home. So we don't think of biscuits, butter biscuits when we're in Manhattan. We think of getting something, a little bit more boutique.
At the casino that he was flirting with in my motherfucking face.
Yes, and plum sauce. Well, I say plum sauce. I guess it's hoisin sauce.
Yeah, I said what I said. You down here with my husband. Now, let me pause this, because right off the gate, this is trifling. Right off the gate, you already know this lady spent her whole entire life dealing with this man cheating, fighting for her literal life in this marriage.
I didn't know you're all bourgeois, Stanley.
She got all that.
Bourgeois.
And this woman is in this marriage having to confront a woman when she should be confronting her man, mind you. Because this ain't his first rodeo.
It looked like a duck to me.
A man is at
Stanley, have you ever had grits?
I'm sorry, what?
You ever grits with cheese?
No, I don't like mixing stuff into my grits. Butter and salt is all I
asked you if you heard of them.
Oh yeah, my father
You
used
like
to
them?
like it
You
that
like
way.
them? Yeah.
No, I don't like mixing shit in my grits other than butter and a little bit of salt. Like, my father, sometimes he'd mix eggs in the grits, and I can't do that. It's got to just be plain grits. I don't mix stuff
Al
like
dente.
that.
What's it called? Al dente. Al dente. Al dente.
So the Peking duck I had was actually a duck because they made sure I knew it was a duck because they roasted the neck and the head and everything else.
I've had
It
duck.
looked like it was a
shot 'em.
duck.
I shot them out of the air. Took them home. Yeah.
Did you make Peking duck?
No.
Gotcha.
No, I
the
didn't.
root cause of this situation right here. A man is at the root cause of this man is at the root cause of this situation. He is the root cause of this situation. Yup. He's calm, he unbothered, she raging on the side chick, which this woman doesn't matter because this could be any woman. This could be any woman. And I keep seeing videos coming off on my TikTok thread of black women with this nonsense that the side chick is to blame. No, the person to blame is this man right here. Why is she talking to her? This ain't his first rodeo. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm gonna run downstairs and put Jasper in the house so I don't have to keep checking on him. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, this is kind of disjointed.
I agree.
She kind of jumps from one thing to the other.
I told you that a while ago. And you're like, well, you just glazed over.
Yeah, it's still interesting.
Okay. You have nothing
See,
else
I
to
don't
play,
get
Stanley?
to.
You
I
have
don't
nothing
get
else to
to.
play?
I'm sorry, what? I'm sure I do, but
I'm sure you do.
interested. Actually interested in this. I don't get to watch real man. I don't get to watch real man haters a lot. So
Stanley, you better play something I like, or I'm leaving. I want you to play something I like, or I'm fucking leaving.
Well, I guess you'll be hitting the showers because I'm not changing.
Well, goddamn. That ain't too much to ask.
Like I said,
I got the fucking panel out of here for you that aggravated you. So.
I was actually having a good time with the panel.
You seem miserable, so I tried to help. God
Nope,
damn it.
I was perfectly fine.
God damn it.
Unfortunately, Mike didn't tell us what his channel name is, but
Well,
I
we
guess
can't help that now. We're past that.
we'll just have to do without.
We're past that. Show us something funny, something we like, or I'm leaving.
Let me put it to you this way. I almost never show anything that, like, the only person that needs to be satisfied in my video selection is me.
Is you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Everyone is
You're-
always welcome to come
You're
along
the
for the
old
ride.
YN, behind the trigger.
That is me. Jasper is a cat, and only people without children fret over their animals. Like, I thought she
I
had a
feel so
son.
used. I feel so fucking used right now.
Really?
Yeah, a little bit. Just
How so?
well, you won't kind of, do what I want you to do.
Well, let me put it to you this way. I raised a son, and I spent
Oh
a
Lord,
lot of I spent a lot of time when he
I
was
know you
young
did.
trying to guess
Yeah,
trying to guess what would make him
I'm
satisfied.
not your son, Stanley. I'm
Well,
not your son.
you're acting like a kid. I'm not gonna guess what you want to
I'm
watch.
not your boy.
I don't. Well, you know what? I can't tell.
Okay, all right, we're good.
Play something. You should have just ended it with daddy. Play something I like, daddy, or I'll go. That would have
Oh,
been
can I do
that
that?
would have been
Can I do
perfectly
that?
in
I
order.
didn't know I could do that.
It would have made me reminisce about the old
No, that's
days.
that'd be kind of do funny. I can't do that. That's kind of. I ain't calling you my daddy. Goddamn.
Oops.
Oops. All right, we'll keep it the same. But I want to see some entertaining
I
shit.
see. This isn't entertaining.
Some old hen carrying on. No.
Play some Depeche Mode. Dude, you know what? Depeche Mode. That's
Who
just
does? No, you can't do that, Stanley. That's
well,
copyright shit, dude.
I remember Depeche Mode because it was
That's
the late
copyright.
80s. The
Can't do
late 80s when Depeche Mode was kind of in their prime. And I didn't play them when I was in college. Why the fuck would I play them now?
You can't do that.
Here we go.
QS.
Let's take this. I know.
Okay, Sin. For some reason, I guess I'd heard it through the grapevine.
All right, bye then. Don't go in my room.
I don't know why my non-white ass is still up here.
I just told you don't
Nobody
go
cares.
in my
I don't either.
I know, right? Drop me.
What? What you want?
This is weird. We'll get. Oh, I'll tell you what.
Don't jump on
I'll
my
tell you what
couch.
we'll
Get
do.
ready to get your
What's
treat.
up, Tropes?
So you can come. Okay, come on.
Let Tropes get up here. He'll fix
Well,
it.
that cat is mighty vocal.
Is that code for something?
No, usually cats are kind of quiet animals.
Okay. Sorry,
Oh, I
I know
thought you
y'all
meant
heard
something else.
him. Yeah, he did. He wanted he's in my room actually. He wanted a treat. Yeah, he's in my room.
Oh my God.
All right, so we
Stanley, you're still having fun?
Am I?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I guess I am.
Just checking.
You said you had to take off your cat's
I hate
bell.
this. This is
Okay,
stupid.
Jasper, he wants
Stupid.
he wants the treats. That's what he wants.
Well, I know.
Well,
He's in my
Mike
room
said that
over
he
here.
was starting up
That's what he wanted. Okay.
at about this
Well,
time, as a matter of fact.
let's
really?
get back into it because this is the root
Yeah,
cause of this
I don't know what
problem
his
is
channel
this
is
man.
called.
You can tell this man is a serial
Oh, he is,
cheater.
Jim.
We can do that. We can do that on Monday if Patreon agrees. I'll ask the Patreon.
She gonna go
ladies and
live
gents.
on President's Day?
Ask the
Oh,
Patreon ladies and gents, Katrina. But I'll do a poll in there,
how's
and
that
we'll
work?
see if they want to discuss how do women benefit from marrying them. We'll do that. But one thing you can take from this is, yeah, I'm in an office right now. This is my office. My bedroom
Hey,
is over
Stanley,
here.
Yes, sir.
let's go troll Bob's.
I don't go over there.
Down the hall.
Yeah, you do.
The
Come on.
office is right
You do.
here.
I was in there
Yeah,
for
you do.
about five.
There's a
Don't do that.
No, I
Come on.
they are not my cup of tea. I
Why not?
literally I find them boring.
Well, they're
Dude,
not
they're
watching
like
this shit. They're not watching
like,
this shit.
yeah, well, don't
Well,
let me stop you. Don't let me stop you. If you find art more fascinating than this, more power to you.
who is Ert? I ain't talking about Ert.
His name's Art.
No.
I don't ever call him that by that name. But anyway, but seriously, I literally listening to those guys talk is like watching paint dry. They are boring as fuck.
Well, you know what? You know how you can change that, Stanley? You can jump in the chat or jump on a panel and change it instantly.
I always get bored even in their chat. Unless Khan or somebody's there, who can kind of, go back and forth. I literally find their shows boring.
Well, I can tell you this, Stanley. Skywalker will accommodate. He'll say, "Man, you just tell us what you want to talk about." Okay,
Skywalker is literally the most boring out of all of them.
Well, he's getting better though.
Well, good for him.
I'm just telling you, man.
Let me know when he's reached that mountaintop. What's up,
there,
Diwali?
man.
How you doing?
Well, he ain't playing this shit you're playing.
Hey, don't be coming over here wishing me a happy Valentine's Day.
Oh, this bitch. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he ain't having that.
I saw that Art does have his show looks pretty slick. He's got a little studio in there and everything.
Oh, they'll let you over there, man. They would love you over there. They're all liberal.
I don't find them compelling. Why are you not able to understand that? I literally don't find them I don't find them interesting.
Is it because they don't talk to you? Is that why?
No, because I think they are boring.
Okay.
It's kind of the same thing with what's his with
You're hard to please, aren't you, Stanley? You're hard to please.
I'm extremely hard to please.
You even hate your own channel. You hate your own channel.
Happy Valentine's to you, Diwali. Apparently in Germany, it's not weird when men wish each other happy Valentine's Day. So salute to you. Let's see. Ert and Skywalker had a fight? Really? A real fight? Wow.
No. It was just content.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So Skywalker and Art are content? Were they able to like form two words coherently between the two of them?
Well,
Well, Sin, I'm sorry that you find these shows boring. That's why when I play videos, I don't stop them every 2 minutes because I usually find the videos interesting, especially if they can be played and kept in context. I'm watching this because I've really never watched Sin with an audience. I actually do kind of find her interesting in that she seems kind of quirky.
Isn't it funny? She's always in chats that she hates.
I don't know. I've always been attracted to odd characters, quirky
Yeah.
people. So I mean, I'll probably get bored with her, if I watched her
I'm
a lot. But
bored. This is boring. I hate it. This
okay,
sucks. But I'm still here.
dude, which part can't you understand that if you're bored, you can go over to Bob's?
But they can't help it. They can't help it.
I saw Bob was on CT's channel
Wasn't
today.
that cool?
I
I was there.
didn't.
I was there.
Well, I didn't actually listen. I saw, the thumbnail on your computer. If you hover the cursor over it, it'll play
Got
it
it.
live, actually.
It's like here.
But the topic didn't interest me.
There's a perch like this in my room on the window. Yeah, he likes to, I put one in each room because he likes to sit on them. Him and Sasha. Really, one is for him and one is for Sasha, but y'all know Sasha. I ain't seen Sasha yet. Sasha's somewhere. I don't know where she at. You said he's too old to be cheating. He probably tricking their money. But the fact of the matter is, just by the dynamic of this, you can tell this man cheats all the time. Because what did she say? She said, this is a woman who's always liking his post on social media. So this is a woman who feels like she got to track this man. She got to look at all his posts. She got to look at his friends list. She got to see who he following and who liking his posts. I'm not doing all that.
Oh my God.
I'm not doing all that for no man. I'm not about to track a man. I'm not
You
about to put a
ready?
tracker on your dick. I'm not walking up to no woman in no restaurant. If you with a woman in a restaurant, you just go stay with that woman. Yeah, that part is on there too. This is a full video.
I came across there are people on YouTube who do these little skits, like these little 5 and 10 minute skits. And sometimes they're like 2 or 3 or 4 that, I look at every now and again. And there's this one skit, this couple, I don't know if they're a real couple or not, but the thing is, like, there's a scenario where the guy is on his computer, I guess doing something for work, and his phone is on the sofa, and his girl is sitting on the sofa watching TV or something, and the phone rings. So she goes, well, hey, your phone's ringing, and the guy goes, well, answer it. Who is it? So the girl, the music, and the girl is shocked, like, ooh, he doesn't mind if I, look at his phone. So she doesn't answer, because I think he says answer it. Well, she doesn't answer it, I guess, because she's not comfortable answering it. So the phone stops ringing, and then a little beep, I guess, for a text or something. And she goes, well, hey, you got a text? And he goes, well, read the text. Who is it? So, the whole trope was, hey, this guy is different because he doesn't mind, he's an open book. Hey, you can look at my phone. You can look at my texts. I got nothing to hide. So that was the whole video. So, what she's saying about, having to, check phones and stuff like that, apparently that's a thing. I remember years ago, for some reason or another, my wife wanted to use my phone, and it was a work phone. And, part of the security protocol was having it locked. So she wanted the code, and I'm like, I'm not giving you my code. It's a work phone. If I give you the code, then I'm going to have to change it, because I'm kind of a stickler when it comes to, these sorts of security issues. But she didn't fuss, because I wasn't going to unlock the phone. And the thing is I never used her phone. If she had a code, I don't know. But, phones there's no reason to be checking after somebody's phone if you trust them.
Let's get into it.
Yep, now you say shit to me, bitch. Cause you up here telling everybody that I ain't shit to you. And you
Oh, really? Wait, hold it. Come on now, Sin. You're kidding, right? They treat those skits as real? They're obviously not real. And it's the same people. Sometimes they'll mix them up, but nah, I don't believe that people actually think those skits are real. They're kind of not well acted generally.
Now this my husband. Don't worry.
It's my husband.
Yep, she a full-time watchdog. And she said to her husband, you all telling everybody I don't mean nothing. You moved out of my house. So it sounds like this dude's behavior and action is telling her he feel like he a single man. This man feel like he's single.
Damn,
like
you
he's
often
single.
burp in the microphone like that?
Talking about, oh, you telling them all this about me and I don't mean nothing to you and this, that, and the third. Okay, so this man been cheating. He moved out the house. He living a single life. Mind you, this is black marriage. This is black marriage.
Oh.
Clearly, this
Now even the marriages are racialized.
going around fighting other women because her husband will not stop cheating on her. Mind you, he's cheating on her. She keeps having to go through this with woman after woman
This
after
is black
woman
excellence.
because she ain't getting down to the root cause of the.
Well, would you prefer white excellence? We saw some of that white
Absolutely.
excellence.
Yeah, I deal with that.
Where the dude was talking about white food and couldn't define white culture.
Yeah. Well, you showed that.
Well, Cynthia G showed it.
Well, you sure?
So we seen white excellence. Now we're looking at black excellence.
Well,
which is this damn man.
Okay.
Kiana, you said, but she's going to have to fight every woman. Yeah, she is. She's going to have to fight every woman he cheats on her with. And who's doing all that for a cheating senior citizen? I don't even know, but the messiness, this ain't all the messiness. We about to get into it. Let's get into some more.
No, it's just what I had thought it was. I knew he was fucking with this hoe. She always coming on his motherfucking post and shit.
Oh my God.
Is she drunk?
Bitch.
Just black.
You hear me, bitch? I'm by myself, hoe. You said what?
Is this a cheesecake factory?
You gonna let me make it? You will. Okay then.
Yeah, it's it. It's where do they go, Stanley? Any goddamn place they go.
I've never been to it. What?
Just act a fucking fool, man. That's what they do. Just act a fucking fool and then film the shit.
Wait, hold it. Are you said you're black, right?
No. Never said that. You want me to be black.
Do
you want me to be black, Stanley?
Dude, I just want you to behave.
Okay. Go ahead.
I know, let's see, do you know how many videos were made about that? How often men say that it was a skit? No, I watched a video of a woman. What I watched was not a skit. It was it's hard to describe.
Stanley,
but
are
it was
you making this shit up right now? You're making this up.
there was a whole thing
Go ahead.
about it was
It's real.
it was a woman. So you're saying that whole thing was just a skit about a woman who basically thought the Cheesecake Factory wasn't a good enough restaurant for a date? Now, it wouldn't be my choice for dinner.
Well, why not?
Or like a Panera or something like that. That's
Why
not
not,
my
Stanley?
idea. Well, it's not my idea of good food.
Oh. How convenient.
I got something for you, hoe. Bitch,
It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter anyway. You excuse it.
I hope you ain't putting up. And look how tacky that. But look, this is a marriage. I want y'all to understand. This is married man, married woman, and let's talk about this.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, in a way, she's doing kind of, and I knew this beforehand, but
I love
you
how
know,
they yell.
people taking, you know, basically cherry picking of these single incidents and then just universalizing them. Like she's going, this is black marriage. No, it's a black marriage. It's not black marriage as in, you know, some sort of paradigm. It really annoys me when people do that. It's really someone who's not good at critical thinking.
Right.
Chick right here, because listen,
It's selective, right?
do I think the side chick is to
It's selected. Well, it's cherry
Right.
picking. You know, you're
Yeah.
selecting. You know, it's fitting. You're fitting
Sure.
something to a narrative that you want to make.
Sure.
Lee, how many arguments have you had about a restaurant when somebody's
Oh my.
filming? Well, that's a good point. But I don't know.
You wouldn't be around that shit, Stanley, and you know it.
No,
You wouldn't be
I
around that shit.
literally, if I were like, you know, across the room,
You have, but you would today.
I would literally get up and leave. Like it's
Of
too
course
fucking
you would,
noisy for
because you know.
it's too noisy for me to be eating. You know, part of going out to dinner is the atmosphere, and they're just ruining
Well,
it.
there's your atmosphere. Ghetto bullshit.
I
No,
guess.
don't do that. Don't do that. You know, Stanley. You know.
I don't know. I'm trying to think back over the years. I don't think I've ever seen anybody actually do this. But I mean, things are a lot more loose these days.
Loose? You
You
said
know,
loose?
look, you know,
No, you
I saw something, I
you
don't
look
know, a
loose.
couple. Okay, can I talk?
Go
Do you have to constantly talk while I'm talking?
I just call you out on your bullshit. Go ahead.
I haven't even gotten the bullshit out yet.
You
I
don't
was
go out.
watching
You
something,
don't,
you
you
know,
don't got the restaurants.
all these fights that they're having on cruise ships. I was watching this one video where you know, it's like, I don't know, they get up in the middle of the night to go eat or something, and this little restaurant place on the ship ran out of fucking chicken fingers. So
Yeah.
they were fighting over the last chicken fingers, and I don't think that was staged. I don't think that was a skit. So what I'm saying is if it can happen like that on cruise ships, I don't know why it couldn't happen in a restaurant.
But
What?
where the side chick is wrong at, man, why are you sitting in this restaurant with
Oh
this
my
public
God,
display of
Stanley.
foolishness over this damn man? Both of these are low tier hood rats. Neither of these women have any self-esteem.
Yeah,
'Cause
yeah,
I'm not
I get
about
it,
to be
Sim.
in no restaurant with no man and allow her.
But I mean, that's like somebody, who was it? I'm kind of new to this person's channel. It wasn't Illosophical. Oh, you know what? It was Illosophical. He did a show a few days ago where he was gonna review body cam videos. And to me, if all you show is body cam videos and nothing else, that's still cherry picking to me, because you have a narrative and you're only selecting material that fits your narrative. So I think the cherry picking part still applies. If your overall worldview is that black marriage sucks, well, you're only going to show videos that prove your point.
Red comes up. Oh, that's my execute. Yeah, that would be my execute. Yeah, she calling him sour, musty, nasty dick, but you fighting over it. But you in here to confront somebody over it. So who's really the clown ass bitch? Who's really the clown ass bitch? The one that keep getting into brawls over an old geriatric cheater, or both of them really clowns? Both the women are clowning here. Both of the women are clowns. You don't ever fight over no man, and definitely not over no cheating man. In your mouth. Yep. Everybody close the fuck out. Yep. I just had to put this out in the air because this sour ass bitch.
Why is she wearing gloves?
Where is the bruise of ass? Nah, don't talk to me. If you put your hands on me, you won't understand.
Well, the other thing, Sin, is the sound quality is so good. It's like the sound, whether the camera's near or far, the sound, I wonder if they have a boom or something. The sound quality doesn't seem to waver any.
Well, Stanley, you know why?
No, I don't.
Yeah,
What are they wearing?
you do.
They're wearing clip-on mics?
No, the blacks always film. They don't try to help or deter the shit. It's content.
I didn't know the blacks did all that.
Okay, well, now you know. Oh, look at
Oh,
this.
damn. So now they're outside?
He's abusive. He's a cheater. He moved out. He told me she means nothing to him. He got stank sour dick.
Mm.
But you want to fight women over him?
Yeah, the bitch said that.
So sunflowers, it ain't just the
Sour
side chick
dick.
that's trifling. She's
Yeah.
trifling too.
That's gross.
Ain't no way to get around the side chick being trifling. Because ma'am,
That is
why are
about.
you there? Ma'am, why are you there? So this is two hood rats in a hood rat situation with a man.
Oh,
Being reviewed by a hood rat.
You fight an abusive cheater who got sour, nasty, stank dick.
Oh my
This what you
God.
fighting over?
Ah, well, you said it. You beat me to it. This motherfucker.
What are they kicking that car? Is that a Mercedes?
Well, hell, who cares?
I'd be pissed if they were kicking my car.
They're oppressed. Oh, you'd be pissed, but this is different.
Wait, they're back. Or did she start it over?
This is a marriage, y'all.
Oh, I don't know that I'd call it a marriage.
This is a marriage. I want y'all to look at the fact that this is a marriage.
Stanley, you would marry her, wouldn't you?
Who, Cynthia?
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure she was.
I might.
You would run all up in that shit right now.
Well, I don't know about all that, but I would demand that she not talk at the top of her voice all the time.
Well, good luck with that.
You can do it for the show, but once the show is done, you're gonna have to lower the volume a bit. You have to use your inside voice.
Yeah, she would she said, you know what she'd say.
I have no clue what she would say, but I bet it would be interesting.
The least of this woman's worries. A side chick is the least of this woman's worries.
What's up, Queen?
No, yeah, that is a marriage. Statistically, that is a black marriage. I don't listen.
Wait, hold it. Statistically, that is a black marriage. What does that even mean? Maybe a crab boil spot?
You're the one playing this shit, dude.
Hey, it's Cynthia G. She needs to set the scenario. And let me also tell you this. I don't go to seafood restaurants that are 200 miles from the shore. It's like the only seafood restaurant that I'm gonna go to is literally gonna be dockside, like next to
Mhm.
the river where they're catching the
Same.
fish.
Same.
Otherwise, I don't go to seafood restaurants.
You can delude yourself as much as you want to. I did the research. This is a typical black marriage. This is a typical black marriage, statistically. It may not be every woman running around fighting and confronting women in restaurants, but the cheating, the abuse, the side babies, oh yes. Oh yes it is. Yes it is.
Side
We
babies.
sure are about to look at something with these black
What's
men.
that?
We sure are. We gonna look at something with these black men, because I already pulled up the data.
Oh my God.
Black men are the men who are the most likely to have multiple baby mamas, multiple
Oh
women
Lord.
pregnant at one time, multiple side chicks, marital infidelity. I already pulled them.
Stanley, she wants your baby.
Rates are sky high among married black
Mm,
women.
it's too late now.
This ain't no black marriage.
Oh,
What it is, it is a black marriage. It is
she wants
the
it.
typical, quintessential, statistical black marriage. Full of infidelity, full of STDs, full of side chicks, full
Oh,
of side babies. Yes. Yes. And while
she's
the
clean,
data will
Stanley.
not
She's
tell
clean.
you whether a man has multiple women pregnant at one time, it can definitely tell you the group of men who are the ones who mostly are having sex with multiple women at one time. And we know that when a man is having sex with multiple women at one time,
Oh,
multiple
damn it.
pregnancies happen. Those
Oh,
men
this
will be
sucks.
pregnant. Do it stop with
Well,
them?
God
you
damn
chose it.
it.
You chose it.
No. Hold on one
Yeah,
sec
you
here.
did.
No, I missed Roz's show. Damn it. Why did I not see that pop up? I hope I didn't miss it.
Hang on. Tease live. So there you go.
Oh, good. Okay. So she
Yeah.
doesn't. Well, folks, I don't know if you guys know. I know some of you probably know who Roz is. She's one of CT's moderators. Uh, she used
And
to
so
do a Saturday night show, and then she stopped for a while. So I noticed
yeah.
that she schedules Friday night shows. So her show's due to start at
11:30.
11:30, which is
11:30.
about now.
Yeah.
So I am going to
It's your
wrap this
time.
up because
Your
I
time.
don't want to. Okay, I don't know. Are you drunk, Ryan? Why do you keep talking while I'm talking?
Because I can.
Are you doing it just to be annoying?
Yeah. You like it.
Oh, okay.
You like it.
Yeah.
You're gonna shut down anyway.
Anyway,
Who cares? You're shutting down. Who
well,
cares?
yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and drop her link because I've been wanting to talk to her for a while, and she is chill. She she smokes her little weed, and it's so mellow over there, kind of like a hookah bar.
I didn't know she
So
still liked you.
who,
Weird.
Roz?
Yeah.
Why would she not like me?
Well, you're weird.
Well, so is she.
Calm down.
She's not she's definitely atypical.
Mm-hmm. So?
Well, no, I like I
Anyway.
said, I like characters, and she is definitely a character.
Well, you're a character too. So.
Oh
Anyway.
wow, look at that.
You see that right there?
Yeah, the little heart thing when you click the like.
Oh, she loves
What
you.
that must
She
just
loves you,
be
Stanley.
special for
Y'all gotta hook up.
did she move? She's always
You
in a
gotta hook
state
up.
of moving. Okay, Ryan, do you
What?
know how annoying it is when I'm talking and you just kind of jump in the middle of the sentence?
The same way I feel about you.
Well, I don't give a fuck.
I know.
I can do it on. I will do
I
it on
know.
my own panel,
I
but I
know,
will
right?
not have it. Well, I will do it to you on my panel, but I will not have it done to me on my panel. It's annoying. You can always leave. I can't leave my own show.
Oh, you can. I can take over.
No.
I
Let's see.
can take it over. Hell, what would it cost me? Like $50 to take the channel over?
Why would you want to take the show over? It's
Why not?
priceless. My show is
Priceless?
worth more than $50.
Stop.
Oh, I'm quite
Stop.
a ways from Conway. I'm over on the Alabama border, so I'd have to cross Georgia.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is Conway
Anyway.
off of 95, Sin? Because I can't place it. I can't place the town. She wouldn't date me? Who knows? She might. I think there's a bit of an age difference, though. Oh, that's
Bro.
right. So I need to drop this link into the chat. This is Roz's show at 11:30 tonight.
You know what, Stanley?
What's that?
I could have left you up here all by your damn self talking to yourself, but I didn't.
Well, I
Well,
did not. I didn't just date a white woman, Sin. I married her. So it wasn't just a
what?
dating situation. And
You
that's
ain't dated in 12 years, man.
probably more like 13. Or
I
you know,
said 12.
actually
I said 12.
it's probably closer to 15.
You gonna argue about that?
Well, actually, no,
Well,
you know what?
You know what?
It's gonna be about
You know
20
what?
or 22, 21 or 22
I was
years.
trying to hit.
21 or 22 years, because we were married for almost 9 years, and she's been dead for about 13. So, yep, Roz is starting up now, folks. So you all head over there. I'm going to shut this down and hop in her audience. It's been a while since I've talked to her. She's pretty laid back, so I recommend that everybody go over there. No idea what she's talking about, but I like to stay in her chat and troll because it makes her laugh. I love it when she laughs at my stupid jokes.
Weird
So
laugh.
it is.
She gonna whoop your ass.
Yeah, it is. It is tonight, Sim. All right, so folks,
You gonna get a whooping?
I will be back probably around 2 or 2:30 tomorrow, and it's going to be a bunch of boring history videos, but
Yeah.
it'll be informative if nothing else.
Of course it will. All black apologist shit, you know.
I don't know that following the cotton manufacturing industry in the 17th and 18th century is a black thing.
Yeah, I want to put them all back in the cotton fields, so we're good.
All right. Well, I will hopefully see you tomorrow. How will T
Yes, sir.
and Mo slander me tonight?
You're a good sport, Stanley. You get it. You know, you just don't want to talk about it, but you get it. You know,
I'm sorry, what?
you get it.
I have no clue what you're talking about, Ryan.
Let's put them all back in the cotton fields today or tomorrow.
Well, the problem is today it would definitely be inefficient. Machines pick cotton way better
I know, right?
than people do.
Well, I just have to work it out. You know, it'll get fixed. But you're a good
All right,
sport,
well,
Stanley. You're a good sport.
have a good
I
night.
would not put you in the cotton fields. You know.
Are you
I would have
hiccuping?
you overseeing.
Are you hiccuping?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that fine? Is it
Well,
okay?
go drink some water.
I am. Thank you. All this time, I didn't think you cared.
Yeah, I give you the
Oh,
impression that I do, don't
you
I?
don't give a
I'm
damn.
good at giving people impressions.
Thank you.
So no, Bobby Perkins,
Anyway,
I have not. No one contributed money to the Sovereign Beer Fund. Therefore,
I almost did.
I will have to stay sober.
I
Hopefully
almost
we'll do
did,
better.
but might have fucked it up.
We'll do better tomorrow.
Yeah. Well,
Let's see what else. Sin, I don't know why you and T don't get along. I don't know. I have no idea why.
probably because of you.
No, they knew each other long before they knew me.
Mm.
Yeah, well, Queen, I'm about to end this sucker, but I actually had a pretty good time. Again, I actually have a short that did about 2,300 views, which is unheard of. To me, it was just kind of a boring short, but apparently people like Jim Jordan. So tomorrow, history revolving more or less around the history of the cotton industry, and it's not all about the American South. It was a big thing before they ever started growing it in the American South. It's not
Mhm.
it's not even native to the
No, it sure ain't.
southeastern United States. So
That's a lie.
it's pretty interesting stuff, and I know I've seen Conway before, but I can't place it. But if it's off of 95, yeah, I am a long ways from 95. I'm probably I'm gonna probably say I'm about 6 hours at least from 95 from where I am, because I'd be going from basically the Alabama border. I'd have to cross Georgia. Then I would have to take 85 past Greenville and Spartanburg. I'd have to keep going. I'd have to hit 26, I think it is. Like I was going to Charleston, and then it intersects 95. So I know Conway's got to be north of 26. I don't remember seeing it between 26 and Savannah. Of course, I could be wrong.
Stanley, you going to see Sin?
Wait, hold it. Wait, hold it. Cynthia G is in South Carolina? Wow.
You going tomorrow on Dallas Saturday?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you going to visit Sin tomorrow?
No.
Why
I'm not going
not?
anywhere tomorrow. I got a show to do tomorrow.
Oh,
So
that's
everybody go over to Raz. She's live now. See, she's got her hair. She's redone her hair. Anyway, y'all go over there. Don't know what the topic is, but she's always interesting. So we will see you over there. Let's see. Wouldn't date you just because you dated a white woman. Marrying her is not the benchmark. I have no idea why you're even. I was joking. If Cynthia G is that obtuse and that racist, she doesn't need to even meet me. So
Who says that?
not overly.
Who says it?
I'm not going to get wrapped around the axle about a woman who wears a fucking head wrap on on a YouTube video.
That's racist, Stanley.
She's too Aunt Jemima for me.
That's racist. We can't have that.
With that head thing. So,
Why are you doing that? That's racist.
I think Cynthia G's attractive, to be honest, but too bad, she's
That's even
limited
racist.
opportunities.
Because of her color?
I don't know what the fuck is it with you and just talking the same time I'm talking. You're actually worse than 12th man.
Bullshit.
Oh, I'm afraid you are. Oh, oh, really? Damn, Sin. You are mean. Stop being mean to these people. That you know what? It's not mean, it's catty, Sin. Stop being catty. So everybody, I will see everybody tomorrow afternoon, probably around 2 or 3 Eastern time. See y'all over on Roz's channel. I will go make an omelet for dinner. After I eat it, I'm going to come back and read a book and listen to Roz. Talk to you later, Ryan.
You're racist. Thank you.